9. Artificial struggle.
人工斗争。
Nothing has been written on this topic which can be considered as decisive, and accordingly we find everywhere men of mechanical genius, of great general acuteness and discriminative understanding, who make no scruple in pronouncing the automaton a pure machine, unconnected with human agency in its movements, and consequently, beyond all comparison, the most astonishing of the inventions of mankind.
关于这一主题，还没有任何可以被视为决定性的著作，因此，我们到处都能看到机械天才，具有广泛敏锐性和辨别能力的人，他们毫不犹豫地断言，自动机纯粹是一台机器，其运动与人类行为无关，因此，无可比拟地成为人类最惊人的发明之一。
Edgar Allan Poe, Maelzel's chess player, 1836, italics in original.
埃德加·艾伦·坡·梅尔泽尔的国际象棋手，1836年，原文斜体。
The world of the future will be an ever more demanding struggle against limitations of our intelligence, not a comfortable hammock in which we can lie down to be waited upon by our robot slaves.
未来的世界将是对我们智力局限性的不断挑战，而不是一个舒适的吊床，让我们可以躺在上面，由机器人奴隶伺候。
Norbert Wiener, God and Golem Incorporated, 1964.
诺伯特·维纳，上帝与哥雷姆公司，1964年。
In its special report on the future of work in April 2021, The Economist magazine took to task those worrying about inequality and dwindling job opportunities for workers. Since the dawn of capitalism, people have lamented the world of work, always believing that the past was better than the present and that the workers of the day were uniquely badly treated.
2021年4月，《经济学人》杂志在其关于未来工作的特别报告中，批评了那些担心不平等和工人就业机会减少的人。自资本主义诞生以来，人们就一直在哀叹工作世界，总是认为过去比现在更好，而当下的工人受到了特别不公正的待遇。
Fears about AI-driven automation are particularly overblown, and popular perceptions about the world of work are largely misleading. The report proceeded to provide a clear restatement of the productivity bandwagon. In fact, by lowering costs of production, automation can create more demand for goods and services, boosting jobs that are hard to automate. The economy may need fewer checkout attendants at supermarkets, but more massage therapists.
对于由 AI 驱动的自动化的担忧被夸大了，而且关于工作世界的普遍看法在很大程度上是误导性的。该报告接着明确重申了生产率论点。事实上，通过降低生产成本，自动化可以创造对商品和服务的更多需求，从而增加难以自动化的职位。经济可能需要更少的超市收银员，但需要更多的按摩治疗师。
The report's overall assessment, a bright future for the world of work.
报告的总体评估是，工作世界有一个光明的未来。
The management consulting company McKinsey expressed a similar conclusion in early 2022 as part of its strategic partnership with the annual World Economic Forum in Davos.
管理咨询公司麦肯锡在2022年初与达沃斯世界经济论坛的年度战略合作伙伴关系中表达了类似的结论。
For many members of the world's workforces, change can sometimes be seen as a threat, particularly when it comes to technology. This is often coupled with fears that automation will replace people. But a look beyond the headlines shows that the reverse is proving to be true, with Fourth Industrial Revolution, 4IR, technologies driving productivity and growth across manufacturing and production at brownfield and greenfield sites. These technologies are creating more and different jobs that are transforming manufacturing and helping to build fulfilling, rewarding, and sustainable careers.
对于世界各地的许多劳动力成员来说，变化有时被视为一种威胁，尤其是在技术方面。这通常伴随着自动化将取代人类的恐惧。但超越头条新闻的深入观察显示，事实证明情况恰恰相反。第四次工业革命 4IR 技术正在推动制造业和生产领域的生产力和增长，无论是旧工厂还是新工厂。这些技术正在创造更多不同类型的岗位。 这些岗位正在改变制造业，帮助建立充实、有回报且可持续的职业生涯。
The Economist and McKinsey were articulating views of many tech entrepreneurs and experts that concerns about AI and automation are exaggerated. The Pew Research Center surveyed academics and technology leaders and reported statements from more than 100 of them, with the overwhelming majority stating that although there were downsides, AI would bring widespread economic and societal benefits.
经济学人和麦肯锡表达了众多科技企业家和专家的观点，即对人工智能和自动化的担忧被夸大了。皮尤研究中心调查了学术界和技术领导者，并报告了他们中超过100人的声明。绝大多数人认为，尽管存在一些负面影响，但人工智能将带来广泛的经济和社会效益。
According to the prevailing perspective, there may be some disruption along the way, for example, in terms of jobs lost, but such transition costs are unavoidable. In the words of one of the experts quoted by the Pew Research Center, in the coming 12 years, AI will enable all sorts of professions to do their work more efficiently, especially those involving saving life. Individualized medicine, policing, even warfare, where attacks will focus on disabling infrastructure and less in killing enemy combatants and civilians. The same person also conceded, of course, there will be some downsides. Greater unemployment in certain rote jobs, e.g., transportation drivers, food service, robots and automation, etc.
根据普遍的观点，在这一过程中可能会出现一些动荡，例如工作岗位的流失，但这种转型成本是不可避免的。皮尤研究中心引用的一位专家的话说，在未来的12年里，人工智能将使各种职业更高效地完成工作，特别是那些拯救生命的职业，个性化医疗、警务，甚至战争。攻击将更多地集中在破坏基础设施上，而不是杀害敌方战斗人员和平民。同一个人也承认，当然也会有一些负面影响，某些重复性工作，如运输司机、食品服务、机器人和自动化等的失业率将增加。
But we should not worry too much about these downsides, for we have the same tech entrepreneurs to ease the burden with their philanthropy. As Bill Gates articulated at the 2008 World Economic Forum, these successful people have an opportunity to do good while doing well for their businesses by helping the less fortunate with new products and technologies. He declared that the challenge is to design a system where market incentives, including profits and recognition, drive the change, with the goal of improving lives for those who don't fully benefit from market forces. He dubbed this system creative capitalism and set the philanthropic goal for everybody to take on a project of creative capitalism in the coming year, as a way of alleviating the world's problems.
但我们不应过于担心这些负面影响，因为我们可以依靠这些科技企业家通过他们的慈善事业来减轻负担。正如比尔·盖茨在2008年世界经济论坛上所阐述的，这些成功人士有机会在为自己的企业谋利的同时，通过新产品和技术帮助那些不幸的人。他宣布，挑战在于设计一个系统，使市场激励机制，包括利润和认可，推动变革，目标是改善那些未能充分受益于市场力量的人的生活。他将这一系统称为创意资本主义，并为每个人设定了慈善目标，即在新的一年里承担一个创意资本主义项目，以此来缓解世界的问题。
We will argue in this chapter that this vision of almost inexorable benefits from new technology, including intelligent machines, led by talented entrepreneurs, is an illusion, the AI illusion. Like Lesops's conviction that canals would benefit both investors and global commerce, it is a vision rooted in ideas, but it receives a further boost because it enriches and empowers elites corralling technology toward automation and surveillance.
在本章中，我们将论证这种有才华的企业家领导的新技术，包括智能机器，几乎不可避免地带来好处的愿景是一种幻觉 ，AI 幻觉。就像莱瑟普斯坚信运河将使投资者和全球贸易受益一样，这一愿景植根于理念，但它进一步得到加强，因为它使控制技术朝向自动化和监控的精英阶层更加富有和强大。
Even the framing of digital capabilities in terms of intelligent machines is an unhelpful aspect of this vision. Digital technologies are general purpose and can be developed in many different ways. In steering their direction, we should focus on how useful they are to human objectives, what we will call machine usefulness. Encouraging the use of machines and algorithms to complement human capabilities and empower people has, in the past, led to breakthrough innovations with high machine usefulness. In contrast, infatuation with machine intelligence encourages mass-scale data collection, the disempowerment of workers and citizens, and a scramble to automate work, even when this is no more than SOSO automation, meaning that it has only small productivity benefits. Not coincidentally, automation and large-scale data collection enrich those who control digital technologies.
甚至将数字能力描述为智能机器，也是这一愿景的一个不利方面。数字技术是通用的，可以以多种不同的方式开发。在引导其发展方向时，我们应该关注它们对人类目标的有用性，我们将称之为机器有用性。过去，鼓励使用机器和算法来补充人类能力并赋权于人的做法，已经导致了具有高机器有用性的突破性创新。相反，对机器智能的迷恋鼓励大规模数据收集，削弱工人和公民的权利，并竞相自动化工作，即使这种自动化只是平庸的，这意味着它只有微小的生产率效益。毫不意外，自动化和大规模数据收集使控制数字技术的人更加富有。
From the field of AI dreams.
从 AI 梦想的田野。
People are right to be excited about advances in digital technologies. New machine capabilities can massively expand the things we do and can transform many aspects of our lives for the better. And there have also been tremendous advances. For example, the generative pre-trained Transformer 3, GPT-3, released in 2020 by OpenAI, and ChatGPT released in 2022 by the same company, are natural language processing systems with remarkable capabilities. Already trained and optimized on massive amounts of text data from the internet, these programs can generate almost human-like articles, including poetry, communicate in typical human language, and, most impressively, turn natural language instructions into computer code.
人们对数字技术的进步感到兴奋是正确的。新的机器能力可以极大地扩展我们的活动范围，并可以改善我们生活的许多方面。确实，已经取得了巨大的进步。例如，由 OpenAI 在2020年发布的生成预训练变换器3 GPT-3，以及同一家公司在2022年发布的 ChatGPT， 都是具有惊人能力的自然语言处理系统。这些程序已经在互联网上的大量文本数据上进行了训练和优化，可以生成几乎像人类写的文章，包括诗歌，用典型的自然语言进行交流，并且最令人印象深刻的是，可以将自然语言指令转换为计算机代码。
Software programs have a simple logic. A program, or algorithm, is a recipe that instructs a machine to take a pre-specified set of inputs and perform a set of step-by-step computations. For example, Jacquard's loom took several punched cards as its input and activated an elegantly designed mechanical process, which moved a beam and wove cloth to produce the design specified in the cards. Different cards created distinct designs, some of them strikingly complex.
软件程序的逻辑很简单，一个程序或算法就像一个食谱，只是机器接受一组预设的输入，并执行一系列逐步计算。例如，雅卡尔提花机接受几张穿孔卡作为输入，激活一个精心设计的机械过程，移动横梁并编织布料，以生成卡片上指定的设计。不同的卡片可以创建不同的设计，其中一些设计非常复杂。
Modern computers are referred to as digital because the inputs are represented in discrete form, taking one of a finite set of values, most commonly as zeros and ones. But they share with Jacquard's loom the general principle that they implement exactly the sequence of computations or actions that are specified by a programmer.
现代计算机被称为数字计算机，因为输入是以离散形式表示的，取自有限的一组值，最常见的是0和1。但它们与贾卡德之机共享一个普遍的原则，即它们严格按照程序员指定的计算或操作序列执行。
What about artificial intelligence? Unfortunately, there is no commonly agreed upon definition. Some experts define artificial intelligence as machines or algorithms demonstrating intelligent behavior or high-level capabilities, although what these are is often open to debate. Others provide definitions motivated by programs such as GPT-3, equating intelligent machines with those that have goals, observe their environment, obtain other inputs, and attempt to achieve their objectives. For example, GPT-3 receives distinct goals in different applications and tries to accomplish them as successfully as possible.
那么，人工智能呢？ 不幸的是，目前没有一个普遍接受的定义。一些专家将人工智能定义为机器或算法展示智能行为或高级能力，尽管这些行为和能力的具体内容往往存在争议。其他专家则根据像 GPT-3 这样的程序来定义，将智能机器等同于那些具有目标、观察环境、获取其他输入并试图实现其目标的机器。例如， GPT-3 在不同的应用中接收不同的目标，并尽可能成功地尝试完成这些目标。
Whatever the exact definition of modern machine intelligence, it is clear that new digital algorithms are being applied widely to every domain of our lives. Rather than attempting to arbitrate between different definitions of machine intelligence, we will use modern AI to capture the currently prevailing approach in this domain.
无论现代机器智能的确切定义是什么，很明显，新的数字算法正在被广泛应用于我们生活的各个领域。我们不会试图在不同的机器智能定义之间进行仲裁，而是使用现代 AI 来概括这一领域当前的主流方法。
Applying digital technologies to the production process, for example, with numerically controlled machinery, long predates modern AI. The major computing breakthroughs of the past 70 years came from finding ways of performing tasks using software in areas such as document preparation, database management, accounting, and inventory control. Software can also create new production capabilities. In computer-assisted design, it improves the precision and ease with which workers perform design tasks. It makes the work of cashiers and other consumer-facing employees potentially more productive. As we emphasized in Chapter 8, it also enables automation.
将数字技术应用于生产过程，例如使用数控机床，远早于现代人工智能。过去70年的主要计算突破来自于在文档准备、数据库管理、会计和库存控制等领域找到使用软件执行任务的方法。软件还可以创造新的生产能力。在计算机辅助设计中，它提高了工人执行设计任务的精度和便捷性。它使收银员和其他面向消费者的员工的工作更具生产力。正如我们在第8章中强调的，它还实现了自动化。
To be automated by traditional software, a task needs to be routine, meaning that it must involve predictable steps that are implemented in a defined sequence. Routine tasks are performed repetitively, embedded in a predictable environment. For example, typing is routine. So are knitting and other simple production tasks that involve a significant amount of repetitive activity. Software has been combined with machinery that interacts with the physical world to automate various routine tasks, exactly as Jacquard intended, and modern numerically controlled equipment, such as printers or computer-assisted lathes, regularly accomplish this. Software is also an integral part of robotics technology, used extensively for industrial automation.
要通过传统软件实现自动化，任务需要是常规的，这意味着它必须涉及以定义的顺序实施的可预测步骤。常规任务是在可预测的环境中重复执行的。例如，打字是常规的，编织和其他涉及大量重复活动的简单生产任务也是如此。软件以与物理世界互动的机械结合，以自动化各种常规任务。正如雅卡尔所设想的那样，现代数控设备，如打印机或计算机辅助车床，经常实现这一点。软件也是广泛用于工业自动化的机器人技术的重要组成部分。
But only a small fraction of human tasks is truly routine. Most of the things our species do involve some amount of problem solving. We deal with new situations or challenges by coming up with solutions that draw analogies on the basis of past experience and knowledge. We employ flexibility when the relevant environment changes constantly. We rely heavily on social interaction, such as communication and explanation, or simply the camaraderie that many coworkers and customers enjoy in the process of economic transactions. Collectively, we are a pretty creative species.
但真正常规的人类任务只占很小的一部分。我们这个物种所做的大多数事情都涉及一定程度的问题解决。我们通过借鉴过去的经验和知识，提出解决方案来应对新情况或挑战。当相关环境不断变化时，我们表现出灵活性。我们高度依赖社会互动，如沟通和解释，或者许多同事和客户在经济交易过程中享受的团队合作。总体而言， 我们是一个相当有创造力的物种。
Customer service, for example, requires a combination of social and problem-solving skills. There are tens of thousands of problems a customer may encounter, some that are rare or entirely idiosyncratic. It is relatively easy to help a customer who has missed a flight and would like to take the next available plane. But what if the traveler has ended up in the wrong airport or now needs to fly to a new destination?
例如，客户服务需要结合社交和解决问题的技能。客户可能会遇到成千上万的问题，有些问题可能是罕见的或完全独特的。帮助错过航班并希望乘坐下一班可用飞机的客户相对容易，但如果旅行者最终到达了错误的机场，或者现在需要飞往一个新的目的地，该怎么办？
Modern AI approaches have been used to extend automation into a broader range of routine tasks, such as bank teller services. Pre-AI automation, for example, using automated teller machines, ATMs, was extensive by the 1990s, with a focus on simple tasks, such as dispensing cash. Depositing checks was only partially automated. ATMs accepted deposits, and magnetic ink character recognition technology was used to sort checks according to their bank code and bank account number. But humans were still necessary for other routine tasks, such as recognizing handwriting, organizing accounts, and monitoring overdrafts. Based on more recent advances in AI-based handwriting recognition and decision-making tools, checks can now be processed without human involvement.
现代的人工智能方法已被用于将自动化扩展到更广泛的常规任务中，例如银行柜员服务。早在20世纪90年代，非 AI 自动化，例如使用自动取款机 ATM 就已经非常广泛，主要集中在简单的任务上，如取款。存款则部分实现了自动化。ATM 接受存款，磁性墨水字符识别技术用于根据银行代码和银行账户号码对支票进行分类，但其他常规任务如识别手写、整理账户和监控透支仍然需要人工。基于最近在基于 AI 的手写识别和决策工具方面的进展，现在可以无需人工干预处理支票。
More significantly, the ambition of AI is to expand automation to non-routine tasks, including customer service, tax preparation, and even financial advice. Many of the tasks involved in these services are predictable and can be automated straightforwardly. For example, information from wage and tax statements, such as the W-2 form in the United States, can be scanned and automatically entered in the relevant fields to compute tax obligations, or the relevant information about deposits and balances can be provided to a bank customer. Recently, AI has ventured into more complex tasks as well. Sophisticated tax preparation software can query users about expenses or items that look suspicious, and customers can be presented with voice-activated menus to categorize their problem. Even if this often works imperfectly, ends up shifting some of the work to users and causes longer delays as customers wait for a human to provide the necessary help.
更重要的是，人工智能的雄心是将自动化扩展到非常规任务，包括客户服务、税务准备，甚至财务建议。这些服务中涉及的许多任务是可以预测的，可以简单的实现自动化。例如，可以从工资和税务报表，如美国的 W-2 表格中扫描信息，并自动输入相关字段以计算税务义务，或者向银行客户提供有关存款和余额的相关信息。最近，人工智能还涉足了更复杂的任务。复杂的税务准备软件可以询问用户关于费用或看起来可疑的项目，客户可以通过语音激活的菜单来分类他们的问题。尽管这通常工作不完美，最终将一些工作转移到用户身上，并导致客户等待人工提供必要帮助时出现更长的延迟。
In robotic process automation, RPA, for example, software implements tasks after watching human actions in the application's graphical user interface. RPA bots are now deployed in banking, lending decisions, e-commerce, and various software support functions. Prominent examples include automated voice recognition systems and chatbots that learn from remote IT support practices. Many experts believe this kind of automation will spread to myriad tasks currently performed by white-collar workers. New York Times journalist Kevin Roos summarizes RPA's potential as follows. Recent advances in AI and machine learning have created algorithms capable of outperforming doctors, lawyers, and bankers at certain parts of their jobs. And as bots learn to do higher value tasks, they are climbing the corporate ladder.
例如，在机器人流程自动化 （RPA） 中，软件通过观察应用程序的图形用户界面中的人类操作来执行任务。RPA 机器人现在已被部署在银行、贷款决策、电子商务和各种软件支持功能中。典型的例子包括自动语音识别系统和从远程 IT 支持实践中学习的聊天机器人。许多专家认为，这种自动化将扩展到目前由白领工人执行的多种任务。纽约时报记者凯文·罗斯总结了 RPA 的潜力。最近在人工智能和机器学习方面的进展，已经创造了能够在某些工作部分超越医生、律师和银行家的算法。随着机器人学会执行更高价值的任务，他们正在爬升企业阶梯。
Supposedly, we will all be the beneficiaries of these spectacular new capabilities. The current CEOs of Amazon, Facebook, Google, and Microsoft have all claimed that AI will beneficially transform technology in the next decades. As Kai-Fu Lee, former president of Google China, puts it, and like most technologies, AI will eventually produce more positive than negative impacts on our society.
据说，我们所有人都将受益于这些惊人的新能力。亚马逊、Facebook、谷歌和微软的现任首席执行官都声称，人工智能将在未来几十年有意地改变技术。正如前谷歌中国总裁李开复所说，像大多数技术一样，人工智能最终将对我们的社会产生更多的积极影响，而不是消极影响。
The evidence does not fully support these lofty promises, however. Although talk of intelligent machines has been around for 2 decades, these technologies started spreading only after 2015. The takeoff is visible in the amount that firms spend on AI-related activities and in the number of job postings for workers with specialized AI skills, including machine learning, machine vision, deep learning, image recognition, natural language processing, neural networks, support vector machines, and latent semantic analysis.
然而，证据并不完全支持这些崇高的承诺。尽管关于智能机器的讨论已经存在了20年，但这些技术的普及仅在2015年之后才开始。这一点从企业在与人工智能相关的活动上的支出，以及对具有专门人工智能技能，包括机器学习、机器视觉、深度学习、图像识别、自然语言处理、神经网络、支持向量机和潜在语义分析的工人的职位发布数量上可见一斑。
Tracking this indelible footprint, we can see that AI investments and the hiring of AI specialists concentrate in organizations that rely on tasks that can be performed by these technologies, such as actuarial and accounting functions, procurement and purchasing analysis, and various other clerical jobs that involve pattern recognition, computation, and basic speech recognition. However, the same organizations also lower their overall hiring substantially, for example, reducing their postings for all sorts of other positions.
追踪这一不可磨灭的足迹，我们可以看到 AI 投资和 AI 专家的招聘集中在那些依赖这些技术可以执行的任务的组织中，例如精算和会计职能、采购和采购分析，以及涉及模式识别、计算和基本语音识别的各种其他文书工作。然而，这些组织的整体招聘也大幅减少，例如减少对各种其他职位的招聘。
Indeed, the evidence indicates that AI so far has been predominantly focused on automation. Moreover, claims that AI and RPAs are expanding into non-routine, higher-skilled tasks notwithstanding, most of the burden of AI automation to date has fallen on less educated workers, already disadvantaged by earlier forms of digital automation. Nor is there any evidence that lower-skilled workers are benefiting from AI applications, although obviously the people who run these firms see some gain for themselves and their shareholders.
确实，证据表明，到目前为止 ，AI 主要集中在自动化上。此外，尽管有说法称 AI 和 RPA 正在扩展到非例行的、更高技能的任务，但迄今为止 ，AI 自动化的大部分负担已经落在了受教育程度较低的工人身上。这些工人已经因早期的数字自动化形式而处于不利地位，也没有任何证据表明低技能工人从 AI 应用中受益。尽管显然，这些公司的管理者和股东看到了一些好处。
Reassuringly, AI does not appear to be advancing so much that it will create mass joblessness. Like the industrial robots we discussed in Chapter 8, Current technology thus far can perform only a small set of tasks, and its impact on employment is limited. Nevertheless, it is heading in a direction that is biased against workers and is destroying some jobs. Its most major likely impact is to further lower wages for many people, not create a completely workless future. The problem is that although AI fails in most of what it promises, it still manages to reduce the demand for workers.
令人欣慰的是 ，AI 并没有发展到会引发大规模失业的程度。正如我们在第8章讨论的工业机器人一样，目前的技术到目前为止只能执行一小部分任务，其对就业的影响是有限的。然而，它正朝着对工人不利的方向发展，并正在摧毁一些工作岗位。其最大的可能影响是进一步降低许多人的工资，而不是创造一个完全无工作的未来。问题在于，尽管 AI 在大多数承诺上失败了，但它仍然设法减少了对工人的需求。
The imitation fallacy.
模仿谬误。
Why, then, all this emphasis on machine intelligence? What we should care about is whether machines and algorithms are useful to us. For example, according to most definitions, the Global Positioning System, GPS, may not be intelligent because it is based on the implementation of a straightforward search algorithm, the A** search algorithm, first devised in 1968. Yet GPS devices do provide a tremendously useful service to humans. Almost no expert would classify pocket calculators as intelligent, but they perform tasks that most humans would find impossible, such as quickly multiplying two 7-digit numbers.
那么，为什么如此强调机器智能呢？我们应该关心的是机器和算法对我们是否有用。例如，根据大多数定义，全球定位系统 GPS 可能并不智能，因为它基于一个简单的搜索算法星号搜索算法首次提出于1968年。然而， GPS 设备确实为人类提供了极其有用的服务。几乎没有任何专家会将袖珍计算器归类为智能设备，但他们执行的任务对大多数人来说几乎是不可能的，例如快速乘以2个7位数。
Instead of fixating on machine intelligence, we should ask how useful machines are to people, which is how we define machine usefulness, MU. Focusing on MU would guide us toward a more socially beneficial trajectory, especially for workers and citizens. Before developing this case, however, we should understand where the current focus on machine intelligence comes from, which takes us to a vision articulated by the British mathematician Alan Turing.
我们不应过分关注机器智能，而应询问机器对人们有多大的用处，这就是我们定义的机器有用性 MU。关注 MU 将引导我们走向一个更加有利于社会的轨迹，特别是对工人和公民而言。然而，在发展这一观点之前，我们应该了解当前对机器智能的关注源自何处，这将我们引向英国数学家艾伦·图灵提出的一个愿景。
Turing was fascinated by machine capabilities throughout his career. In 1936, he made a fundamental contribution to the question of what it means for something to be computable. Kurt Gödel and Alonzo Church had recently tackled the question of how to define the set of computable functions, meaning the set of functions whose values can be calculated by an algorithm. Turing developed the most powerful way of thinking about this question.
图灵在其整个职业生涯中对机器的能力着迷。1936年，他对可计算性这一问题做出了基础性的贡献。库尔特·戈德尔和阿隆索·丘奇最近探讨了如何定义可计算函数集，即可以通过算法计算其值的函数集。图灵提出了思考这一问题的最有力方式。
He imagined an abstract computer, now called a Turing machine, that can carry out computations according to the inputs specified on a possibly infinite tape, for example, instructions to implement basic mathematical operations. He then defined a function to be computable if such a machine could compute its values. A machine is said to be a universal Turing machine if it can compute any number that can be calculated by any Turing machine. Notably, if the human mind is in essence a very sophisticated computer and the tasks that it performs are within the class of computable functions, then a universal Turing machine could replicate all human capabilities. Before World War II, however, Turing did not venture into the question of whether machines could really think and how far they could go in performing human tasks.
他设想了一种抽象的计算机，现在称为图灵机，可以根据指定的输入， 例如，实现基本数学运算的指令执行计算，这些输入可能记录在无限长的磁带上。然后，他定义了一个函数，如果图灵机可以计算其值，则该函数是可计算的。如果一台机器可以计算任何可以由任何图灵机计算的数，那么这台机器被称为通用图灵机。值得注意的是，如果人类思维本质上是一台非常复杂的计算机，且其执行的任务属于可计算函数类，那么通用图灵机可以复制所有人类的能力。然而，在第二次世界大战之前，图灵并没有探讨机器是否真的能思考，以及它们在执行人类任务方面能走多远。
During the war, Turing joined the top-secret Bletchley Park research facility, where mathematicians and other experts worked to understand encrypted German radio messages. He devised a clever algorithm and designed a machine to speed up the breaking of enemy ciphers. This then helped British intelligence to quickly decipher encrypted communications that the Germans had presumed to be unbreakable.
在战争期间，图灵加入了最高机密的布莱切利公园研究设施，数学家和其他专家在那里工作，以理解加密的德国无线电信息。他设计了一种巧妙的算法，并设计了一台机器，以加速破解敌方密码。这帮助英国情报部门迅速破译了德国人认为无法破解的加密通信。
After Bletchley, Turing took the next step in his pre-war work on computation. In 1947, he declared to a meeting of the London Mathematical Society that machines could be intelligent. Undeterred by the hostile reactions of participants, Turing continued to work on the problem. In 1951, he wrote, "You cannot make a machine think for you. This is a commonplace that is usually accepted without question. It will be the purpose of this paper to question it."
在布莱切利之后，图灵在他的战前计算工作上迈出了下一步。1947年，他在伦敦数学学会的一次会议上宣布，机器可以具有智能。尽管与会者反应冷淡，图灵仍然继续研究这个问题。1951年，他写道：“你不能让机器为你思考，这是一个普遍接受的观点，通常不加质疑。”本文的目的是质疑这一点。
His seminal 1950 paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, defines one notion of what it means for a machine to be intelligent. Turing imagined an imitation game, now called a Turing test, in which an evaluator engages in a conversation with two entities, one human and one machine. By asking a series of questions communicated via a computer keyboard and screen, the evaluator attempts to tell which one is which. A machine is intelligent if it can evade detection.
他1950年的开创性论文《计算机器与智能》定义了机器具有智能的一种概念。图灵社想了一个模仿游戏，现在称为图灵测试，其中评估者与两个实体进行对话，一个实体是人类，另一个是机器。通过使用计算机键盘和屏幕进行一系列提问，评估者试图判断哪个是人类，哪个是机器。如果机器能够逃避检测，那么它就是智能的。
No machine is currently intelligent according to this definition, but one could turn it into a less categorical ranking of machine intelligence. The better a machine can imitate humans, the more intelligent it is. To make this operational, one can define the notion of human parity at a task, which would be achieved if a machine can perform that task at least as well as humans. Then, the more tasks a machine can reach human parity in, the more intelligent it is.
目前没有机器根据这一定义是智能的，但可以将其转化为对机器智能的较为宽松的排名。机器模仿人类的能力越强，它就越智能。为了使这一概念具体化，可以定义任务的人类水平概念，即如果机器在某项任务上的表现至少与人类一样好，就达到了人类水平。然后，机器达到人类水平的任务越多，它就越智能。
Turing's own thoughts on this subject were subtler. He understood that passing this test might not mean true thinking capacity. I do not wish to give the impression that I think there is no mystery about consciousness. There is, for instance, something of a paradox connected with any attempt to localize it. Despite this reservation, the modern field of AI followed in Turing's footsteps and focused on artificial intelligence, defined as machines acting autonomously, reaching human parity, and subsequently outperforming humans.
图灵对这一主题的思考更为微妙。 他理解通过这项测试并不意味着真正具备思考能力。我并不想给人留下这样的印象，即我认为意识没有神秘之处。例如，任何试图定位意识的尝试都存在某种悖论。尽管有这种保留意见，现代人工智能领域还是沿着图灵的脚步前进，专注于定义为自主行动，达到人类水平，并最终超越人类的人工智能。
Boom and mostly bust.
繁荣与萧条。
Fascination with machine intelligence often leads to exaggeration. The 18th century French innovator Jacques de Vaucanson would have had a well-deserved place in the history of technology for his many innovations, including the design of the first automatic loom and an all-metal cutting slide lathe, which was path-breaking for the early machine tool industry. Yet today he is remembered as a fraudster for his digesting duck, which flapped its wings, ate, drank, and defecated. It was all an illusion, with food and water going into one of the many compartments, which then released already digested food as excrement.
对机器智能的迷恋常常导致夸大其词。18世纪的法国创新者雅克德·沃康松因其众多创新而应在技术史上占有一席之地，包括设计了第一台自动织机和全金属切割滑动车床，这对早期的机床工业具有开创性意义。然而，今天他却被人们记住为一个骗子，因为他制造的消化鸭能够拍打翅膀、进食、饮水和排泄。这其实都是一个骗局，食物和水进入多个隔间中的一个，然后释放出预先消化好的食物作为排泄物。
Soon after de Vaucanson's duck came the Hungarian inventor Wolfgang von Kempelen's mechanical Turk, an automated chess-playing machine, whose name originated from the life-size model sitting on top, dressed in an Ottoman robe and turban. The Turk defeated many notable chess players, including Napoleon Bonaparte and Benjamin Franklin, solved the well-known chess puzzle, where a knight must move around touching each square of the board once and only once, and even responded to questions using a letterboard. Its success, unfortunately, was thanks to an expert chess player concealed inside the structure.
在得沃康松的鸭子之后不久，匈牙利发明家沃尔夫冈·冯·肯佩伦的机械土耳其人问世了。这是一台自动下棋的机器，其名字来源于坐在顶部的真人大小的模型，穿着奥斯曼长袍和头巾。土耳其人击败了许多著名的棋手，包括拿破仑、波拿巴和本杰明·富兰克林，解决了著名的国际象棋谜题，即骑士必须在棋盘上每个格子上只走一次，甚至还能通过字母板回答问题。不幸的是，他的成功归功于隐藏在结构内部的一位国际象棋高手。
Claims that machines would soon replicate human intelligence generated great hype in the 1950s as well. The defining event, the first step in the current AI approach and the origin of the term artificial intelligence, was a 1956 conference at Dartmouth College, funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. Brilliant young scientists working on related topics convened at Dartmouth during the summer. Herbert Simon, a psychologist and an economist who was later awarded the Nobel Prize, captured the optimism when he wrote that machines will be capable, within 20 years, of doing any work a man can do.
机器将很快复制人类智能的说法，在20世纪50年代也引起了巨大的轰动。1956年，在达特茅斯学院举行的一次会议，由洛克菲勒基金会资助，是这一说法的标志性事件，也是当前人工智能方法的第一步和人工智能一词的起源。研究相关课题的年轻科学家们在那个夏天聚集在达特茅斯。后来获得诺贝尔奖的心理学家和经济学家赫伯特·西蒙在谈到这一点时表达了乐观态度。他说，机器将在20年内具备完成任何人类可以完成的工作的能力。
In 1970, Marvin Minsky, co-organizer of the Dartmouth Conference, was still confident when speaking to Life magazine.
1970年，达特茅斯会议的共同组织者马文·明斯基在接受《生活》杂志采访时仍然充满信心。
In from 3 to 8 years, we will have a machine with the general intelligence of an average human being. I mean a machine that will be able to read Shakespeare, grease a car, play office politics, tell a joke, have a fight. At that point, the machine will begin to educate itself with fantastic speed. In a few months, it will be at genius level, and a few months after that, its powers will be incalculable.
在3到8年的时间里，我们将拥有一台具有普通人类一般智能的机器。我的意思是， 这台机器将能够阅读莎士比亚的作品，给汽车上油，玩办公室政治，讲笑话，吵架。到了那时，机器将以惊人的速度开始自我教育。几个月后，它将达到天才水平，再过几个月，它的能力将无法估量。
These hopes of human-level intelligence, sometimes also called artificial general intelligence, AGI, were soon dashed. Tellingly, nothing of great value came from the Dartmouth Conference. As the spectacular promises made by AI researchers were all unmet, funding for the field dried up, and what came to be called the first AI winter set in.
这些关于人类水平智能的希望，有时也称为人工通用智能 AGI， 很快就破灭了。值得注意的是，达特茅斯会议并没有产生任何有价值的东西。随着人工智能研究人员做出的惊人承诺全部落空，该领域的资金枯竭，所谓的第一次人工智能寒冬随之而来。
There was renewed enthusiasm in the early 1980s based on advances in computing technology and some limited success of expert systems, which promised to provide expert-like advice and recommendations. A few successful applications were developed in the context of identifying infectious diseases and some unknown molecules. Soon, claims about artificial intelligence reaching human-level expertise were circulating again, and funding resumed. By the end of the 1980s, a second AI winter was upon the field because the promises were again unfulfilled.
20世纪80年代初，由于计算技术的进步和一些专家系统的有限成功，人们重新燃起了热情。这些专家系统承诺提供类似专家的建议和推荐，在识别传染病和一些未知分子的背景下，开发了一些成功的应用。很快，关于人工智能达到人类水平的专业知识的言论再次流传，资金也随之恢复。到20世纪80年代末，由于承诺再次未能实现，第二次人工智能寒冬降临了该领域。
The third wave of euphoria started in the early 2000s, focusing on what is sometimes called narrow AI, where the objective is to develop mastery in specific tasks, such as identifying an object in pictures, translating text from a different language, or playing a game such as chess or Go. Reaching or surpassing human parity remained the overarching objective.
第三波热潮始于21世纪初，重点是所谓的狭义人工智能，目标是在特定任务上实现精通，例如在图片中识别物体，将文本从一种语言翻译成另一种语言，或玩象棋或围棋等游戏。超越人类水平仍然是总体目标。
This time, rather than mathematical and logic-based approaches intended to replicate human cognition, researchers turned various human tasks into prediction or classification problems. For example, recognizing an image can be conceived as predicting which one of a long list of categories the image belongs to. AI programs can then rely on statistical techniques applied to massive datasets to make increasingly accurate classifications. Social media messages that pass among billions of people are an exemplar of this type of data.
这次，研究人员没有采用旨在复制人类认知的数学和逻辑方法，而是将各种人类任务转化为预测或分类问题。例如，识别图像可以被理解为预测图像属于一个长类别列表中的哪一个。人工智能程序可以依赖应用于大规模数据集的统计技术，以不断提高分类的准确性。在数十亿人之间传递的社交媒体消息是这种类型数据的典型例子。
Take the problem of recognizing whether there is a cat in a picture. The old approach would have required a machine to model the complete decision-making process used by humans to spot cats. The modern approach bypasses the step of modeling, or even understanding how humans make decisions. Instead, it relies on a large data set of humans making correct recognition decisions based on images. It then fits a statistical model to large data sets of image features to predict when humans say that there is a cat in the frame. It subsequently applies the estimated statistical model to new pictures to predict whether there is a cat there or not.
以识别图片中是否有猫的问题为例，旧方法需要机器模拟人类用于识别猫的完整决策过程，现代方法则跳过了建模或理解人类如何做出决策的步骤。相反，它依赖于人类基于图像做出正确识别决策的大型数据集，然后 它将统计模型拟合到大量图像特征数据集上，以预测人类何时会说图中有猫。随后，它将估计的统计模型应用于新图片，以预测图中是否有猫。
Progress was made possible by faster computer processor speed, as well as new graphics processing units, GPUs, originally used to generate high-resolution graphics in video games, which proved to be a powerful tool for data crunching. There have also been major advances in data storage, reducing the cost of storing and accessing massive data sets, and improvements in the ability to perform large amounts of computation distributed across many devices, aided by rapid advances in microprocessors and cloud computing.
进步得益于更快的计算机处理器速度以及新的图形处理单元 GPU 的出现。这些 GPU 最初用于生成视频游戏中的高分辨率图形，后来证明是数据处理的强大工具。数据存储方面也取得了重大进展，降低了存储和访问大量数据集的成本，同时在跨多个设备执行大量计算的能力上也有所改进，这得益于微处理器和云计算的快速发展。
Equally important has been progress in machine learning, especially deep learning, by using multi-layer statistical models, such as neural networks. In traditional statistical analysis, a researcher typically starts with a theory specifying a causal relationship. A hypothesis linking the valuation of the U.S. stock market to interest rates is a simple example of such a causal relationship, and it naturally lends itself to statistical analysis for investigating whether it fits the data and for forecasting future movements. Theory comes from human reasoning and knowledge, often based on synthesis of past insights and some creative thinking, and specifies the set of possible relationships among several variables. Combining this theory with a relevant dataset, researchers fit a line or a curve to a cloud of points in their dataset and make inferences and forecasts on the basis of these estimates. Depending on the success of this first approach, there will be additional human input in the form of a revised theory or a complete change of focus.
同样重要的是机器学习的进步，特别是深度学习，通过使用多层统计模型，如神经网络。在传统的统计分析中，研究者通常从一个指定因果关系的理论开始。将美国股市估值与利率联系起来的假设就是一个简单的因果关系式例，它自然适用于统计分析，以调查其是否符合数据并预测未来的变动。理论来自人类的推理和知识，通常基于过去见解的综合和一些创造性思维，并指定了几个变量之间可能的关系集。结合相关数据集，研究者将一条线或曲线拟合到数据集中的点云，并基于这些估计进行推断和预测。根据这一初步方法的成功与否，将会有额外的人类输入，形式为修订后的理论或完全改变研究重点。
In contrast, in modern AI applications, the inquiry does not start with clear, causal hypotheses. For example, researchers do not specify which characteristics in the digital version of an image are relevant for recognizing it. Multi-layer models, applied to vast amounts of data, attempt to compensate for this lack of prior hypotheses. Each different layer may primarily deal with a different level of abstraction. One layer may represent the edges of the picture and identify its broad outlines, whereas another one may focus on other aspects, such as whether an eye or a paw is present in there. These sophisticated tools notwithstanding, without human-machine collaboration, it is difficult to draw the right inferences from data, and this deficiency motivates the need for ever greater amounts of data and computational power to find patterns.
相比之下，在现代人工智能应用中，研究并不从明确的因果假设开始。例如，研究者不会指定数字图像中的哪些特征对于识别图像相关。多层模型应用于大量数据，试图弥补这种缺乏鲜艳假设的情况。每一层可能主要处理不同层次的抽象，一层可能代表图像的边缘并识别其大致轮廓，而另一层可能关注其他方面，例如是否存在眼睛或爪子。尽管有这些复杂的工具，没有人类与机器的合作，从数据中得出正确的推断仍然很困难。这一缺陷促使需要越来越多的数据和计算能力来发现模式。
Typical machine learning algorithms start by fitting a flexible model to a sample dataset and then making predictions that are applied to a larger dataset. In image recognition, for example, a machine learning algorithm can be trained on a sample of tagged images that may indicate whether the image contains a cat. This first step leads to a model that can make predictions on a much larger data set, and the performance of these predictions fuels the next round of algorithmic improvements.
典型的机器学习算法，首先将一个灵活的模型拟合到一个样本数据集上，然后将这些预测应用到更大的数据集上。例如，在图像识别中，机器学习算法可以被训练在一组标记的图像上，这些图像可能表明图像中是否包含猫。这第一步导致了一个可以对更大数据集进行预测的模型，而这些预测的性能则推动了下一轮算法的改进。
This new AI approach has already had three important implications. First, it has intertwined AI with the use of massive quantities of data. In the words of an AI scientist, Alberto Romero, who became disillusioned with the industry and left it in 2021, if you work in AI, you are most likely collecting data, cleaning data, labeling data, splitting data, training with data, evaluating with data. Data, data, data. All for a model to say, it's a cat. This focus on vast quantities of data is a fundamental consequence of the Turing-inspired emphasis on autonomy.
这种新的 AI 方法已经产生了3个重要的影响。首先，它将 AI 与大量数据的使用紧密联系在一起。正如一位对行业感到失望并在2021年离开的 AI 科学家阿尔贝托·罗梅罗 （Alberto Romero） 所说，如果你在 AI 领域工作，你很可能在收集数据、清理数据、标注数据、分割数据、用数据训练、用数据评估。数据，数据，数据。这一切都是为了让模型说这是一只猫。对大量数据的这种关注是图灵启发的自主性强调的一个基本结果。
Second, this approach has made modern AI appear highly scalable and transferable, and of course, in domains much more interesting and important than recognizing cats. Once the problem of recognizing cats in a picture is solved, we can move on to doing the same for more complex image recognition tasks or to seemingly unrelated problems, such as determining the meaning of sentences in a foreign language. The potential, therefore, is for truly pervasive use of AI in the economy and in our lives, for good but often also for bad.
其次，这种方法使现代 AI 显得高度可扩展和可转移，当然，其应用领域远比识别猫更有趣和重要。一旦解决了图像中识别猫的问题，我们就可以继续解决更复杂的图像识别任务，或者解决看似不相关的问题，例如确定外语句子的意义。因此 ，AI 在经济和我们生活中的应用潜力是真正普遍的，这既可能带来好处，也可能带来坏处。
In the extreme, the aim becomes the development of completely autonomous, general intelligence, which can do everything that humans can do. In the words of DeepMind co-founder and CEO Demis Hassabis, the objective is solving intelligence and then using that to solve everything else. But is this the best way to develop digital technologies? This question typically remains unasked.
在极端情况下，目标是开发完全自主的通用智能，能够做人类能做的一切。用 DeepMind 的联合创始人兼首席执行官德米斯·哈萨比斯的话说，目标是解决智能，然后用它来解决其他一切问题。但这是开发数字技术的最佳方式吗？这个问题通常没有被提出。
Third, and more problematically, this approach has pushed the field even further in the direction of automation. If machines can be autonomous and intelligent, then it is natural for them to take over more tasks from workers. Companies can break down existing jobs into narrower tasks, use AI programs and abundant data to learn from what humans do, and then substitute algorithms for humans in these tasks.
第三，更成问题的是，这种方法进一步推动了自动化的发展。如果机器可以自主和智能，那么它们自然会从工人手中接管更多的任务。公司可以将现有工作分解为更狭窄的任务，利用 AI 程序和大量数据来学习人类的行为，然后用算法取代人类完成这些任务。
An elitist vision boosts this focus on automation. Most humans, according to proponents of this view, are error-prone and not very good at the tasks they perform. As one AI website states, humans are naturally prone to making mistakes. On the other hand, there are some very talented programmers who could design sophisticated algorithms. As Mark Zuckerberg puts it, someone who is exceptional in their role is not just a little better than someone who is pretty good. they are 100 times better. Or in the words of Netscape co-founder Mark Andreessen, 5 great programmers can completely outperform 1,000 mediocre programmers. Based on this worldview, it is desirable to use top-down design of technology by exceptional talent to limit human mistakes and their costs in workplaces. Replacing workers with machines and algorithms then becomes acceptable, and collecting massive amounts of data about people comes to be viewed as tolerable. This approach further justifies reaching human parity, rather than complementing humans, as the criterion for progress and comfortably fits with the emphasis of corporations on cutting labor costs.
一种精英主义的愿景加强了对自动化的关注。根据这一观点的支持者，大多数人类容易出错，不擅长他们所从事的任务。正如一个 AI 网站所说，人类天生容易犯错。另一方面，有一些非常有才华的程序员可以设计复杂的算法。正如马克·扎克伯格所说，在某个角色中表现出色的人，不仅仅是比那些还不错的人稍微好一点，他们要好100倍。或者用网景公司的联合创始人马克·安德森的话说，5个优秀的程序员可以完全胜过1000个平庸的程序员。基于这种世界观，使用顶尖人才自上而下设计技术以减少人类错误及其在工作场所的成本是可取的。用机器和算法取代工人变得可以接受，收集大量关于人们的数据也被视为可以容忍。这种方法进一步证明了达到人类水平，而不是补充人类作为进步的标准，并且与企业削减劳动力成本的强调相契合。
The underappreciated human.
被低估的人类。
Even with displacement and massive data collection, productivity growth from new technologies can sometimes increase demand for workers and boost their earnings. But benefits for workers appear only when new technologies substantially increase productivity. Today, this is a serious concern because AI has so far brought a lot of SOSO automation with limited productivity benefits.
即使在人员流动和大规模数据收集的情况下，新技术有时可以提高生产率，增加对工人的需求，并提高他们的收入。但只有当新技术大幅提高生产率时，工人才能受益。今天，这是一个严重的问题，因为到目前为止，人工智能带来的大多是平庸的自动化，生产率的提升有限。
When productivity increases substantially, this can undo some of the negative effects of automation. For example, by increasing demand for labor in non-automated tasks or stimulating employment in other sectors that expand subsequently. However, if cost reductions and productivity gains are small, these beneficial effects will not take place. SOSO automation is particularly troublesome because it displaces workers but fails to deliver in terms of productivity.
当生产率大幅提高时，这可以抵消自动化的一些负面影响，例如通过增加对非自动化任务的劳动力需求，或刺激随后扩展的其他部门的就业。然而，如果成本降低和生产率提高的幅度很小，这些积极影响就不会发生。平庸的自动化尤其令人担忧，因为它虽然取代了工人，但在生产率方面却未能带来相应的回报。
In the age of AI, there is a fundamental reason for SOSO automation. Humans are good at most of what they do, and AI-based automation is not likely to have impressive results when it simply replaces humans in tasks for which we accumulated relevant skills over centuries. SOSO automation is what we get, for example, when companies rush to install self-checkout kiosks that do not work well and do not improve service quality for customers, or when skilled customer service representatives, IT specialists, or financial advisors are sidelined by AI algorithms, which then perform badly.
在人工智能时代，存在一个自动化效果平平的根本原因。人类在他们所做的大多数事情上都很擅长，而基于人工智能的自动化在仅仅取代人类完成那些我们经过数百年积累相关技能的任务时，不太可能取得令人印象深刻的结果。例如，当公司急于安装那些工作不佳且不会提高客户服务质量的自助结账终端时，或者当熟练的客户服务代表、IT 专家或财务顾问被人工智能算法取代，而这些算法表现不佳时，我们就会得到这种平平的自动化。
Many of the productive tasks performed by humans are a mixture of routine and more complex activities that involve social communication, problem solving, flexibility, and creativity. In such activities, humans draw on tacit knowledge and expertise. Moreover, much of this expertise is highly context-dependent and difficult to transfer to AI algorithms, thus likely to get lost once the relevant tasks are automated.
人类执行的许多生产任务是常规活动和更复杂活动的混合体，这些活动涉及社会沟通、解决问题、灵活性和创造力。在这些活动中，人类依赖于默会知识和专业知识。此外，这种专业知识很大程度上依赖于具体情境，很难转移到人工智能算法中，因此，一旦相关任务被自动化，这些知识很可能会丢失。
To illustrate the importance of accumulated knowledge, take the foraging societies we discussed in Chapter 4. Ethnographic studies show that hunter-gatherers consistently have a remarkable degree of adaptation to local conditions. For instance, cassava, also known as manioc, is a highly nutritious tuber plant originating in the American tropics. It is used for making cassava flour, breads, tapioca, and various alcoholic beverages. The plant is poisonous, however, because it contains two cyanide-producing sugars. If it is eaten raw or cooked without being properly processed, it can cause cyanide intoxication, with severe consequences in extreme cases, including death.
为了说明积累知识的重要性，可以看看我们在第4章讨论的采集社会。民族志研究表明，狩猎采集者对当地条件有着显著的适应性。例如，木薯又称蔓 IOC 是一种营养丰富的块根植物，起源于美洲热带地区。它用于制作木薯粉、面包、珍珠粉圆和各种酒精饮料。然而，这种植物是有毒的，因为它含有2种产生氰化物的糖。如果未经适当处理就生吃或烹饪，可能会导致氰化物中毒，极端情况下会有严重后果，包括死亡。
Indigenous peoples in the Yucatan figured out this problem and developed several practices to remove the poison, including peeling the plant and soaking it for a while before cooking it for a long time, and then disposing of the cooking water. Some Europeans at first did not understand these methods and sometimes interpreted them as primitive, non-scientific traditions, only to find out the perilous costs of not following them.
尤卡坦半岛的原住民解决了这个问题，并开发了多种去除毒素的方法，包括剥皮、浸泡一段时间后再长时间烹煮，最后倒掉烹煮的水。一些欧洲人最初不理解这些方法，有时将其视为原始的、非科学的传统，结果发现不遵循这些方法的代价是危险的。
Human adaptability and ingenuity are no less important in the modern economy, though often ignored by technology-minded elites. There is a strong consensus among city planners and engineers that traffic lights are key to the safe and timely flow of cars. In September 2009, the coastal English town of Portishead turned off the traffic lights at one of its busiest intersections. Against the fears of many experts, drivers started using more common sense and responded adaptively to this new organization. At the end of 4 weeks, traffic flow had improved significantly at the intersection, with no increase in accidents or injuries. Portishead is no outlier. Several other experiments with such naked streets show similar results. There is a debate on the practicality of naked streets in large cities, and the complete lack of traffic lights is unlikely to be workable at the busiest intersections in megacities. Nevertheless, it is hard not to conclude from these experiments that technology, by taking away initiative and judgment from humans, sometimes makes things worse, not better.
人类的适应能力和创造力在现代经济中同样重要，尽管技术导向的精英们常常忽视这一点。城市规划师和工程师普遍认为，交通信号灯是确保汽车安全和及时流动的关键。2009年9月，英国沿海小镇波蒂斯黑德关闭了其最繁忙交叉路口的交通信号灯。尽管许多专家表示担忧，但司机们开始更多地使用常识，并适应这种新的组织方式。4周后，该交叉路口的交通流量显著改善，事故和受伤人数没有增加。波蒂斯黑德并非个例，其他类似的裸街实验也显示了类似的结果。关于大型城市中裸街的实用性存在争议，而在特大城市最繁忙的交叉路口完全取消交通信号灯可能并不可行。然而，从这些实验中很难不得出这样的结论： 技术通过剥夺人类的主动性和判断力，有时会使事情变得更糟，而不是更好。
The same is true when it comes to production tasks. Human intelligence derives its strength from being situational and social. The ability to understand and successfully respond to one's environment, enabling individuals to fluidly adapt to changing conditions. For example, people can be more alert when they are in an unfamiliar environment that provides subtle cues of danger, even while resting or in their sleep. In other environments they perceive as predictable, they can perform tasks faster using learned routines. It is also situational intelligence that helps people respond to changing circumstances more broadly and recognize faces and patterns, using inputs from multiple relevant contexts.
在生产任务方面也是如此。人类的智能源于其情境性和社会性，理解并成功应对环境的能力，使个人能够灵活适应不断变化的条件。例如，当人们处于提供微妙危险信号的不熟悉环境中时，即使在休息或睡眠中也能更加警觉。在他们认为可预测的环境中，他们可以使用已学的常规更快地完成任务。情境智能还帮助人们更广泛地应对变化的情况，识别面孔和模式，利用来自多个相关背景的输入。
Human intelligence is also social in three important ways. First, a lot of the necessary information for successful problem solving and adaptation resides in the community. We acquire it via implicit and explicit communication, for example, by imitating others' behavior. Interpreting this type of external knowledge is a vital part of human cognition and is the basis of the emphasis on the theory of the mind in this area. Theory of the mind is what enables humans to reason about others' mental state, and thus correctly understand their intentions and knowledge.
人类智能在3个方面也是社会性的。首先，成功解决问题和适应所需的大量必要信息存在于社区中。我们通过隐性和显性的交流方式获取这些信息，例如通过模仿他人的行为。解释这种外部知识是人类认知的重要部分，也是该领域强调心智理论的基础。心智理论使人类能够推断他人的心理状态，从而正确理解他们的意图和知识。
Second, our reasoning is based on social communication. We develop arguments and counterarguments in favor of different hypotheses and evaluate our understanding in light of this process. Humans would be terrible decision makers without this social dimension of intelligence. Yes, we make mistakes when placed into lab settings that prevent these aspects of intelligence from being activated, but we avoid some of the same mistakes in more natural settings.
其次，我们的推理基于社会交流，我们在支持不同假设的过程中发展论点和反论点，并根据这一过程评估我们的理解。如果没有智能的社会维度，人类将是非常糟糕的决策者。是的，当我们被置于实验室环境中，这些智能方面无法被激活时，我们会犯错误，但在更自然的环境中，我们避免了同样的错误。
Third, humans gain additional skills and capabilities from the empathy they have for others and the sharing of goals and objectives that this enables.
第三，人类通过对他人的同理心以及由此实现的目标和目的的共享，获得了额外的技能和能力。
The central role of the situational and social dimensions of intelligence is related to the weak relationship between analytic aspects of human cognition, as measured by IQ tests, and various dimensions of success. Even in scientific and technical fields, individuals who are the most successful are those who combine moderately high IQ with social skills and other human capabilities.
情境和社会维度在智力中的核心作用与分析性认知方面，如智商测试所衡量的与成功各个维度之间的弱关系有关。即使在科学和技术领域，最成功的人士也是那些将中等偏高的智商与社交技能和其他人类能力相结合的人。
In most work environments, situational and social intelligence enables not just flexible adaptation to circumstances, but also communication with customers and other employees to improve service quality and reduce mistakes. It is therefore not surprising that despite the spread of AI technologies, many companies are increasingly seeking workers with social, rather than mathematical or technical, skills. At the root of this growing demand for social skills is the reality that neither traditional digital technologies nor AI can perform essential tasks that involve social interaction, adaptation, flexibility, and communication.
在大多数工作环境中，情境和社会治理不仅使人们能够灵活适应各种情况，还能与客户和其他员工沟通，以提高服务质量并减少错误。因此，尽管人工智能技术的普及，许多公司越来越倾向于招聘具有社交技能而非数学或技术技能的员工。对社交技能需求增长的背后现实是，无论是传统的数字技术还是人工智能，都无法完成涉及社交互动、适应性、灵活性和沟通的基本任务。
All the same, ignoring human capabilities can become a self-fulfilling prophecy because automation decisions can gradually reduce the scope for social interaction and human learning. Take customer service again as an example. Well-trained humans can be very effective in dealing with problems, precisely because they form a social bond with the person needing help, for instance, sympathizing with somebody who just had an accident and needs to file a claim. They can quickly understand the nature of their problem, partly because they are communicating with the customer, and come up with solutions that fit the needs on the basis of this communication. These interactions further enable customer service representatives to get better at their job over time.
尽管如此，忽视人类能力可能会成为一个自我实现的预言，因为自动化决策可能会逐渐减少社交互动和人类学习的范围。再次以客户服务为例，训练有素的人类在处理问题时可以非常有效，因为他们能够与需要帮助的人建立社会联系，例如同情刚刚发生事故并需要提交索赔的人。他们能够迅速理解问题的性质，部分原因是他们在与客户沟通，从而根据这种沟通提出符合需求的解决方案。这些互动还使客户服务代表能够随着时间的推移提高他们的工作能力。
Now imagine the situation after the job of customer service is broken into narrower tasks and the front-end ones are assigned to algorithms, which will often fail to fully identify and deal with the complex problems they encounter. Humans are then brought in as troubleshooters after a long series of menus. At this point, the customer is often frustrated, early opportunities for building a social bond have been lost, and the customer service representative does not get the same extent of information from communication, limiting their ability to learn from and adapt to the specific circumstances. This makes the customer service representative less effective and may encourage managers and technologists to seek additional ways of reducing the tasks allocated to them even further.
现在想象一下，当客户服务工作被分解为更细的任务，前端任务被分配给算法时，这些算法通常无法完全识别和处理遇到的复杂问题。然后，人类被引入作为故障排除者，在一系列菜单之后。此时，客户通常会感到沮丧，建立社会联系的早期机会已经丧失，客户服务代表从沟通中获得的信息也减少了，限制了他们根据具体情况学习和适应的能力。这使得客户服务代表的效果降低，并可能促使管理者和技术人员寻求进一步减少分配给他们的任务的方法。
These lessons about human intelligence and adaptability are often ignored in the AI community, which rushes to automate a range of tasks, regardless of the role of human skill.
这些关于人类智能和适应性的教训经常被人工智能社区忽视，他们急于自动化一系列任务，而不考虑人类技能的作用。
The triumph of AI in radiology is much trumpeted. In 2016, Jeffrey Hinton, co-creator of modern deep learning methods, Turing Award winner, and Google scientist, suggested that people should stop training radiologists now. It's just completely obvious that within 5 years deep learning is going to do better than radiologists.
人工智能在放射学领域的胜利被大肆宣扬。2016年，现代深度学习方法的共同创造者、图灵奖得主、谷歌科学家杰弗里·辛顿 （Jeffrey Hinton） 建议，人们现在应该停止培训放射科医生。很明显，5年内深度学习将比放射科医生做得更好。
Nothing of the sort has yet happened, and demand for radiologists has increased since 2016, for a very simple reason. Full radiological diagnosis requires even more situational and social intelligence than, for example, customer service, and it is currently beyond the capabilities of machines. In fact, recent research shows that combining human expertise with new technology tends to be much more effective. For example, state-of-the-art machine learning algorithms can improve the diagnosis of diabetic retinopathy, which results from damage to blood vessels on the retina among diabetic patients. Nevertheless, accuracy increases significantly more when algorithms are used to identify difficult cases, which are then assigned to ophthalmologists for better diagnosis.
迄今为止，这种情况尚未发生。自2016年以来，对放射科医生的需求反而增加了，原因非常简单。全面的放射学诊断需要比客户服务更多的情境和社会智能，目前机器还无法做到这一点。事实上，最近的研究表明，将人类专业知识与新技术结合往往更为有效。例如，最先进的机器学习算法可以改善糖尿病视网膜病变的诊断，这种病变是由糖尿病患者视网膜上的血管受损引起的。然而，当算法用于识别困难病例，然后将这些病例分配给眼科医生进行更准确的诊断时，准确率会显著提高。
The chief technology officer of Google's self-driving car division confidently expected in 2015 that his then 11-year-old son would not need to get a driver's license by the time he turned 16. In 2019, Elon Musk predicted that Tesla would have 1 million fully automated, driverless taxicabs on the streets by the end of 2020. These predictions have not come to pass for the same reason. As the Naked Streets experiment emphasized, driving in busy cities requires a tremendous amount of situational intelligence to adapt to changing circumstances, and even more social intelligence to respond to cues from other drivers and pedestrians.
2015年，谷歌自动驾驶汽车部门的首席技术官自信地预测，他当时11岁的儿子到16岁时将不需要考取驾照。2019年，埃隆·马斯克预测，到2020年底，特斯拉将有100万辆完全自动化的无人驾驶出租车上路。这些预测未能实现的原因是相同的。正如裸街实验所强调的那样，繁忙城市中的驾驶需要大量的情境智能来适应不断变化的情况，以及更多的社会智能来响应其他司机和行人的信号。
General AI illusion.
通用人工智能的幻想。
The apogee of the current AI approach inspired by Turing's ideas is the quest for general, human-level intelligence.
当前受图灵思想启发的 AI 方法的顶峰是追求一般的人类水平智能。
Despite tremendous advances such as GPT-3 and recommendation systems, the current approach to AI is unlikely to soon crack human intelligence or even achieve very high levels of productivity in many of the decision-making tasks humans engage in. Tasks that involve social and situational aspects of human cognition will continue to pose formidable challenges for machine intelligence. Once we look at the details of what has been achieved, the difficulty of translating existing successes to most human tasks becomes clear.
尽管取得了如 GPT-3和推荐系统等巨大进展，但目前的 AI 方法不太可能很快破解人类智能，甚至在许多人类参与的决策任务中实现非常高的生产力。涉及人类认知的社会和情境方面的任务将继续对机器智能构成巨大挑战。一旦我们审视已取得的成就的细节，将现有成功转化为大多数人类任务的难度就变得显而易见。
Take the most vaunted successes of AI, such as the AlphaZero chess program, discussed in Chapter 1. AlphaZero is even argued to be creative because it has come up with moves that human chess masters had not considered or seen. Nevertheless, this is not true intelligence. To start with, AlphaZero is an extremely specialized program and can play only chess and other similar games. Even the simplest tasks beyond chess, such as simple arithmetic or playing games with more social interaction, are beyond AlphaZero's capabilities. Worse, there is no obvious way in which AlphaZero's architecture can be adapted to do many of the simple things humans do, such as drawing analogies, playing games that have less strict rules, or learning a language, which is done masterfully by hundreds of millions of one-year-olds every year.
以 AI 最引以为傲的成功之一，如第一章讨论的 AlphaZero 国际象棋程序为例，有人认为 AlphaZero 是有创造力的，因为他想出了人类国际象棋大师未曾考虑或见过的招数。然而，这并不是真正的情报。首先 ，AlphaZero 是一个极其专业的程序，只能下国际象棋和其他类似的游戏。即使是比国际象棋稍微复杂一点的任务，如简单的算术或参与更多社交互动的游戏，都超出了 AlphaZero 的能力范围。更糟糕的是， 没有明显的方法可以将 AlphaZero 的架构适应于人类所做的许多简单事情，如类比推理、玩规则不那么严格的游戏或学习语言，这些是每年数以亿计的1岁儿童都能熟练完成的任务。
AlphaZero's intelligence within chess is also very specific. Although AlphaZero's chess moves within the rules of the game are impressive, they do not involve the type of creativity that humans regularly engage in, such as drawing analogies across unstructured, disparate environments and coming up with solutions to new and varied problems.
AlphaZero 在国际象棋中的智能也非常具体。尽管 AlphaZero 在游戏规则内的棋步令人印象深刻，但它们并不涉及人类经常进行的那种创造力，例如在非结构化、不同的环境中进行类比，并提出解决新问题和多变问题的方案。
Even GPT-3, though more versatile and impressive than AlphaZero, shows the same limitations. It cannot perform tasks beyond those for which it has been pre-trained and shows no judgment, so conflicting or unusual instructions can stump it. Worse, this technology has no element of the social or situational intelligence of humans. GPT-3 cannot reason about the context in which the tasks it is performing are situated and draw on causal relationships that exist between actions and effects. As a result, it sometimes misunderstands even simple instructions and has little hope of responding adequately to changing or completely new environments.
即使是比 AlphaZero 更多才多艺、更令人印象深刻的 GPT-3，也表现出同样的局限性。它无法执行超出其预训练任务范围的任务，也没有判断力，因此面对冲突或不寻常的指令时会感到困惑。更糟糕的是，这项技术缺乏人类的社会或情境智能。GPT-3 无法对其执行任务的背景进行推理，也无法利用行动与效果之间存在的因果关系。因此，它有时甚至会误解简单的指令，在应对变化或完全新环境时，几乎没有希望做出充分的响应。
Indeed, this discussion illustrates a broader problem. Statistical approaches used for pattern recognition and prediction are ill-suited to capturing the essence of many human skills. To start with, these approaches will have difficulty with the situational nature of intelligence because the exact situation is difficult to define and codify.
实际上，这一讨论揭示了一个更广泛的问题：用于模式识别和预测的统计方法不适合捕捉许多人类技能的本质。首先，这些方法在处理智能的情境性质时会遇到困难，因为确切的情境难以定义和编码。
Another perennial challenge for statistical approaches is overfitting, which is typically defined as using more parameters than justified for fitting some empirical relationship. The concern is that overfitting will make a statistical model account for irrelevant aspects of the data and then lead to inaccurate predictions and conclusions. Statisticians have devised many methods to prevent overfitting, for example, developing algorithms on a different sample than the one in which they are deployed. Nevertheless, overfitting remains a thorn in the side of statistical approaches because it is fundamentally linked to the shortcomings of the current approach to AI. Lack of a theory of the phenomena being modeled.
统计方法面临的另一个长期挑战是过拟合，通常定义为使用了比实际拟合某些经验关系所需更多的参数。过拟合的担忧在于，它会使统计模型考虑数据中的无关方面，从而导致不准确的预测和结论。统计学家已经设计了许多方法来防止过拟合，例如在不同的样本上开发算法，而不是在部署算法的样本上进行。然而，过拟合仍然是统计方法的一个棘手问题，因为它从根本上与当前人工智能方法的缺陷有关，缺乏对所建模现象的理论。
To explain this problem, it is useful to have a broader understanding of the overfitting problem, based on using irrelevant or non-permanent features of an application. Consider the task of distinguishing wolves from huskies. Although humans are excellent at this task, it turns out to be a difficult one for AI. When some algorithms managed to achieve good performance, it was later understood that this was thanks to overfitting. Huskies were recognized from urban backgrounds, such as nice lawns and fire hydrants, and wolves from natural backgrounds, such as snowy mountains. These are irrelevant characteristics in two fundamental senses. First, humans do not rely on these backgrounds for defining or distinguishing the animals. Second, and more troublingly, as the climate warms, wolves' habitats may change, or wolves may need to be identified in different settings. In other words, because the background is not a defining characteristic of wolves, any approach that relies on it will lead to mistaken predictions as the world evolves or the context changes.
为了说明这个问题，有必要对过拟合问题有一个更广泛的理解，即基于应用中的无关或非永久特征。以区分狼和哈士奇的任务为例，尽管人类在这方面非常擅长，但对人工智能来说，这却是一个难题。当一些算法成功实现了良好的性能时，后来发现这是由于过拟合，哈士奇被识别为城市背景，如漂亮的草坪和消防栓，而狼则被识别为自然背景，如雪地山峦。这些特征在两个基本方面是无关的。首先，人类在定义或区分这些动物时，并不依赖这些背景。其次，更令人担忧的是，随着气候变暖，狼的栖息地可能会改变，或者需要在不同的环境中识别狼。换句话说，因为背景不是狼的定义特征，任何依赖于背景的方法都将在世界演变或环境变化时导致错误的预测。
Overfitting is particularly troublesome for machine intelligence because it creates a false sense of success when the machine is in reality performing badly. For instance, a statistical association between two variables, say temperature and GDP per capita across countries, does not necessarily indicate that climate has a sizable impact on economic development. It may simply result from how European colonialism impacted areas with different climatic conditions and in different parts of the globe during a specific historical process. But without the right theory, it is easy to confuse causation and correlation, and machine learning often does this.
过拟合对机器智能尤其麻烦，因为它会给人一种成功的假象，而实际上机器的表现很差。例如，两个变量之间的统计关联，如温度和各国的人均 GDP， 并不一定表明气候对经济发展有重大影响。这可能只是由于欧洲殖民主义在特定历史过程中对不同气候条件和不同地区的不同影响。但如果没有正确的理论，很容易将因果关系和相关性混淆，而机器学习经常这样做。
The overfitting problem becomes much worse when algorithms are dealing with an inherently social situation where humans react to new information. Human responses will mean that the relevant context evolves frequently, or it may change because of the actions they take on the basis of the information that algorithms provide. Let us give an economic illustration. An algorithm may observe the mistakes a person makes when looking for a job, for example, seeking occupations that have few job postings relative to the number of people applying to them, and may try to correct them. Procedures developed against overfitting, such as separating the training and the testing samples, do not remove the relevant overfitting problem. Both samples may be adapted to a particular environment in which there are many unfilled vacancies in the retail sector. But this might change over time precisely because we are dealing with a social situation where humans respond to the available evidence. For instance, as individuals are encouraged by algorithms to apply to them, retail jobs may become oversubscribed and no longer as attractive. Without fully understanding this situational and social aspect of human cognition and how behavior changes dynamically, overfitting will continue to bedevil machine intelligence.
过拟合问题在算法处理本质上具有社会性的情况时变得更加严重，因为人类会对新信息做出反应。人类的反应意味着相关背景会频繁变化，或者由于他们基于算法提供的信息采取的行动而发生变化。让我们以一个经济为例，算法可能会观察到一个人在寻找工作时犯的错误，例如寻找相对于申请人数而言职位发布较少的职业，并试图纠正这些错误。用于防止过拟合的程序，如将训练样本和测试样本分开，并不能消除相关的过拟合问题。两个样本都可能适应一个零售业有许多空缺职位的特定环境。但随着时间的推移，这种情况可能会发生变化，因为我们处理的是一个社会情境，人类会根据可用的证据做出反应。例如，随着算法鼓励个人申请这些职位，零售业的工作可能会变得供过于求，不再那么有吸引力。如果不完全理解这种情境和社会方面的人类认知以及行为如何动态变化，过拟合将继续困扰机器智能。
There are other troubling implications of AI's lack of social intelligence. Although it uses data from a large community of users and thus can embed the social dimension of data, with existing approaches, it does not leverage the fact that human understanding is founded on selective imitation, communication, and argumentation between people. As a result, many automation attempts appear to reduce, rather than increase, flexibility, which well-trained workers can achieve by rapidly and fluidly responding to changing circumstances, often leveraging skills and perspectives they learn from their coworkers.
人工智能缺乏社会智能，还有其他令人担忧的含义。尽管它使用了来自大量用户的数据，因此可以嵌入数据的社会维度，但现有的方法并没有利用人类理解是建立在人际之间的选择性模仿、沟通和论证这一事实。因此，许多自动化尝试似乎减少了灵活性，而不是增加了灵活性。而训练有素的工人可以通过迅速而灵活地应对不断变化的情况来实现这种灵活性。通常他们会利用从同事那里学到的技能和视角。
Of course, these arguments do not rule out the possibility that a completely new approach can crack the problem of AGI in the near future. Yet there is so far no indication that we are close to coming up with such an approach. Nor is this the main area in which AI dollars are being invested. Industry's focus continues to be on extensive data collection and the automation of narrow tasks based on machine learning techniques.
当然，这些论点并不排除一种全新的方法可能在不久的将来解决 AGI 的问题。然而，到目前为止，还没有迹象表明我们接近找到这样的方法。这也不是人工智能投资的主要领域。行业的重点仍然是广泛的数据收集和基于机器学习技术的狭窄任务的自动化。
The economic problem from this business strategy is clear. When humans are not as useless as sometimes presumed and intelligent machines not as intelligent as typically assumed, we get SOSO automation. All the displacement and little of the promised productivity gains. In fact, even the companies themselves do not benefit much from this automation, and some of the AI adoption may be because of hype, as the former AI scientist Alberto Romero, whom we quoted earlier, noted. The marketing power of AI is such that many companies use it without knowing why. Everyone wanted to get on the AI bandwagon.
这种商业策略带来的经济问题显而易见。当人类不像有时假设的那样无用，而智能机器也不像通常认为的那样聪明时，我们得到的是平庸的自动化，所有的人力替代，却几乎没有预期的生产率提升。事实上，即使这些公司本身也没有从这种自动化中获得多少好处，一些人工智能的采用可能是因为炒作。正如我们之前引用的前人工智能科学家阿尔贝托·罗梅罗所指出的，人工智能的营销力量如此之大，以至于许多公司使用它时并不知道为什么。每个人都想登上人工智能的列车。
The modern panopticon.
现代全景监狱。
Another popular use of modern AI illustrates how enthusiasm for autonomous technology, together with massive data collection, has forged a very specific direction for digital technologies, and how it has again caused modest gains for corporations and significant losses for society and workers.
现代人工智能的另一种流行应用展示了对自主技术的热情，加上大规模的数据收集，已经为数字技术塑造了一个非常特定的方向，再次为公司带来了微小的收益，却给社会和工人带来了显著的损失。
The use of digital tools for worker monitoring is nothing new. When the social psychologist and business scholar Shoshana Zuboff interviewed workers experiencing the introduction of digital technologies in the early 1980s, a common refrain was about the intensification of monitoring by management. As one office worker put it, the ETS, Digital Expense Tracking System, has become a vehicle for management to check up on us. They can pick up any changes on a minute-by-minute basis if they want to.
使用数字工具对工人进行监控并不是什么新鲜事。早在1980年代初，社会心理学家和商业学者 Shoshana Zuboff 在采访经历数字技术引入的工人时，一个常见的抱怨就是管理层监控的加强。正如一位办公室工作人员所说 ，ETS 数字费用跟踪系统已经成为管理层检查我们的工具。如果他们愿意，可以随时在分钟级别上发现任何变化。
But earlier efforts pale in comparison to what we see today. Amazon, for example, collects a huge amount of data about its delivery workers and warehouse employees, which are then combined with algorithms for restructuring work in a way that increases throughput and minimizes disruptions.
但早期的努力与我们今天看到的情况相比，显得微不足道。例如，亚马逊收集了大量关于其送货工人和仓库员工的数据，这些数据随后与算法结合，以重组工作方式，提高吞吐量并减少中断。
The company, which is the second largest private sector employer in the United States, pays higher minimum wages than several other retailers, such as Walmart. But there is a fundamental sense in which Amazon jobs are not good jobs. Workers must abide by strict, fast-paced work routines and are continuously monitored to make sure that they are not taking longer or more frequent breaks and are exerting the required effort at all times. Recent news reports reveal that a sizable proportion of workers from many facilities are fired for not meeting these work expectations, and some of these terminations are automatic, based on the data collected, although Amazon disputes that there are automatic terminations. In the words of a labor advocate, one of the things we hear consistently from workers is that they are treated like robots in effect because they're monitored and supervised by these automated systems.
作为美国第二大私营部门雇主，亚马逊支付的最低工资高于沃尔玛等其他几家零售商。但亚马逊的工作在根本上并不是好工作。工人必须遵守严格、快节奏的工作流程，并且持续受到监控，以确保他们不会花更长或更频繁的时间休息，并且在所有时间都付出所需的努力。最近的新闻报道显示，许多设施的相当一部分工人因未能满足这些工作期望而被解雇，其中一些解雇是基于收集的数据自动进行的，尽管亚马逊否认存在自动解雇的情况。一位劳工倡导者说，我们从工人那里听到的一致意见是，他们实际上被当作机器人对待，因为这些自动化系统对他们进行监控和监督。
Jeremy Bentham's panopticon was meant to be a model not only for prisons, but also for early British factories. But 18th and 19th century bosses did not have the technology for constant surveillance. Amazon does. In the words of one New Jersey employee, they basically can see everything you do, and it's all to their benefit. They don't value you as a human being. It's demeaning.
杰里米，边沁的全景监狱不仅是为了监狱设计的模型，也是为了早期的英国工厂。但18世纪和19世纪的老板们没有持续监控的技术，亚马逊有。一位新泽西州的员工说，他们基本上可以监视你做的一切，这都是为了他们的利益。他们不把你当人看，这让人感到屈辱。
These high monitoring environments are not just demeaning, but also dangerous. A recent OSHA report finds that in 2020, Amazon warehouse workers suffered about 6 serious injuries per 200,000 hours worked, nearly twice as high as the average in the warehousing industry, and other studies find even higher injury rates, especially in peak business times such as the Christmas season, periods during which monitoring of workers intensifies. Amazon additionally requires its delivery employees and contractors to download and continuously run a data tracking app called Mentor, which enables closer monitoring. The company recently announced additional AI tools for tracking delivery workers. FedEx and other delivery services also collect a lot of data from their employees and use these for imposing strict scheduling constraints, which explains why many delivery workers are perpetually in a race against time.
这些高监控环境不仅屈辱，而且危险。最近的一份 OSHA 报告发现，2020年，亚马逊仓库工人每工作20万小时就遭受约6起严重伤害，几乎是仓储行业平均水平的2倍。其他研究发现的伤害率甚至更高，尤其是在圣诞节等业务高峰期，工人的监控更加严格。亚马逊还要求其送货员工和承包商下载并持续运行一个名为 Mentor 的数据跟踪应用程序，以便更密切的监控。公司最近宣布了额外的 AI 工具来跟踪送货工人。联邦快递和其他快递服务也从员工那里收集大量数据，并用这些数据来施加严格的调度限制。这解释了为什么许多送货工人总是处于与时间赛跑的状态。
Extensive data collection is now spreading to white-collar occupations, with employers tracking how employees use their time on computers and various communication devices.
广泛的数据收集现在正在扩展到白领职业，雇主们跟踪员工在计算机和各种通信设备上的时间使用情况。
Some amount of monitoring is part of the prerogative of an employer who needs to ensure that workers perform the tasks assigned to them and do not damage or misuse machinery. Traditionally, however, workers used to be motivated not just by monitoring but also by the goodwill that developed between them and their employer because of high wages and the general amenities of the workplace. For instance, an employer or a supervisor could recognize that the worker might not be feeling fully well on a given day and cut them some slack, or, conversely, employees could be willing to work harder than usual when the need arose on an occasional basis. Monitoring enables employers to cut wages and get more work out of the workers. In this way, monitoring is a rent-shifting activity, meaning that it can be used to prevent sharing of productivity gains and to shift rents away from workers without improving their productivity much or at all.
一定程度的监控是雇主的特权，他们需要确保员工完成分配给他们的任务，并且不损坏或滥用机器。然而，传统上，员工的动机不仅来自于监控，还来自于因高工资和工作场所的一般便利设施而与雇主之间形成的善意。例如，雇主或主管可能会意识到员工在某一天可能感觉不太舒服，从而给予他们一些宽容，或者相反，员工在偶尔需要时可能会愿意比平时更努力的工作。监控使雇主能够降低工资，并从员工那里获得更多工作。通过这种方式，监控是一种租金转移活动，意味着它可以用来防止生产力提高的共享，并将租金从员工身上转移出去，而不会显著提高或根本不提高他们的生产力。
Another domain in which AI methods have been deployed for rent shifting is work scheduling. A key source of autonomy for workers is a clear separation between work and leisure time, and predictable scheduling. Take employees at fast food restaurants. If they know that they must come to work at 8 a.m. and leave at 4 p.m., this gives them a high degree of predictability and some amount of autonomy beyond this 8-hour window. But what happens if the manager suddenly finds out that there will be many more customers coming after 4 p.m.? She may have an incentive to reduce this autonomy and order employees to stay past 4 p.m. Can she do that?
人工智能方法被用于租金转移的另一个领域是工作调度。员工自主权的一个重要来源是工作时间和休闲时间之间的明确分离，以及可预测的排班。以快餐店的员工为例，如果他们知道必须在早上8点上班，下午4点下班，这给了他们高度的可预测性和在这8小时之外的一定程度的自主权。但如果经理突然发现4点后会有更多的顾客来呢？他是否有动力减少这种自主权，并命令员工在4点后继续工作？他能做到吗？
The answer depends on countervailing powers, for example, collective agreements preventing such impositions, on goodwill and norms of what is acceptable in workplaces, and on technology, which determines whether companies can predict demand in advance and arrange real-time scheduling.
答案取决于制衡力量，例如，防止此类强加行为的集体协议，工作场所中什么是可接受的善意和规范，以及技术，这决定了公司是否可以提前预测需求并安排实时调度。
Countervailing powers were already absent, especially in the service industry, and goodwill and norms of respect for worker autonomy had long subsided. The remaining barrier, technology, has now been overcome with AI and massive data collection, paving the way to flexible scheduling.
制衡力量已经缺失，尤其是在服务业，对工人自主权的尊重和善意规范早已消失。剩下的障碍及技术，现在也通过人工智能和大规模数据收集被克服，为灵活排班铺平了道路。
Many customer-facing industries have abandoned predictable schedules, such as 8 a.m. 4 p.m. work hours, adopting instead a combination of zero-hour contracts and real-time schedule changes. Zero-hour contracts mean that the company rescinds the commitment that it will employ and pay the worker for regular hours every week. Real-time scheduling, on the other hand, allows companies to call employees on their cell phone the night before asking them to be at work early the following morning or extend their regular hours into longer workdays. It also includes canceling shifts at short notice, which reduces worker income.
许多面向客户的行业已经放弃了可预测的班次，例如上午8点到下午4点的工作时间，转而采用零工合同和实时班次调整的组合。零工合同意味着公司不再承诺每周为员工提供和支付固定的工作时间。 实时排班则允许公司在前一天晚上通过手机联系员工，要求他们在第二天早上早点上班或延长工作时间。它还包括在短时间内取消班次，这会减少员工的收入。
Both are rooted in data crunching and AI technologies, for example, scheduling software offered by tech companies such as Kronos that enable employers to predict the demand they are going to face and then compel the workers to adapt to it. An extreme version of these practices is clopening, the name given to the practice of the same employee closing late one evening and then opening the store early the following morning. This is once again imposed on workers, often at the last moment, as the managers, empowered by AI tools, see it fitting their needs.
这两种做法都根植于数据分析和人工智能技术，例如由 Kronos 等科技公司提供的排班软件。这些软件使雇主能够预测他们将面临的需求，然后迫使员工适应这些需求。这些做法的极端形式是连班，即同一名员工在某个晚上晚班结束后，第二天早上又早班开始。这种安排通常是在最后一刻强加给员工的，因为经理们在人工智能工具的赋能下，认为这符合他们的需求。
There are many parallels between flexible scheduling practices and worker monitoring. The most important is that they are both examples of SOSO technologies. They create little productivity gains, despite substantial costs for workers. With additional monitoring, companies can abandon efforts to build goodwill and cut wages. But this does not increase productivity by much. Workers do not become better at their job because they are being paid less, and in fact may lose motivation and become less productive. With flexible scheduling, companies can increase their revenues a little by having more employees when the demand is high and fewer when the store is less busy. In both cases, the burden on workers is more substantial than the productivity benefits. In the words of a British worker employed with a 0-hour contract, there is no career progression. I've been in the job for 6.5 years. Since then, the role hasn't changed. No promotion. I've got no promotional prospects at all. I asked if I could perhaps go on a course, and I got an absolute no for that one. No matter the costs on workers and the small, ephemeral productivity gains, companies intent on cost-cutting and increasing control over workers are continuing to demand AI technologies, and in response, researchers beholden to the AI illusion are supplying them.
灵活的工作时间安排和员工监控之间有许多相似之处。最重要的一点是，它们都是半吊子技术，尽管对员工造成了巨大的成本，但几乎没有提高生产率。通过增加监控，公司可以放弃建立良好关系的努力并削减工资，但这并不会显著提高生产率。员工不会因为工资减少而变得更好，实际上可能会失去动力，变得不那么高效。通过灵活的工作时间安排，公司可以在需求高时增加员工，在商店不忙时减少员工，从而略微增加收入。在这两种情况下，员工的负担比生产率的提升要大得多。一位与零工合同签订的英国工人说：“没有职业发展，我已经在这个职位上工作了6年半。从那以后，职位没有变化，没有晋升，我完全没有晋升的前景。我问过是否可以参加培训课程，但得到了绝对的拒绝。无论对员工的成本和短暂的生产率提升多么微小，那些一心要削减成本并加强对员工控制的公司仍在继续要求人工智能技术，而受人工智能幻象影响的研究人员则在为他们提供这些技术。”
But is there another way than using digital technologies in the service of ceaseless automation and worker monitoring? The answer is yes. When digital technologies are steered toward helping and complementing humans, the results can be, and have been, much better.
但是，除了使用数字技术进行无休止的自动化和员工监控之外，还有其他方法吗？答案是肯定的。当数字技术被引导用于帮助和补充人类时，结果可以，而且已经变得更好。
A road not taken.
未选择的路。
When interpreting both recent and distant history, there is often a deterministic fallacy. What happened had to happen. Often, this is not accurate. There are many possible paths along which history could have evolved. The same is true for technology. The current approach that dominates the third wave of AI based on massive data harvesting and ceaseless automation is a choice. It is in fact a costly choice, not just because it is following the bias of elites toward automation and surveillance, and damaging the economic livelihood of workers. It is also diverting energy and research away from other, socially more beneficial directions for general-purpose digital technologies. We will next see that paradigms prioritizing machine usefulness have had some remarkable successes in the past when tried and offer many fruitful opportunities for the future.
在解释近现代和远古历史时，常常存在一种决定论的谬误：发生的事情必然会发生。通常，这并不准确。历史可能沿着许多不同的路径发展，技术也是如此。目前主导第三次人工智能浪潮的方法，即基于大规模数据收集和不断自动化的做法，是一种选择。这实际上是一个代价高昂的选择，不仅因为它遵循了精英对自动化和监控的偏见，损害了工人的经济生计，还因为它将精力和研究从其他对社会更有益的通用数字技术方向上转移了出去。接下来我们将看到，过去尝试过的以机器实用性为优先的范式，已经取得了一些显著的成功，并为未来提供了许多富有成果的机会。
Even before the Dartmouth Conference, MIT polymath Norbert Wiener had articulated a different vision, one that positioned machines as complements to humans. Although Wiener did not use the term, MU, machine usefulness, is inspired by his ideas. What we want from machines is not some amorphous notion of intelligence or high-level capabilities, but their use for human objectives. Focusing on MU, rather than AI, is more likely to get us there.
甚至在达特茅斯会议之前，麻省理工学院的多才多艺的诺伯特·维纳就已经阐述了一种不同的愿景，即将机器定位为人类的补充。尽管维纳没有使用这个术语，但机器实用性 MU 是受他的思想启发的。我们希望从机器中获得的不是某种模糊的智能或高级能力，而是它们对人类目标的用途。关注机器实用性 MU， 而不是人工智能 AI， 更有可能实现这一目标。
Wiener identified 3 critical issues that have stymied dreams of autonomous machine intelligence since Turing. First, surpassing and replacing humans is difficult because machines are always imperfect at imitating living organisms. As Wiener put it in a slightly different context, the best material model for a cat is another, or preferably the same cat.
维纳指出了自图灵以来阻碍自主机器智能梦想实现的3个关键问题。首先，超越和取代人类是困难的，因为机器在模仿生物体方面总是不完美的。正如维纳在稍有不同的背景下所说，猫的最佳物质模型是另一只猫，最好是同一只猫。
Second, automation had an immediate negative effect on working people. Let us remember that the automatic machine, whatever we think of any feelings it may have or may not have, is the precise economic equivalent of slave labor. Any labor which competes with slave labor must accept the economic consequences of slave labor.
其次，自动化对工人产生了立竿见影的负面影响，让我们记住，无论我们如何看待自动机是否有感情，它在经济上等同于奴隶劳动。任何与奴隶劳动竞争的劳动都必须接受奴隶劳动的经济后果。
And finally, the drive for automation also meant that scientists and technologists could lose control over the path of technology. It is necessary to realize that human action is a feedback action, means that we adjust what we do based on information about what is happening around us. But when a machine constructed by us is capable of operating on its incoming data at a pace which we cannot keep, we may not know, until it is too late, when to turn it off. None of this was inevitable, however. Machines could be harnessed to the service of humans as a complement to our skills. As Wiener wrote in an article drafted in 1949 for the New York Times, parts of it were published posthumously in 2013. We can be humble and live a good life with the aid of the machines, or we can be arrogant and die.
最后，自动化的发展还意味着科学家和技术人员可能会失去对技术路径的控制。必须认识到，人类的行为是一种反馈行为，意味着我们根据周围发生的信息来调整我们的行为。但是，当由我们构建的机器能够以我们无法跟上的速度处理其输入数据时，我们可能直到为时已晚才意识到何时关闭它。然而，这一切并非不可避免，机器可以被用来为人类服务，作为我们技能的补充。正如维纳在1949年为《纽约时报》起草的一篇文章中所写，部分内容在他去世后于2013年发表。 我们可以谦卑地借助机器过上美好的生活，或者我们可以傲慢地走向灭亡。
Two visionaries picked up Wiener's torch. The first was J.C.R. Licklider, who focused on encouraging others to adopt and develop this approach in productive ways. Originally trained as a psychologist, Licklider subsequently moved into information technology, and he proposed ideas that would become critical for network computers and interactive computing systems. A clear articulation of this vision is contained in his 1960 path-breaking article, Man-Computer Symbiosis. Licklider's analysis is still relevant today, more than 60 years after its publication, especially in his emphasis that, relative to men, computing machines are very fast and very accurate, but they are constrained to perform only one or a few elementary operations at a time. Men are flexible, capable of programming themselves contingently on the basis of newly received information.
两位先驱者继承了维纳的火炬。第一位是 J.C.R. 利克利德，他专注于鼓励他人以富有成效的方式采用和发展这一方法。利克利德最初接受的是心理学训练，后来转向信息技术。他提出了对联网计算机和交互式计算系统至关重要的想法。这一愿景在他的1960年开创性文章《人计算机共生》中得到了明确阐述。利克利德的分析在今天仍然具有相关性，尤其是在他强调相对于人类，计算机非常快且非常准确，但它们一次只能执行一个或几个基本操作。人类则灵活多变，能够根据新接收的信息自我编程。
The second proponent of this alternative vision, Douglas Engelbart, also articulated ideas that are precursors to our notion of machine usefulness. Engelbart strove to make computers more usable and easier to operate for non-programmers, based on his belief that they would be most transformative when they were boosting mankind's capability for coping with complex, urgent problems.
这种替代愿景的第二位倡导者道格拉斯·恩格尔巴特 （Douglas Engelbart） 也阐述了我们对机器有用性的概念的先驱思想。恩格尔巴特努力使计算机对非程序员来说更易用、更易于操作。基于他相信，当计算机能够增强人类应对复杂、紧迫问题的能力时，它们将最具变革性。
Engelbart's most important innovations were revealed in spectacular fashion in a show that was later christened as the mother of all demos. At a conference organized by the Association for Computer Machinery, jointly with the Institute for Electrical and Electronics Engineers on December 9, 1968, Engelbart introduced the prototypical computer mouse. This contraption, consisting of a big roller, a wooden carved frame, and a single button, looked nothing like the computer mouse we are used to today, but with wires sticking from its back, it did look enough like a rodent to get the name. It transformed what most users could do with computers at one fell swoop. It was also the innovation that propelled Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak's Macintosh computers ahead of PCs and operating systems based on Microsoft. Other Engelbart innovations, some of them also showcased at the mother of all demos, include hypertext, which now powers the internet, bitmap screens, which made various other interfaces feasible, and early forms of the graphical user interface. Engelbart's ideas continued to generate several other advances, especially under the auspices of the Xerox company, and many of these ideas were again critical for Macintosh and other computers.
恩格尔巴特最重要的创新，以一种壮观的方式，在后来被称为所有演示之母的展示中揭示。1968年12月9日，在由计算机协会与电气和电子工程师协会联合组织的会议上，恩格尔巴特介绍了原型计算机鼠标。这个装置由一个大滚轮、一个木质框架和一个按钮组成，看起来与我们今天习惯的计算机鼠标大不相同，但其背部伸出的电线让它看起来像一只啮齿动物，因此得名。它彻底改变了大多数用户可以使用计算机的方式。它也是推动史蒂夫·乔布斯和史蒂夫·沃兹尼亚克的麦金塔电脑超越基于微软的个人电脑和操作系统的创新。恩格尔巴特的其他创新，其中一些也在所有演示之母中展示，包括超文本、现在驱动互联网、位图屏幕，使其他各种界面成为可能，和早期的图形用户界面形式。恩格尔巴特的思想继续产生了许多其他进展，特别是在施乐公司的支持下，其中许多思想再次对麦金塔和其他计算机至关重要。
Wiener, Licklider, and Engelbart's alternative vision laid the foundations of some of the most fruitful developments in digital technology, even if today this vision is overshadowed by the AI illusion. To understand these achievements, and why they have not received as much attention as the successes of the dominant paradigm, we first need to discuss how MU works in practice.
维纳、利克利德和恩格尔巴特的替代愿景奠定了数字技术中一些最富有成果发展的基础，即使今天这一愿景被人工智能的幻想所掩盖。要理解这些成就，以及为什么他们没有像主导范式的成功那样受到广泛关注，我们首先需要讨论 MU 在实践中是如何运作的。
Machine usefulness in action.
机器的实际应用。
We can distinguish four related but distinct ways in which digital technologies can be steered in the direction of MU, helping and empowering humans.
我们可以区分出4种相关但不同的方式，通过这些方式可以将数字技术引导到 MU 机器有用性的方向，帮助和增强人类的能力。
First, machines and algorithms can increase worker productivity in tasks they are already performing. When a skilled artisan is given a better chisel or an architect has access to computer-aided design software, their productivity can increase significantly. Such productivity increases need not just come from new tools, and can also be accomplished by improving machine design. This is the aspiration of the fields known as human-computer interaction and human-centered design. These approaches recognize that all machines, and in particular computers, need to have certain features to be most productively used by people, and they prioritize designing new technologies that increase human convenience and usability. When successful, as was Engelbart's mouse and graphic user interface, new digital technologies can be what Steve Jobs referred to as a bicycle for our minds and expand human skills. Because this approach puts machine capabilities at the service of people, it tends to complement human intelligence.
首先，机器和算法可以提高工人在他们已经执行的任务中的生产率。当一位熟练的手工艺人获得了一把更好的凿子，或者一位建筑师可以使用计算机辅助设计软件时，他们的生产率可以显著提高。这种生产率的提高不仅来自新工具，还可以通过改进机器设计来实现。这是人机交互和以人为中心的设计领域所追求的目标。这些方法认识到，所有机器，尤其是计算机，需要具备某些特性才能被人们最有效地使用。他们优先设计能够提高人类便利性和可用性的新技术。当这些方法成功时，就像恩格尔巴特的鼠标和图形用户界面一样，新的数字技术可以成为史蒂夫·乔布斯所说的我们思维的自行车，扩展人类的技能。由于这种方法将机器能力服务于人，因此往往能够补充人类的智能。
Although this approach has already generated notable benefits, much more can be done. Virtual and augmented reality tools hold tremendous promise to increase human capabilities in tasks such as planning, design, inspection, and training. But applications can go beyond technical and engineering jobs.
尽管这种方法已经产生了显著的效益，但还有更多的工作可以做。虚拟现实和增强现实工具在规划、设计、检查和培训等任务中提高人类能力方面具有巨大的潜力。但这些应用不仅限于技术和工程工作。
The current consensus in the technology and engineering community is summarized by Kai-Fu Lee. Robots and AI will take over the manufacturing, delivery, design, and marketing of most goods. Such claims notwithstanding, as we saw in Chapter 8, efforts to deploy new software tools have been an important source of productivity growth in the context of the German Industry 4.0 program, which has enabled greater flexibility in the face of changing circumstances or demands.
当前技术界和工程界的共识可以总结为李开复的观点：机器人和人工智能将接管大多数商品的制造、配送、设计和营销。尽管有这种说法，正如我们在第8章中所见，部署新软件工具的努力已成为德国工业 4.0 计划中生产力增长的重要来源。该计划使企业在面对变化的情况或需求时具有更大的灵活性。
This potential is even better illustrated by Japanese manufacturing, where many companies have prioritized flexibility and worker participation in decision-making, even as advanced and sometimes automated machinery has been introduced. This approach was pioneered by W. Edwards Deming, another engineer following the same vision as Wiener, Licklider, and Engelbart. Deming was instrumental in setting up a quality-centered, flexible production approach in Japanese manufacturing. In return, he received the highest honors in Japan, and the Deming Prize has been established in his name. Augmented and virtual reality currently provides many new avenues for this type of human-machine collaboration, including improved capabilities for precision work by humans, more adaptive designs, and greater flexibility in responding to changing circumstances.
这种潜力在日本制造业中表现得更为明显。许多公司在引入先进且有时是自动化的机器的同时，优先考虑灵活性和员工在决策中的参与。这种方法是由 W. 爱德华兹·戴明开创的，他与维纳·利克莱德和恩格尔巴特有着相同的愿景。戴明在日本制造业中建立了以质量为中心的灵活生产方法，为此他获得了日本的最高荣誉，以他的名字设立了戴明奖。目前，增强现实和虚拟现实为这种类型的人机协作提供了许多新的途径，包括提高人类在精密工作中的能力、更适应性的设计，以及在应对变化情况时更大的灵活性。
The second type of MU is even more important and was our focus in Chapters 7 and 8. The creation of new tasks for workers. These tasks were critical for expanding the demand for both skilled and unskilled workers, even as manufacturers such as Ford automated parts of the production process, reorganized work, and transitioned to mass production. Digital technologies have also created various new technical and design tasks over the last half-century, even if most companies have prioritized digital automation. Augmented and virtual reality can also generate more new tasks in the future. Education and healthcare provide a vivid illustration of how algorithmic advances can introduce new tasks. More than 4 decades ago, Isaac Asimov noted the problem of our current system of education. Today, what people call learning is forced on you. Everyone is forced to learn the same thing on the same day at the same speed in class. But everyone is different. For some, class goes too fast, for some too slow, for some in the wrong direction. When Asimov wrote these words, his proposal for personalized teaching was purely aspirational. Short of one-on-one teaching for all students, there was little possibility for such personalization. Today, we have the tools for making personalization a reality in many classrooms. Indeed, it should be possible to reconfigure existing digital technologies for this purpose. The same statistical techniques used for task automation can also be used for identifying in real-time groups of students who have difficulties with similar problems, as well as students who can be exposed to more advanced material. The relevant content can then be adjusted for small groups of students. Evidence from the field of education research indicates that such personalization has considerable return and is most useful where exactly society has the greatest need. Improving the cognitive and social skills of students from low socioeconomic backgrounds.
第二种 MU 类型更为重要，也是我们在第7章和第8章的重点，为工人创造新的任务。这些任务对于扩大对熟练和非熟练工人的需求至关重要。即使像福特这样的制造商在生产过程中自动化了一部分工作，重组了工作，并转向了大规模生产。在过去半个世纪中，数字技术也创造了各种新的技术和设计任务，尽管大多数公司优先考虑数字自动化。增强现实和虚拟现实也可以在未来生成更多新的任务。教育和医疗保健生动地展示了算法进步如何引入新的任务。40多年前，艾萨克·阿西莫夫指出了当前教育系统的问题。今天，人们所说的学习是被迫的。每个人在同一天以相同的速度在课堂上被迫学习相同的内容，但每个人都是不同的。对一些人来说，课堂进度太快；对一些人来说太慢；对一些人来说方向不对。当阿西莫夫写下这些话时，他提出的个性化教学建议纯粹是理想化的。除了为所有学生提供1对1教学外，几乎没有可能实现这种个性化。今天，我们有了在许多教室中实现个性化的工具。事实上，应该可以重新配置现有的数字技术以实现这一目的。用于任务自动化的相同统计技术也可以用于实时识别在类似问题上遇到困难的学生群体，以及可以接触更高级材料的学生，然后可以为小群体学生调整相关内容。教育研究领域的证据表明，这种个性化具有相当大的回报，尤其是在社会最需要的地方，提高来自低社会经济背景的学生的认知和社会技能。
The situation in healthcare is similar. The right type of MU can significantly empower nurses and other healthcare professionals, and this would be most useful in primary health, prevention, and low-tech medical applications.
医疗保健领域的情况也类似，正确的 MU 类型可以显著增强护士和其他医疗专业人员的能力，这在初级保健、预防和低技术医疗应用中最为有用。
The third contribution of machines to human capabilities may be even more relevant in the near future. Decision-making is almost always constrained by accurate information, and even human creativity relies on accessing accurate information in a timely fashion. Most creative tasks require drawing analogies, finding new combinations of existing methods and designs. People doing this work then come up with previously untried schemes that are confronted with evidence and reasoning, and are subsequently further refined. All these human tasks can be helped by accurate filtering and the provision of useful information.
机器对人类能力的第三项贡献可能在近期更为相关。决策几乎总是受到准确信息的限制，即使人类的创造力也依赖于及时获取准确信息。大多数创造性的任务需要进行类比，找到现有方法和设计的新组合。从事这项工作的人们会提出以前未尝试过的方案，这些方案将面对证据和推理，并进一步完善。所有这些人类任务都可以通过准确的过滤和提供有用信息来得到帮助。
The World Wide Web, often associated with the British computer scientist Tim Berners-Lee, is a quintessential example of this type of aid to human cognition. By the late 1980s, the Internet, the global network of computers communicating with one another, had been around for about 2 decades, but there was no easy way of accessing the trove of information that existed in this network. Berners-Lee, together with Belgian computer scientist Robert Cailliau, extended Engelbart's hypertext idea and introduced hyperlinks to allow information on one site to be linked to the relevant information on other parts of the Internet. The two scientists wrote the first web browser to retrieve this information and named it the World Wide Web, or simply the web. The web is a milestone in human-machine complementarity. It enables people to access information and wisdom that other humans have produced to a degree essentially unparalleled in the past.
万维网通常与英国计算机科学家蒂姆·伯纳斯里联系在一起，是这种人类认知辅助工具的典型例子。到20世纪80年代末，互联网及全球计算机相互通信的网络已经存在了大约20年，但没有一种简单的方法可以访问这个网络中存在的大量信息。伯纳斯里与比利时计算机科学家罗伯特·卡利奥一起扩展了恩格尔巴特的超文本概念，引入了超链接，使一个站点上的信息可以链接到互联网其他部分的相关信息。两位科学家编写了第一个网络浏览器来检索这些信息，并将其命名为万维网或简称 Web。万维网是人机互补的一个里程碑，它使人们能够访问其他人类产生的信息和智慧，这种程度在历史上几乎是前所未有的。
MU can enable many more applications that provide better information to people in their capacities as workers, consumers, and citizens. Recommendation systems, at their best, have this ability. They can aggregate masses of information from others and present relevant aspects to users to aid in their decision-making.
多用途计算 MU 可以支持许多提供更好信息的应用程序，这些信息可以帮助人们在作为工人、消费者和公民的角色中做出决策。推荐系统在最佳状态下具有这种能力，它们可以汇总来自其他人的大量信息，并向用户呈现相关方面，以辅助他们的决策。
The fourth category, based on the use of digital technologies to create new platforms and markets, may turn out to be the most important application of the Wiener-Licklider-Engelbart vision. Economic productivity is inseparable from cooperation and trading. Bringing together people with different skills and endowments has always been a major aspect of economic dynamism and can be powerfully expanded by digital technologies.
第四类，基于使用数字技术创建新平台和市场的应用，可能是维纳·利克利德·恩格尔巴特愿景的最重要应用。经济生产力与合作和交易密不可分，将具有不同技能和资源的人聚集在一起，一直是经济活力的一个重要方面，可以通过数字技术得到有力的扩展。
A brilliant illustration of this phenomenon is provided by the fishing industry in the southern Indian state of Kerala. which was revolutionized by the use of mobile phones. In some local beach markets in Kerala, fishermen would come in with a good catch of fish but would encounter insufficient demand, driving the price to zero and leaving a lot of the fish to rot. A few kilometers away, a different beach market would have few fish for sale and many buyers, leading to high prices, unmet demand, and widespread inefficiencies. Beginning in 1997, mobile phone service was introduced throughout Kerala. Fishermen and wholesalers started using mobile phones to acquire information about the distribution of supply and demand across beach markets. Subsequently, price dispersion and fish wastage dropped sharply. The basic economics of this story is clear. Communication technology enabled the creation of a unified fish market, and a careful study of this episode documents that both fishermen and consumers benefited significantly.
这一现象的一个典型例证是印度南部喀拉拉邦的渔业。该行业因移动电话的使用而发生了革命性的变化。在喀拉拉邦的一些当地海滩市场上，渔民捕获了大量鱼类，但遇到了需求不足的问题，导致价格跌至零，许多鱼类腐烂。而在几公里外的另一个海滩市场上，鱼类供应不足，买家众多，导致价格高昂，需求未得到满足，市场效率低下。从1997年开始，移动电话服务在喀拉拉邦全面推广。渔民和批发商开始使用移动电话获取各海滩市场供需分布的信息。随后，价格差异和鱼类浪费显著下降。这个故事的基本经济学原理是明确的，通信技术促进了统一鱼类市场的形成。对这一事件的仔细研究表明，渔民和消费者都从中显著受益。
Opportunities for new connections and market creation are potentially greater with digital technologies, and some platforms have already made use of them. An inspiring example is the mobile currency and money transfer system M-Pesa, which was introduced in Kenya in 2007 and provides cheap and fast banking services using mobile phones. This system spread to 65% of the Kenyan population 2 years after its introduction and has since been adopted by several other developing countries. It is estimated to have generated broad-based benefits to these economies. As another example, Airbnb has created a new market where people can rent accommodations, expanding choice for consumers and generating competition with hotel chains.
数字技术为新的连接和市场创造提供了更大的机会，一些平台已经利用了这些技术。一个鼓舞人心的例子是2007年在肯尼亚推出的移动货币和转账系统 M-Pesa， 该系统使用移动电话提供廉价且快速的银行服务。该系统在推出2年后，覆盖了肯尼亚65%的人口，并已被其他几个发展中国家采用。据估计，该系统为这些经济体带来了广泛的益处。另一个例子是 Airbnb， 它创造了一个新的市场，人们可以在此出租住宿，扩大了消费者的选择，并与酒店连锁产生了竞争。
Even in areas such as translation where AI-based automation has been quite successful, there are complementary alternatives based on the creation of new platforms. For example, rather than just relying on fully automated and often low-quality translation, one could also build platforms that bring together people needing higher quality language service and qualified multilingual people around the world.
即使在人工智能自动化已经相当成功的翻译领域，也有基于新平台创建的互补替代方案。例如，除了依赖完全自动化且通常质量较低的翻译外，还可以建立平台，将需要高质量语言服务的人和全球范围内的合格多语言人士联系起来。
New platforms need not be confined to those specializing in monetary transactions. Decentralized digital structures can be used to build platforms for broader forms of collaboration, sharing of expertise, and collective action, as we will discuss in Chapter 11.
新平台不必局限于专门从事货币交易的平台。去中心化的数字结构可以用于构建更广泛形式的合作、专业知识共享和集体行动的平台，我们将在第11章中讨论。
The successes of MU we have mentioned are among the most productive applications of digital technologies and have paved the way to myriad other innovations. Nevertheless, they are, overall, marginal to the current direction of AI. For 2016, McKinsey Global Institute estimated that $20.30 billion out of the total global AI spending of $26.39 billion comes from a handful of big tech companies in the United States and China. Unfortunately, as far as we can tell, Most of this spending appears to go toward massive data collection that is targeted at automation and surveillance.
我们提到的 MU 的成功案例是数字技术最富有成效的应用之一，为众多其他创新铺平了道路。然而，总体而言，他们对当前人工智能的发展方向影响有限。2016年，麦肯锡全球研究所估计，全球人工智能支出总额为260亿至390亿美元，其中200亿至300亿美元来自美国和中国的一小部分大型科技公司。不幸的是，据我们所知，这些支出中的大部分似乎用于大规模数据收集，目标是自动化和监控。
So why are tech companies not developing tools that help humans and at the same time boost productivity? There are several reasons for this, all of them informative about the broader forces we are confronted with. Consider the teaching example and recall that new tasks, as in this example, are useful in part because they increase productivity by generating meaningful and high-paying jobs for humans, in this instance, for teachers. Yet new teaching tasks imply greater costs for schools already strapped for cash. Most public schools, like other modern organizations, have to focus on containing labor costs and may struggle to hire additional teachers. Consequently, new algorithms for automated grading or automated teaching could appear more attractive to them.
那么，为什么科技公司不开发既能帮助人类又能提高生产率的工具呢？原因有多个，这些原因都揭示了我们所面临的更广泛的力量。以教学为例，回想一下，新任务如本例中的任务，部分是因为他们通过为人类创造有意义且高薪的工作，在这种情况下是教师的工作来提高生产率。然而，新的教学任务意味着对已经资金紧张的学校来说成本更高。大多数公立学校像其他现代组织一样，必须专注于控制劳动力成本，可能难以雇佣更多的教师。因此，自动评分或自动教学的新算法对他们来说可能更具吸引力。
The same is true in healthcare. Despite the $4 trillion that the United States spends on healthcare, hospitals also face budget pressure, and a shortage of nurses became painfully evident during the COVID-19 pandemic. New technologies that increase nurses' capabilities and responsibilities would mean hiring more nurses for higher quality healthcare. This observation reiterates a key point. Human complementary machines are not attractive to organizations when they are intent on cost cutting.
在医疗保健领域也是如此。尽管美国在医疗保健上花费了4万亿美元，医院仍然面临预算压力。COVID-19 大流行期间，护士短缺的问题变得尤为明显。能够提高护士能力和职责的新技术，意味着需要雇佣更多的护士，以提供更高品质的医疗保健。这一观察结果重申了一个关键点：当组织致力于削减成本时，与人类互补的机器并不吸引他们。
Another challenge is that new platforms and methods of aggregating and providing information to users also open up possibilities for novel exploitative uses. The World Wide Web, for instance, has become as much a platform for digital advertisement and propagation of misinformation as a source of useful information for people. Recommendation systems are often used for steering customers to specific products, depending on the platform's financial incentives. Digital tools can provide information to managers not just for better decision-making, but also for the better monitoring of workers. Some of the AI-powered recommendation systems have incorporated and re-intensified existing biases, for example, toward race in hiring or toward race in the justice system. Platforms for ride-sharing and delivery have imposed exploitative arrangements on workers lacking protection or job security. Hence, the way in which even the most promising applications of human-machine complementarity are used is still dependent on market incentives, the vision and priorities of tech leaders, and countervailing powers.
另一个挑战是，新的平台和向用户聚合及提供信息的方法也开辟了新的剥削途径。例如，万维网不仅成为人们获取有用信息的来源，也成为数字广告和传播虚假信息的平台。推荐系统通常根据平台的财务激励，将客户引导至特定产品。数字工具不仅为管理者提供更好的决策信息，还用于更有效地监控员工。一些由 AI 驱动的推荐系统已经纳入并加剧了现有的偏见，例如在招聘中对种族的偏见，或在司法系统中对种族的偏见。 共享出行和配送平台对缺乏保护或工作保障的工人施加了剥削性的安排。因此，即使是最有前景的人机互补应用的使用方式，仍然取决于市场激励、技术领导者的愿景和优先事项以及制衡力量。
Besides, there is an equally insurmountable barrier to human-machine complementarity. Under the shadow of the Turing test and the AI illusion, top researchers in the field are motivated to reach human parity, and the field tends to value and respect such achievements ahead of MU. This then biases innovation toward finding ways of taking tasks away from workers and allocating them to AI programs. This problem is, of course, amplified by financial incentives coming from large organizations intent on cost-cutting by using algorithms.
此外，人机互补还存在一个同样难以克服的障碍。在图灵测试和 AI 幻觉的阴影下，该领域的顶级研究人员被激励达到人类水平，该领域倾向于重视和尊重这些成就，而忽视了 MU。这导致创新偏向于寻找从工人手中接管任务并分配给 AI 程序的方法。当然，这个问题因来自大型组织的财务激励而加剧，这些组织意图通过使用算法来削减成本。
Mother of all inappropriate technologies.
所有不适当技术之母。
It is not only workers and citizens in the industrialized world who will pay the price for the AI illusion.
为人工智能的幻象买单的不仅仅是工业化世界的工人和公民。
Despite economic growth in many poor nations over the last 5 decades, more than 3 billion people in the developing world still live on less than $6 per day, making it difficult for them to achieve 3 square meals each day, together with money for housing, clothing, and healthcare. Many pin their hopes on technology to alleviate this poverty. New technologies, introduced and perfected in Europe, the United States, or China, can be transferred to and adopted by developing nations and power their economic growth. International trade and globalization are also argued to be critical ingredients in this process, for low-income nations can export the products they produce with advanced technologies.
尽管过去50年来，许多较贫穷国家的经济有所增长，但发展中国家仍有超过30亿人每天的生活费不足$6，这使得他们很难每天吃上3顿饭，同时还有钱用于住房、衣物和医疗保健。许多人寄希望于技术来缓解这种贫困。在欧洲、美国或中国引入和完善的新技术可以转移到发展中国家，并推动其经济增长。国际贸易和全球化也被认为是这一过程中的关键因素，因为低收入国家可以利用先进技术生产的产品进行出口。
Success stories of very rapid economic growth, including South Korea, Taiwan, Mauritius, and more recently China, seem to bear this out. Each country achieved per capita average growth rates of over 5% a year for periods of more than 30 years. In all these cases, industrial technologies played a major role in growth, as did exports to world markets.
包括韩国、台湾、毛里求斯以及最近的中国在内的快速经济增长的成功故事似乎证明了这一点。每个国家在超过30年的时间里实现了人均年增长率超过 5%。在所有这些案例中，工业技术在增长中发挥了重要作用，出口到世界市场也是如此。
But how and whether developing countries benefited from technology imports is more nuanced than typically presumed. A few economists, such as Francis Stewart, realized in the 1970s that technology imports may not work, and in fact may make things worse in terms of inequality and poverty because the West's technologies are often inappropriate for the needs of developing nations. African agriculture illustrates the problem. High and middle-income countries account for almost all the research spending on agricultural technologies, and a significant fraction has been targeted at the most perennial problem of agriculture: crop pests and pathogens, which are estimated to destroy perhaps as much as 40% of the world's agricultural output. For example, the European maize borer, which affects corn in Western Europe and North America, has received a lot of attention, and resistant strains of crops have been developed, including more than 5,000 biotech patents and various genetically modified varieties. The same is true for the Western corn rootworm, also affecting corn in the United States and parts of Western Europe, and the cotton bollworm, once a key threat against U.S. cotton.
但是，发展中国家从技术进口中受益的方式和程度比通常认为的要复杂得多。一些经济学家，如弗朗西斯·斯图尔特， 在20世纪70年代意识到技术进口可能不起作用，实际上可能会加剧不平等和贫困，因为西方的技术往往不适合发展中国家的需求。非洲农业就说明了这个问题。高收入和中等收入国家几乎承担了所有农业技术研究的支出，其中相当一部分针对农业最持久的问题——作物害虫和病原体。据估计，这些害虫和病原体可能破坏全球40%的农业产出。例如，欧洲玉米名影响了西欧和北美的玉米受到了大量关注，已经开发出了抗虫作物，包括超过5000项生物技术专利和各种转基因品种。同样，美国玉米根虫也影响了美国和西欧部分地区，以及曾经对美国棉花构成主要威胁的棉铃虫。
But these crops and chemicals are not very useful for African and South Asian agriculture, which faces different pests and pathogens. The African maize stalk borer, which afflicts the same crops in Africa, and the desert locust, which ravages almost all crops in Africa and much of South Asia, are phenomenal barriers to agricultural productivity in these regions. But these have received much less attention, very few patents, and no genetically modified varieties. The overall amount of research dollars and new innovations targeted at the problems of the low-income developing world have been pitiful in general. Estimates suggest that global agricultural productivity could be increased by as much as 42% if biotech research effort was redirected away from Western pests and pathogens toward those afflicting the developing world.
但是，这些作物和化学品对非洲和南亚农业帮助不大，这些地区面临不同的害虫和病原体。非洲玉米名影响非洲的相同作物，沙漠蝗虫则几乎摧毁了非洲和南亚的大部分作物。这些害虫是这些地区农业生产力的巨大障碍。但这些问题受到的关注较少，很少有专利和没有转基因品种。总体而言，针对低收入发展中国家问题的研究资金和新创新的数量普遍较少。据估计，如果生物技术研究努力从西方的害虫和病原体转向影响发展中国家的害虫和病原体，全球农业生产力可以提高多达42%。
New crops and agricultural chemicals targeted predominantly to Western agriculture are an example of inappropriate technology. Stewart's emphasis was not so much on pests and pathogens, but on how capital-intensive new production methods were. For instance, complex industrial machinery in manufacturing and combined harvesters in agriculture may be mismatched to the needs of the developing world, where capital is scarce in creating jobs, good jobs, for their population during the growth process is a major imperative.
针对西方农业的新作物和农业化学品是不适当技术的一个例子。斯图尔特的重点不在于害虫和病原体，而是这些新的生产方法对资本的依赖程度。例如，制造业中的复杂工业机械和农业中的联合收割机可能与发展中国家的需求不匹配。这些国家资本稀缺，创造就业机会，尤其是优质就业机会，是其增长过程中的主要任务。
Such mismatches are costly for economic development. Developing nations may end up not using new technologies because they are ill-suited to their needs or are too capital-intensive. Indeed, crop varieties developed in the United States are rarely exported to poorer nations, unless they happen to have a very similar climate and pathogens. Even when new technologies developed in advanced economies are introduced in the developing world, the benefits are often limited because the receiving countries may lack the highly skilled labor required to maintain and operate the latest machines. Additionally, technologies imported from the rich world tend to create a dual structure, with a highly capital and skill-intensive sector paying decent wages alongside a much larger sector with few good jobs. In sum, inappropriate technologies fail to reduce world poverty and may instead increase inequality both between the West and the rest, and within developing nations.
这种不匹配对经济发展来说代价高昂。发展中国家可能因为这些新技术不适合其需求或过于资本密集而最终不使用它们。事实上，美国开发的作物品种很少出口到较贫穷的国家，除非这些国家恰好有非常相似的气候和病原体。即使先进经济体开发的新技术被引入发展中国家，由于接收国可能缺乏维护和操作最新机器所需的高技能劳动力，这些技术的好处往往有限。此外，从富裕世界进口的技术往往会形成双重结构， 即一个高度资本和技能密集型的部门支付体面的工资，而另一个规模更大的部门则几乎没有优质工作。总之，不适当的技术未能减少世界贫困，反而可能增加西方与世界其他地区之间以及发展中国家内部的不平等。
Many in the developing world were already aware of these imperatives. Some of the most transformative innovations of the 20th century were developed in what is now referred to as the Green Revolution, which was spearheaded by researchers in Mexico, the Philippines, and India. New rice varieties invented in the West were not suitable to the soil and climatic conditions in these countries. A breakthrough came in 1966 with the breeding of a new hybrid rice variety, IR8 rice, which rapidly doubled rice production in the Philippines. IR8 and related cultivars developed in collaboration with Indian research institutes were soon being adopted in India as well and revolutionized that country's agriculture, in some places increasing yields by as much as tenfold. International funding from the Rockefeller Foundation and the leadership of scientists, especially the agronomist Norman Borlaug, who was later awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for saving more than 1 billion people from starvation, were instrumental as well.
发展中国家的许多人已经意识到这些紧迫性。20世纪最具变革性的创新之一是所谓的绿色革命。这场革命由墨西哥、菲律宾和印度的研究人员领导。西方发明的新稻种不适合这些国家的土壤和气候条件。1966年，通过培育新的杂交稻种 AR8 稻，菲律宾的稻米产量迅速翻了一番。AR8 及其相关品种与印度研究机构合作开发后，很快也在印度采用，并彻底改变了该国的农业，在某些地方产量提高了10倍。洛克菲勒基金会的国际资助和科学家的领导，特别是后来因拯救超过10亿人免于饥饿而获得诺贝尔和平奖的农学家诺曼·博洛格，也起到了关键作用。
Today, we are confronted with the mother of all inappropriate technologies in the form of AI, but there are no efforts analogous to the Green Revolution, nor are many AI researchers attempting to fill Borlaug's shoes.
今天，我们面临着所有不适当技术之母人工智能 AI， 但并没有类似绿色革命的努力，也没有许多 AI 研究人员试图填补伯劳格的空缺。
Poverty reduction and rapid economic growth in cases such as South Korea, Taiwan, and China did not just come from the import of Western production methods. Economic success resulted from new technologies enabling the human resources of these countries to be used more effectively. In all these cases, the technologies created new employment opportunities for most of the workforce, and the countries themselves also increased investment in education in order to improve the match between the technologies and their population skills.
像韩国、台湾和中国这样的国家和地区的减贫和快速经济增长，并不仅仅来自西方生产方法的引进。经济成功源于新技术使这些国家的人力资源得到更有效的利用。在所有这些案例中，新技术为大多数劳动力创造了新的就业机会，这些国家本身也增加了对教育的投资，以改善技术和人口技能之间的匹配。
The current trajectory of AI is precluding this pathway. Digital technologies, robotics, and other automation equipment have already increased the skill requirements of global production and started remaking the international division of labor, for example, contributing to a process of deindustrialization in many developing nations that have workforces primarily consisting of people with low education.
当前的人工智能发展轨迹正在排除这一路径。数字技术、机器人技术和其他自动化设备已经提高了全球生产的技能要求，并开始重塑国际劳动分工。例如，导致许多发展中国家的去工业化过程，这些国家的劳动力主要由受教育程度较低的人组成。
AI is again the next act in this process. Rather than creating jobs and opportunities for the majority of the population in poor and middle-income countries, the current path of AI is raising the demand for capital, highly skilled production workers, and even higher skilled services, such as for management consulting and tech companies. These are exactly the resources that are most lacking in the developing world. As in the examples of export-led growth and the Green Revolution, many of these economies have abundant resources that can be used for spearheading economic growth and reducing poverty. But these are the resources that will remain unused if the future of technology moves in the pathways that the AI illusion dictates.
AI 再次成为这一过程中的下一个阶段。 目前的 AI 发展路径并不是为贫困和中等收入国家的大多数人口创造就业和机会，而是提高了对资本、高技能生产工人甚至更高技能服务，如管理咨询和技术公司提供的服务的需求。这些正是发展中国家最缺乏的资源。就像出口导向型增长和绿色革命的例子一样，许多这些经济体拥有可以用于推动经济增长和减少贫困的丰富资源。但如果技术的未来按照 AI 幻觉所指示的路径发展，这些资源将被闲置。
Rebirth of the two-tiered society.
两层社会的重生。
The Industrial Revolution started in 18th century Britain, where most of the population had little political or social power. Predictably, the direction of progress and productivity growth in such a two-tiered society initially worsened the living conditions of millions. This began changing only when the distribution of social power shifted, altering technology's course so that it raised the marginal productivity of workers. Also critical were institutions and norms for robust rent sharing in workplaces, ensuring that higher productivity translated into wage growth. This struggle over technology and worker power started to transform the highly hierarchical nature of British society in the second half of the 19th century.
工业革命始于18世纪的英国，当时大多数人口几乎没有政治或社会权利。可以预见的是，在这样一个两层社会中，进步和生产率增长的最初方向恶化了数百万人的生活条件。这种情况只有在社会权力分配发生变化，改变了技术的路径，从而提高了工人的边际生产率时才开始改变。同样重要的是，工作场所中存在强大的租金分享制度和规范，确保更高的生产率转化为工资增长。这场关于技术和工人权利的斗争，从19世纪下半叶开始，逐渐改变了英国社会的高度等级性质。
In chapters 6 and 7, we followed this process from Britain to the United States as technological leadership shifted. 20th century U.S. technology moved even more decisively in the direction of raising worker marginal productivity. In this way, it laid the foundations of shared prosperity, not just domestically but also in much of the world, as American techniques and innovations spread globally and enabled mass production and the rise of a middle class in scores of countries.
在第6章和第7章中，我们跟随这一过程，从英国到美国，随着技术领导权的转移。20世纪的美国技术更加坚定地朝着提高工人边际生产力的方向发展。通过这种方式，它不仅在国内，而且在世界许多地方奠定了共享繁荣的基础。因为美国的技术和创新在全球范围内传播，使大规模生产和中产阶级在数十个国家中崛起。
The United States has remained at the forefront of technology over the last 50 years, and its production methods and practices, especially its digital innovations, are still spreading throughout the world, but now with very different consequences. The U.S. model of shared prosperity broke down as power became concentrated in the hands of big corporations, the institutions and norms of rent sharing unwound, and technology went in a predominantly automating direction starting around 1980.
在过去的50年中，美国一直走在技术的前沿，其生产方法和实践，尤其是数字创新，仍在全球范围内传播，但现在的后果非常不同。美国的共享繁荣模式随着权力集中在大公司手中，租金共享的制度和规范瓦解，以及技术从大约1980年开始主要朝自动化方向发展而瓦解。
All of this was underway, and the vision that animates the use of technology for automating work, monitoring, and squeezing out workers was firmly in place before the latest wave of AI. We were already on our way back to a two-tiered society long before the 2010s. With a heightened AI illusion, we are seeing this process accelerate.
所有这一切都在进行中，使用技术来自动化工作、监控和压榨工人的愿景已经牢固确立，这在最新的 AI 浪潮之前就已经开始了。早在2010年代之前，我们已经朝着两极分化的社会迈进。随着 AI 幻象的加剧，我们看到这一过程正在加速。
Modern AI amplifies the tools in the hands of tech elites, enabling them to create more ways of automating work, sidelining humans, and supposedly doing all sorts of good deeds such as increasing productivity and solving major problems facing humanity, they claim. Empowered by AI, these leaders feel even less need to consult the rest of the population. In fact, many of them think that most humans are not that wise, and may not even understand what is good for them.
现代人工智能放大了技术精英手中的工具，使他们能够创造更多自动化工作的方法，边缘化人类，并声称能够做各种好事，如提高生产力和解决人类面临的重大问题。在人工智能的加持下，这些领导者更加不需要咨询其他人群。事实上，他们中的许多人认为，大多数人类并不那么明智，甚至可能不了解什么对他们有好处。
The marriage of digital technologies and big business had created a growing number of billionaires by the mid-2000s. Such fortunes multiplied once AI tools started spreading in the 2010s. But this was not because AI turned out to be anything as productive or amazing as its boosters have maintained. On the contrary, AI-based automation often fails to increase productivity by that much. Worse, it is no way to build shared prosperity. It nevertheless enthralls and enriches tycoons and top managers as it disempowers workers and opens up new ways of monetizing information about people, which we will discuss in Chapter 10.
数字技术和大企业的结合，在2000年代中期创造了一大批亿万富翁。一旦人工智能工具在2010年代开始普及，这些财富便迅速增长。但这并不是因为人工智能像其支持者所宣称的那样具有生产力或令人惊叹。相反，基于人工智能的自动化往往未能大幅提高生产力。更糟糕的是，它不是实现共同繁荣的方法。尽管如此，它仍然吸引并 enriches 了大亨和高层管理者，同时削弱了工人的权利，并开辟了新的方式来将关于人们的信息货币化。我们将在第10章中讨论这一点。
That all of this gets ignored in a mad rush to use digital technologies to automate work and monitor humans is the reason why we have dubbed this new phase of the vision the AI illusion. This illusion is set to intensify in the next decade. As more powerful algorithms are developed, global online connectivity grows, and household appliances and other machines become permanently connected to the cloud, allowing more extensive data collection.
所有这些在疯狂地使用数字技术来自动化工作和监控人类的过程中被忽视，这就是我们将这一新阶段称为人工智能幻象的原因。随着更强大的算法的开发，全球在线连接的增长，以及家用电器和其他机器永久连接到云端，允许更广泛的数据收集，这一幻象将在下一个10年中进一步加剧。
Today we are moving closer to H.G. Wells's time machine future dystopia. Our society has already become two-tiered. On top there are the big tycoons, who firmly believe they have earned their wealth because of their amazing genius. At the bottom we have regular people whom tech leaders view as error-prone and ripe for replacement. As AI penetrates more and more aspects of modern economies, it looks increasingly likely that the two tiers will grow further apart.
今天，我们正逐渐接近赫伯特·乔治·威尔斯《时间机器》中描述的未来反乌托邦。我们的社会已经变得两极分化，顶层是那些坚信自己因非凡的天才而获得财富的大亨，底层则是普通民众。技术领导者认为他们容易出错，随时可以被取代。随着人工智能渗透到现代经济的越来越多方面，这两极之间的差距似乎将进一步扩大。
None of this had to be the case. Digital technologies did not have to be used for just automating work, and AI technologies did not have to be applied indiscriminately to amplify the same trend. The tech community did not have to be mesmerized by machine intelligence instead of working on machine usefulness. There is nothing foreordained about this path of technology, nor is there anything inevitable about the two-tiered society that our leaders are creating.
本不必如此。数字技术本可以不仅仅用于自动化工作，人工智能技术也不必无差别地应用于放大这一趋势。技术社区本可以专注于机器的实用性，而不是被机器智能所迷惑。技术发展的这条路径并非命中注定，我们领导层正在创造的两极分化社会也并非不可避免。
There are ways out of our current conundrum by reconfiguring the distribution of power in society and redirecting technological change. Such change will have to work through bottom-up, democratic processes. Ominously, however, AI is also breaking democracy.
通过重新配置社会中的权力分配并引导技术变革，我们有办法摆脱当前的困境。这种变革必须通过自下而上的民主进程来实现。然而， 令人担忧的是，人工智能也在破坏民主。
10. Democracy breaks.
民主破裂。
Social media's history is not yet written, and its effects are not neutral.
社交媒体的历史尚未书写完毕，其影响并非中立。
Chris Cox, Head of Product, Facebook, 2019.
克里斯·考克斯 ，Facebook 产品负责人，2019年。
If everybody always lies to you, the consequence is not that you believe the lies, but rather that nobody believes anything any longer.
如果每个人都总是对你撒谎，后果不是你相信这些谎言，而是没有人再相信任何事情。
Hannah Arendt, 1974 interview.
汉娜·阿伦特1974年采访。
On November 2, 2021, Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai posted on the social media site Weibo that she had been coerced into sex by a senior official. The message was removed within 20 minutes and never appeared again on Chinese social media. By the time it was removed, a number of users had taken screenshots of the post that were shared in foreign media. But access to these foreign outlets was also quickly censored. There was great interest in China about Peng Shuai, but few people were able to see the original post, and there was no public discussion.
2021年11月2日，中国网球明星彭帅在社交媒体微博上发帖称，他被一名高级官员强迫发生性关系。该消息在20分钟内被删除，此后再未出现在中国社交媒体上。在消息被删除之前，一些用户已经截取了帖子的屏幕截图，并在外国媒体上分享。但这些外国媒体的访问也很快被审查。在中国，人们对彭帅非常关注，但很少有人能看到原始帖子，也没有公开讨论。
Such swift removal of politically sensitive information is the rule and not the exception in China, where the internet and social media are under constant surveillance. The Chinese government reportedly spends an estimated $6.6 billion every year just on monitoring and censoring online content.
在中国，互联网和社交媒体一直处于持续监控之下，政治敏感信息的迅速删除是常态而非例外。据报道，中国政府每年仅在监控和审查网络内容上的支出就高达约66亿美元。
The government also invests massively in other digital tools, and especially AI for surveillance. This is most visible in Xinjiang province, where systematic data collection on Uyghur Muslims dates back to the immediate aftermath of the 2009 July riots there, but have multiplied since 2014. The Communist Party has instructed several leading technology companies to develop tools for collecting, aggregating, and analyzing data on individual and household habits, communication patterns, jobs, spending, and even hobbies to be used as inputs into predictive policing against the 11 million inhabitants of the province who are seen as potential dissidents.
政府还在其他数字工具，尤其是人工智能 AI 的监控上进行了大量投资。这在新疆最为明显。对维吾尔族穆斯林的系统性数据收集可以追溯到2009年7月骚乱的直接后果，但自2014年以来已大幅增加。共产党指示几家领先的科技公司开发工具，用于收集、汇总和分析个人和家庭习惯、通信模式、职业、消费甚至爱好的数据。这些数据将作为针对该省1100万居民被视为潜在异议人士的预测警务的输入。
Several of the major technology companies in China, including Ant Group, partly owned by Alibaba, the telecom giant Huawei, and some of the largest AI companies in the world such as SenseTime, CloudWalk, and Megvii, have cooperated with the government's efforts to develop surveillance tools and their rollout in Xinjiang. Efforts at tracking people using their DNA are underway. AI technologies that recognize Uyghurs on the basis of their facial features are also used routinely.
中国的一些主要科技公司，包括阿里巴巴旗下的蚂蚁集团、电信巨头华为，以及世界上一些最大的 AI 公司如商汤科技、云从科技和旷视科技，都与政府合作开发监控工具，并在新疆推广使用。利用 DNA 追踪人员的努力正在进行中。基于面部特征识别维吾尔族人的 AI 技术也经常使用。
What started in Xinjiang has since spread to the rest of China. Facial recognition cameras are now widespread throughout the country, and the government has made steady progress toward introducing a national social credit system, which collects information on individuals and businesses to monitor their undesirable and untrustworthy activities. This, of course, includes dissent and subversive criticism of the government. According to the official planning document, a social credit system
起源于新疆的做法已经蔓延到中国其他地区。如今，人脸识别摄像头遍布全国，政府在建立全国社会信用体系方面取得了稳步进展。该体系收集个人和企业的信息，以监控其不良和不诚信行为。当然，这包括对政府的异议和颠覆性批评。根据官方规划文件，社会信用体系
is founded on laws, regulations, standards, and charters. It is based on a complete network covering the credit records of members of society and credit infrastructure. It is supported by the lawful application of credit information and a credit services system. Its inherent requirements are establishing the idea of a sincerity culture and carrying forward sincerity and traditional virtues. It uses encouragement to keep trust and constraints against breaking trust as incentive mechanisms, and its objective is raising the honest mentality and credit levels of the entire society.
以法律、法规、标准和章程为基础，以覆盖社会成员信用记录和信用基础设施的完整网络为依托，以依法应用信用信息和信用服务体系为支撑，以树立诚信文化理念、弘扬诚信传统美德为内在要求，以守信激励和失信约束为机制，以提高全社会诚信意识和信用水平为目标。
Early versions of the system were developed alongside private sector firms, including Alibaba, Tencent, and the ride-sharing company Didi, with the purported aim of differentiating between acceptable to the authorities behavior and unacceptable behavior and limiting the mobility and other actions of transgressors. Since 2017, prototypes of the social credit system have been implemented in dozens of major cities, including Hangzhou, Chengdu, and Nanjing. According to the Supreme People's Court, defaulters, on court orders, had been restrained from purchasing about 27.3 million plane tickets and nearly 6 million train tickets so far, July 9, 2019. Some commentators have come to view the Chinese model and its social credit system as a prototype for a new kind of digital dictatorship, in which authoritarian rule is maintained by intense surveillance and data collection.
该系统的早期版本与私营部门企业共同开发，包括阿里巴巴、腾讯和打车公司滴滴。其公开目的是区分当局认为可接受的行为和不可接受的行为，并限制违规者的行为和流动性。自2017年以来，社会信用体系的原型已在杭州、成都、南京等数十个主要城市实施。根据最高人民法院的数据，截至2019年7月9日，失信被执行人已被限制购买约2730万张飞机票和近600万张火车票。一些评论家开始将中国的模式及其社会信用体系视为一种新型数字独裁的原型，通过密集的监控和数据收集来维持专制统治。
Ironically, this is exactly the opposite of what many thought would be the effects of the internet and social media on political discourse and democracy. Online communication was promised to unleash the wisdom of the crowds, as different perspectives communicated and competed freely, enabling the truth to triumph. The internet was supposed to make democracies stronger and put dictatorships on the defensive as it revealed information on corruption, repression, and abuses. Wikis, such as the now infamous WikiLeaks, were viewed as steps toward democratizing journalism. Social media would do all the above and better by facilitating open political discourse and coordination among citizens.
具有讽刺意味的是，这与许多人认为互联网和社交媒体对政治言论和民主的影响完全相反。人们曾承诺，网络通信将释放群众的智慧，不同的观点将自由交流和竞争，使真相得以胜出。互联网本应通过揭露腐败、镇压和滥用行为的信息，使民主国家更加强大，并使独裁政权处于守势。像臭名昭著的维基解密这样的维基网站被视为迈向新闻民主化的一步。社交媒体将通过促进公民之间的开放政治言论和协调，做到这一切，并且做得更好。
Early evidence seemed to bear this out. On January 17, 2001, text messages were used to coordinate protests in the Philippines against its Congress, which had decided to disregard critical evidence against President Joseph Estrada in his impeachment trial. As messages moved from one user to another, more than 1 million people arrived in downtown Manila to object to Congresspeople's complicity in Estrada's corruption and crimes. After the capital was brought to a standstill, The legislators reversed their decision, and Estrada was impeached.
早期的证据似乎证实了这一点。2001年1月17日，菲律宾的抗议者使用短信协调反对国会的抗议活动，国会决定在对总统约瑟夫·埃斯特拉达的弹劾审判中忽略关键证据。随着消息从一个用户传到另一个用户，超过100万人聚集在马尼拉市中心，抗议国会议员在埃斯特拉达的腐败和犯罪中的同谋。在首都陷入瘫痪后，立法者改变了决定，埃斯特拉达被弹劾。
Less than a decade later, it was social media's turn. Facebook and Twitter were used by protesters during the Arab Spring, helping to topple long-ruling autocrats Zine El Abidine bin Ali in Tunisia and Hosni Mubarak in Egypt. One of the leaders of the Egyptian protests and a computer engineer at Google, Wael Ghanem, summarized both the mood among some of the protesters and the optimism in the tech world when he said in an interview, "I want to meet Mark Zuckerberg one day and thank him, actually. This revolution started, well, a lot of this revolution started on Facebook. If you want to liberate a society, just give them the internet. If you want to have a free society, just give them internet." A co-founder of Twitter adopted the same interpretation of its own role, claiming some tweets may facilitate positive change in a repressed country.
不到10年后，轮到了社交媒体。在阿拉伯之春期间 ，Facebook 和 Twitter 被抗议者使用，帮助推翻了长期统治的独裁者，如突尼斯的本·阿里和埃及的穆巴拉克。埃及抗议活动的领导人之一，谷歌的计算机工程师瓦埃勒·戈尼姆在一次采访中总结了抗议者中的一些人和科技界的情绪。他说：“有一天，我想见见马克·扎克伯格，实际上我想感谢他。这场革命，这场革命的很多部分都是从 Facebook 开始的。如果你想解放一个社会，就给他们互联网；如果你想拥有一个自由的社会，就给他们互联网。” Twitter 的联合创始人也对其自身角色做出了同样的解释，声称一些推文可能有助于在受压制的国家促进积极的变化。
Policymakers concurred. Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton declared in 2010 that internet freedom would be a key pillar of her strategy for spreading democracy around the world.
决策者们达成了共识。2010年，国务卿希拉里·克林顿宣布，互联网自由将成为他在全球推广民主战略的关键支柱。
With these hopes, how did we end up in a world in which digital tools are powerful weapons in the hands of autocrats for suppressing information and dissent, and social media has become a hotbed of misinformation, manipulated not just by authoritarian governments but also by extremists from both the right and the left?
在这些希望的背景下，我们是如何最终进入一个数字工具成为专制者手中压制信息和意义的强大武器，社交媒体成为虚假信息的温床，不仅被专制政府操纵，还被左右两派的极端分子利用的世界的。
In this chapter, we argue that the pernicious effects of digital technologies and AI on politics and social discourse were not inevitable and resulted from the specific way in which these technologies were developed. Once these digital tools started being used primarily for massive data collection and processing, they became potent tools in the hands of both governments and companies interested in surveillance and manipulation. As people became more disempowered, top-down control intensified in both autocratic and democratic countries, and new business models based on monetizing and maximizing user engagement and outrage flourished.
在本章中，我们认为数字技术和人工智能对政治和社会 discourse 的负面影响并非不可避免，而是这些技术以特定方式发展所导致的结果。一旦这些数字工具主要用于大规模数据收集和处理，它们就成为了政府和公司进行监控和操纵的有力工具。随着人们的权利被削弱，自上而下的控制在专制和民主国家都得到了加强。新的商业模式基于货币化和最大化用户参与度和愤怒而蓬勃发展。
A politically weaponized system of censorship.
一个被政治武器化的审查制度。
It was never easy to be in the opposition in communist China. In what many interpreted as a partial relaxation of the repression that had already taken millions of lives, Chairman Mao declared in 1957, "Let 100 flowers bloom," allowing criticism of the Communist Party. But hopes that this meant more accepting attitudes toward dissent were soon dashed. Mao initiated a vigorous anti-rightist campaign, and those who heeded his earlier invitation and attempted to express their critical views were rounded up, imprisoned, and tortured. At least 500,000 people were executed between 1957 and 1959.
在共产主义中国的反对派从来都不好当。许多人将1957年毛泽东宣布的百花齐放解读为对已导致数百万人丧生的镇压的部分放松，允许批评共产党。但这种希望很快破灭了。毛泽东发起了激烈的反右运动，那些响应他早先的邀请并试图表达批评意见的人被逮捕、监禁和折磨。1957年至1959年间，至少有50万人被处决。
But by the late 1970s and early 1980s, things were looking very different. Mao had died in 1976, and the hardliners, including his wife, Jiang Qing, and 3 of her Communist Party associates, commonly known as the Gang of Four, lost the ensuing power struggle and were sidelined. Deng Xiaoping, who was one of the revolution's leaders, a successful general during the Civil War, the architect of the anti-rightist campaign, Secretary General and Vice Premier, and later purged by Mao, came back on the scene and took charge in 1978. Deng reinvented himself as a reformer and attempted a major economic restructuring of China.
但到了20世纪70年代末和80年代初，情况看起来非常不同。毛泽东于1976年去世，包括他的妻子江青和他的3位共产党同僚，通常被称为四人帮的强硬派，在随后的权力斗争中失败并被边缘化。邓小平是革命的领导人之一，内战期间的成功将军，反右运动的策划者、秘书长和副总理，后来被毛泽东清洗，于1978年重新登上政治舞台并掌权。邓小平重塑自己为改革者，试图对中国进行重大的经济结构调整。
This period witnessed a loosening of the power of the Communist Party. New independent media outlets sprang up, and some were openly critical of the party. Various grassroots movements also started during this period, including pro-democracy student movements and initiatives in the countryside to defend the rights of regular people against land grabs.
这一时期见证了共产党权力的放松，新的独立媒体纷纷涌现，其中一些公开批评党。各种草根运动也在这一时期开始兴起，包括支持民主的学生运动和农村地区为普通民众捍卫土地权益的行动。
Hopes of a more open society crumbled, once more, during the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989. In the relatively more permissive days of the 1980s, demands for greater freedoms and reforms had built up in the cities and especially among the students. A major wave of student demonstrations had already taken place in 1986, with demands for democracy, greater freedom of speech, and economic liberalization. The hardliners blamed the pro-reform General Secretary of the party, Hu Yaobang, for being soft on the protesters and removed him from power.
1989年，天安门广场大屠杀再次粉碎了社会更加开放的希望。在相对宽松的1980年代，要求更大自由和改革的呼声在城市中，尤其是在学生中逐渐高涨。1986年，已经发生了一波重大的学生示威活动，要求民主、更大的言论自由和经济自由化。强硬派指责支持改革的党总书记胡耀邦对示威者态度软弱，并将其免职。
New protests broke out in April 1989, after Hu's death from a heart attack. Hundreds of students from Peking University marched to Tiananmen Square, at the center of Beijing, separated by the Gate of Heavenly Peace, Tiananmen, from the Forbidden City. As their ranks swelled over the next several hours, the students drafted the 7 demands, which included calls for affirming Hu Yaobang's views on democracy and freedom as correct, ending press censorship and restrictions on demonstrations, and curbing corruption by state leaders and their families.
1989年4月，胡耀邦因心脏病去世后，新的抗议活动爆发。来自北京大学的数百名学生游行至北京中心的天安门广场。天安门广场与紫禁城之间隔着天安门。在接下来的几个小时内，随着人数的增加，学生们起草了7项要求，其中包括肯定胡耀邦关于民主和自由的观点是正确的，结束新闻审查和集会限制，以及遏制国家领导人及其家属的腐败。
As the government prevaricated on how to respond, support for the protests grew, especially after students began a hunger strike on May 13th. As many as 1 million Beijing residents demonstrated in solidarity in the middle of May. Finally, Deng Xiaoping weighed in on the side of hardliners and approved military action against the students. Martial law was declared on May 20th, and in the next 2 weeks, more than 250,000 troops were sent to Beijing to quell the unrest. By June 4th, the protests were quashed, and the square was emptied. Independent sources estimate the death toll among protesters to have been as high as 10,000. Tiananmen Square was a turning point in the Communist Party's determination to clamp down on the freedoms that had emerged in the 1980s and to limit opposition activities.
当政府在如何应对上犹豫不决时，对示威活动的支持逐渐增加，尤其是在学生于5月13日开始绝食后。5月中旬，多达100万的北京居民上街声援。最终，邓小平站在了强硬派一边，批准了对学生的军事行动。5月20日宣布戒严，接下来的2周内，超过25万名士兵被派往北京平息骚乱。到6月4日，抗议活动被镇压，广场被清空。独立消息来源估计，抗议者中的死亡人数可能高达1万人。天安门广场事件成为共产党决心在1980年代出现的自由化后加强控制并限制反对活动的转折点。
All the same, the ability of the Communist Party to control dissent in the vast territories it controlled remained limited in the 1990s and most of the 2000s. The grassroots Weiquan movement, which brought together a large number of lawyers to defend victims of human rights abuses throughout China and advocate for environmental causes, housing rights, and freedom of speech, started in the early 2000s. One of the pro-democracy movements that gained highest visibility, Charter 08, led by the writer and activist Liu Xiaobo, published its platform in 2008 and proposed reforms that went far beyond the 7 demands of the Tiananmen Square protests. They included a new constitution, election of all public officials, separation of powers, an independent judiciary, guarantees for basic human rights, and extensive freedom for association, assembly, and expression.
尽管如此，共产党在1990年代和2000年代的大部分时间里，控制其广阔领土内意义的能力仍然有限。草根维权运动在2000年初兴起，聚集了大量律师，为全国各地的人权受害者辩护，并倡导环境保护、住房权利和言论自由。其中最引人注目的民主运动之一是08宪章，由作家和活动家刘晓波领导，于2008年发表了其纲领，提出的改革远远超出了天安门广场抗议活动的7项要求。这些改革包括新的宪法、所有公职人员的选举、权力分立、独立的司法机构、基本人权的保障以及结社、集会和表达的广泛自由。
By 2010, public dissent had become much harder in China, with the internet a potent tool in the hands of the authorities to monitor and sanitize political discourse. The internet had arrived in China in 1994, and efforts at censorship started soon thereafter. The Great Firewall, aimed at limiting what Chinese citizens could view and with whom they could communicate, originated in 2002, was completed in 2009, and has been extended periodically since then.
到2010年，中国公众的意义变得更加困难，互联网成为当局监控和净化政治言论的有力工具。互联网于1994年进入中国，随后不久就开始了审查工作。防火长城旨在限制中国公民可以查看的内容和与谁交流，始于2002年，于2009年完成，并在此后定期扩展。
During the early 2010s, however, digital censorship had its limits. A major research effort collected and analyzed millions of social media posts across 1,382 Chinese websites and platforms in 2011, and then followed them up to see if they were removed by Chinese authorities. Results show that the Great Firewall was effective, but only up to a point. The authorities did not censor most of the hundreds of thousands of posts critical of the government or the party. Rather, they removed the much smaller subset of posts that were on sensitive topics, which posed a risk of large-scale response and the possibility of coalescing different opposition groups. For instance, the vast majority of posts about protests in Inner Mongolia or Zhejiang province were removed quickly. Those about Bo Xilai, former mayor of Dalian, member of the Politburo, and being purged at the time, or Fang Binxing, father of the Great Firewall, were removed equally rapidly.
然而，在2010年代初期，数字审查制度仍有其局限性。2011年，一项主要的研究工作收集并分析了1382个中国网站和平台上的数百万条社交媒体帖子， 并随后跟踪这些帖子，看他们是否被中国政府删除。结果显示，虽然防火长城是有效的，但其效果有限。当局并没有审查大多数数以10万计批评政府或党的帖子，相反，他们删除的是那些涉及敏感话题、可能引发大规模反应并使不同反对团体联合起来的较小部分帖子。例如，关于内蒙古或郑成省抗议活动的绝大多数帖子都被迅速删除。关于薄熙来、前大连市长、政治局委员当时正被清除或方斌兴防火长城之父的帖子也被同样迅速地删除。
Another team of researchers found that, the Great Firewall and the systematic censorship notwithstanding, social media communication still acted as a trigger for protests. Messaging over Weibo enabled coordination and geographic spread of protest activities. Already during this period, however, social media-mediated dissident activities were short-lived.
另一组研究人员发现，尽管有防火长城和系统的审查制度，社交媒体通信仍然可以触发抗议活动。微博上的信息传递促进了抗议活动的协调和地理扩散。然而，早在这一时期，社交媒体中介的异议活动就已经是短暂的。
The softer touch censorship that allowed some critical messages to circulate ceased after 2014. Under the leadership of Xi Jinping, the government increased its demand for surveillance and related AI technologies first in Xinjiang and then throughout China. In 2017, it issued the New Generation AI Development Plan, with a goal of global leadership in AI and a clear focus on the use of AI for surveillance. Since 2014, China's spending on surveillance software and cameras and its share of global investment in AI have increased rapidly every year, now making up about 20% of worldwide AI spending. Researchers located in China now account for more AI-related patents than any other country.
2014年后，允许一些批评信息传播的较为宽松的审查制度停止了。在习近平的领导下，政府首先在新疆，然后在全国范围内增加了对监控和相关人工智能技术的需求。2017年，中国发布了新一代人工智能发展规划，目标是成为全球人工智能的领导者，并明确关注使用人工智能进行监控。自2014年以来，中国在监控软件和摄像头上的支出，以及在全球人工智能投资中的份额，每年都在迅速增加，现在约占全球人工智能支出的20%。位于中国的研究人员现在拥有的人工智能相关专利比任何其他国家都多。
With better AI technologies came more intense surveillance, and in the words of the founder of China Digital Times, Xiao Chong, China has a politically weaponized system of censorship. It is refined, organized, coordinated, and supported by the state's resources. It's not just for deleting something. They also have a powerful apparatus to construct a narrative and aim it at any target with huge scale.
随着更好的人工智能技术的出现，监控变得更加严密。中国数字时代创始人肖强表示，中国有一个政治武器化的审查制度，它经过精心设计、组织协调，并得到国家资源的支持。它不仅仅是删除某些内容，他们还拥有强大的机制来构建叙事，并以巨大的规模针对任何目标。
Today, very few dissenting posts escape censorship on any major social media platforms. The Great Firewall covers almost all politically sensitive foreign websites, and there is little evidence of protests being coordinated on social media. The Chinese can no longer access most independent foreign media, including the New York Times, CNN, BBC, The Guardian, and The Wall Street Journal. Major Western social media outlets and search engines, including Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and various video-sharing blog sites, are also blocked.
如今，几乎没有任何主要社交媒体平台上的异议帖子能够逃脱审查。防火长城覆盖了几乎所有政治敏感的外国网站，几乎没有证据表明抗议活动是通过社交媒体协调的。中国人已经无法访问大多数独立的外国媒体，包括《纽约时报》、CNN、BBC、卫报和《华尔街日报》。主要的西方社交媒体平台和搜索引擎，包括谷歌、YouTube、Facebook、Twitter、Instagram 和各种视频分享博客网站，也均被封锁。
AI has significantly amplified the Chinese government's ability to suppress dissent and circumvent political discourse and information, especially in the context of multimedia content and live chats.
人工智能显著增强了中国政府压制异议和规避政治讨论和信息的能力，尤其是在多媒体内容和实时聊天的背景下。
A braver new world.
一个更勇敢的新世界。
By the 2010s, Chinese political discourse was already looking like George Orwell's 1984. By suppressing information and using systemic propaganda, the government attempted to tightly control the political narrative. When corruption investigations that touched upon high-level politicians or their families were prominently reported in the foreign press, government censorship ensured that the Chinese people did not see these details and were instead bombarded with propaganda about the virtuousness of their leaders.
到了2010年代，中国的政治话语已经像乔治·奥威尔的《1984》，通过压制信息和使用系统性的宣传，政府试图严格控制政治叙事。当涉及高层政治人物或其家庭的腐败调查在外国媒体上被广泛报道时，政府的审查确保了中国人民看不到这些细节，而是被大量灌输关于其领导人的美德的宣传。
Many people appear to be at least partially convinced by indoctrination, or at the very least did not dare admit that they thought this was propaganda. The Communist Party initiated a major reform of high school curriculums in 2001. The aim was to politically educate the nation's youths. A 2004 memo on the reform was titled Suggestions on Strengthening the Ideological and Moral Construction of Our Youths. The new textbooks, which started being rolled out in 2004, had a more nationalistic account of history and stressed the authority and virtues of the Communist Party. They criticized Western democracies and argued that China's political system was superior.
许多人似乎至少部分被洗脑，或者至少不敢承认他们认为这是宣传。2001年，中国共产党启动了一项高中课程的重大改革，目标是政治教育全国的青少年。2004年，关于改革的一份备忘录标题为《关于加强青少年思想道德建设的建议》。2004年开始逐步推出的新教科书对历史的叙述更加民族主义，强调共产党的权威和美德。他们批评西方民主，并认为中国的政治制度更为优越。
Students exposed to the new textbooks profess to hold very different opinions than their peers in the same province who graduated before the textbooks were introduced. They also reported higher levels of trust in government officials and deemed the Chinese system to be more democratic than did the students who were not indoctrinated by the same textbooks. Whether they truly believe these things or simply internalized the fact that they were expected to offer these opinions when asked is harder to establish. Nevertheless, it is clear that their reported views were strongly affected by the propaganda they were subjected to.
接触新教科书的学生表示，他们的观点与同一省份但在此之前毕业的同龄人有很大不同。他们还报告说，对政府官员的信任度更高，并认为中国的制度比那些未受相同教科书影响的学生所认为的更加民主。他们是否真正相信这些观点，还是仅仅内化了在被问及这些观点时应该表达的事实，这更难以确定。然而，很明显，他们的报告观点受到了所受宣传的强烈影响。
By the late 2010s, these tendencies were all significantly intensified. Digital censorship and propaganda meant that nationalism, unquestioning support for the government, and unwillingness to listen to critical news and opinions had become much more widespread among Chinese youths. After the massive investments in AI, the Great Firewall was also complemented by constant surveillance using data gathered on all Chinese platforms and workplaces. In such an environment, would Chinese university students even want to access foreign media sources if they could? This is the question that two researchers set out to explore in an ambitious study. The answer they found was surprising, even to themselves.
到2010年代末，这些倾向都显著加剧。数字审查和宣传意味着民族主义、对政府的无条件支持以及不愿意听取批评性的新闻和意见，在中国年轻人中变得更加普遍。在大量投资人工智能之后，防火墙还通过收集所有中国平台和工作场所的数据进行持续监控。在这种环境下，中国大学生即使有机会，还会想要访问外国媒体资源吗？这是两位研究人员在一项雄心勃勃的研究中试图探讨的问题。他们发现的答案令人惊讶， 甚至对他们自己也是如此。
The Great Firewall had one weakness in the mid-2010s. It blocked Chinese users' access to foreign media and websites by using their IP addresses, which indicated whether they were located in mainland China. But VPNs, virtual private networks, could be used to hide IP addresses, allowing users in mainland China to access censored websites. The government had not explicitly banned VPNs, and information on websites visited by using them was unavailable to the authorities, making such a workaround fairly safe. Things have changed since then, though, with private use of VPNs banned and all VPN providers having to register with the government.
2010年代中期，防火墙有一个弱点，它通过使用 IP 地址来阻止中国用户访问外国媒体和网站。这些 IP 地址表明用户是否位于中国大陆，但虚拟私人网络 VPNs 可以用来隐藏 IP 地址，使中国大陆的用户能够访问被审查的网站。政府并未明确禁止使用 VPNs， 通过这些网络访问的网站信息对当局来说是不可见的，这使得这种变通方法相对安全。不过，情况后来发生了变化，私人使用 VPNs 被禁止，所有 VPNs 提供商都必须向政府注册。
In a cleverly designed experiment, the two researchers offered university students in Beijing free VPN access, and sometimes extra encouragements via newsletters and other means, so that they could access Western news outlets for a period of 18 months between 2015 and 2017. Students receiving these additional encouragements visited Western media, were interested in the news, and, once having started doing so, continued to get news from foreign sources. Their survey responses indicate that they understood and believed the information, changed their political opinions, and became more critical of the Chinese government. They also expressed much more sympathy for democratic institutions.
在一项巧妙设计的实验中，2位研究人员在2015年至2017年间向北京的大学生提供了免费的 VPN 访问权限，有时还通过新闻通讯和其他方式提供额外的鼓励，以便他们可以访问西方新闻媒体长达18个月。收到这些额外鼓励的学生访问了西方媒体，对新闻感兴趣，并且一旦开始这样做，就继续从外国来源获取新闻。他们的调查回应表明，他们理解并相信这些信息改变了政治观点，并对中国政府变得更加批评。他们还表达了对民主制度的更多同情。
Nonetheless, without the extra encouragements, the vast majority of the students had no interest in visiting foreign websites and did not even want free VPN access. They were so convinced by the propaganda in schools and in the Chinese media that there was no relevant or reliable information about China in Western sources that they did not really need to be actively censored. They had already internalized the censorship.
然而，没有额外鼓励的情况下，绝大多数学生对访问外国网站没有兴趣，甚至不想要免费的 VPN 访问权限。他们被学校和中国媒体的宣传所说服，认为西方来源没有关于中国的相关或可靠信息，因此实际上不需要被积极审查。他们已经内化了审查制度。
The researchers interpreted this finding as Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, rather than George Orwell's 1984. In the words of the social critic Neil Postman, what Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no reason to ban a book, for there would be no one who would want to read one.
研究人员将这一发现解释为奥尔德斯·赫胥黎的《美丽新世界》，而非乔治·奥威尔的《1984》。正如社会批评家尼尔·波斯曼所说，奥威尔害怕的是那些会禁书的人，赫胥黎害怕的是将不再有人想读书，因此也就没有禁书的必要。
In Huxley's dystopia, society is divided between rigidly segmented castes, going from alphas at the top to betas, gammas, deltas, and all the way down to epsilons. But there is no more need for constant censorship and surveillance because, under a scientific dictator, education will really work, with the result that most men and women will grow up to love their servitude and will never dream of revolution. There seems to be no good reason why a thoroughly scientific dictatorship should ever be overthrown.
在赫胥黎的反乌托邦社会中，社会被严格划分为从最顶层的阿尔法到贝塔、伽马、德尔塔，一直到底层的艾普西龙。但已经不再需要持续的审查和监视，因为在一个科学独裁者统治下，教育将真正发挥作用。结果是，大多数男女将成长为热爱他们的奴役， 并且永远不会梦想革命。似乎没有充分的理由可以推翻一个彻底科学的独裁政权。
From Prometheus to Pegasus.
从普罗米修斯到佩加索斯。
The use of digital tools to suppress dissent is not unique to China. Iran and Russia, among other dictatorships, have also used them to track and punish dissenters and stifle access to free information.
使用数字工具压制异议并非中国独有，伊朗和俄罗斯等其他独裁政权也使用这些工具来追踪和惩罚异议者，以及扼杀获取自由信息的渠道。
Even before the Arab Spring, social media use in pro-democracy protests had come to international attention during Iran's ultimately unsuccessful Green Revolution. Huge crowds, by some estimated to be as many as 3 million, poured into the streets to bring down President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who was believed to have rigged the 2009 election to remain in power. Many social media tools, including text messages and Facebook, were used in coordinating the protests.
甚至在阿拉伯之春之前，社交媒体在支持民主抗议活动中的使用就已经引起了国际关注，特别是在伊朗最终未能成功的绿色革命期间。据估计，有高达300万人涌上街头，试图推翻据信在2009年选举中舞弊以维持权力的总统马哈茂德·艾哈迈迪内贾德。许多社交媒体工具，包括短信和 Facebook， 被用于协调抗议活动。
The protests were soon suppressed, and a large number of opposition figures and students were arrested. In the aftermath, Iranian internet censorship intensified. In 2012, the Supreme Council of Cyberspace was launched to oversee the internet and social media, and today almost all Western social media, various streaming services, including Netflix, and most Western news media are blocked in Iran.
抗议活动很快被镇压，大量反对派人士和学生被捕。此后，伊朗的互联网审查制度进一步加强。2012年，最高网络空间委员会成立，负责监督互联网和社交媒体。如今，几乎所有西方社交媒体、各种流媒体服务，包括 Netflix 和大多数西方新闻媒体，在伊朗都被封锁。
The evolution of social media's role in politics and the resulting government crackdown in Russia are similar. The site VK, emerged as the most popular social media platform in the country and was already widely used by 2011. Electoral fraud in the December 4, 2011 parliamentary elections, documented on the internet with pictures of ballot stuffing and multiple votes cast by government supporters, ignited massive protests. Subsequent research found that protests were coordinated on the platform, and there were significantly larger anti-government actions in cities where VK was more widely used.
社交媒体在政治中的角色演变以及随之而来的政府镇压，在俄罗斯也有类似的情况。VK 成为该国最受欢迎的社交媒体平台，并在2011年已经广泛使用。2011年12月4日的议会选举中，选民舞弊行为被互联网上的照片记录下来，显示了政府支持者多次投票和填色选票，这引发了大规模抗议。后续研究发现，抗议活动是在该平台上协调的。VK 使用更广泛的城市中，反政府行动的规模显著更大。
As in China and Iran, the protests acted as a trigger for increased government control and censorship of online activity in Russia. Systematic censorship has since intensified. The System for Operative Investigative Activities compels all telecommunication operators to install hardware provided by the Federal Security Service, FSB, which enables the FSB to monitor metadata or even content, and also block access, without a need for a warrant. After another round of protests in 2020, more dissident and news websites were blocked, VPN tools and the encrypted browser Tor were banned, and new, astronomical fines were introduced as a way of coercing companies to prevent access to illegal content, including social media posts and websites critical of the government. Although AI technologies are less important to Russian censorship efforts, their role has recently grown as well.
与在中国和伊朗的情况类似，抗议活动成为俄罗斯政府加强对网络活动控制和审查的导火索。此后，系统性审查制度进一步加强。运营调查活动系统 System for Operative Investigative Activities 要求所有电信运营商安装由联邦安全局 FSB 提供的硬件，这使得 FSB 能够在无需搜查令的情况下监控原数据甚至内容，并封锁访问。2020年再次发生抗议活动后， 更多的反对派和新闻网站被封锁，虚拟专用网络 VPN 工具和加密浏览器 Tor 被禁止，还引入了新的天文数字般的罚款，以迫使公司阻止访问非法内容，包括批评政府的社交媒体帖子和网站。尽管人工智能技术在俄罗斯审查工作中并不那么重要，但其作用最近也有所增加。
Abuse of digital tools directed against opposition groups is not confined to dictatorships. In 2020, a list of about 50,000 phone numbers was leaked to Forbidden Stories, an international organization striving to publish stories from and about journalists under repression around the globe. The numbers belong to opposition politicians, human rights activists, journalists, and dissidents who were reportedly being hacked using the Pegasus spyware developed by the Israeli tech company NSO Group, named after the first names of its founders, Neve Karmi, Shalev Hulio, and Omri Levy. NSO denies any wrongdoing, saying that the software is provided only to vetted government customers, and that these customers decide how to use it.
针对反对派团体的数字工具滥用，并不仅限于独裁政权。2020年，一个包含约5万个电话号码的名单泄露给了禁闻 Forbidden Stories， 这是一个致力于发布全球受压制记者的故事的国际组织。这些号码属于反对派政治家、人权活动家、记者和持不同政见者。据报道，他们被使用以色列科技公司 NSO 集团以其创始人尼夫、卡米、沙莱夫、胡利奥和奥姆里拉维的名字命名开发的飞马间谍软件 Pegasus 进行黑客攻击。NSO 否认有任何不当行为，称该软件仅提供给经过审查的政府客户，并且这些客户决定如何使用它。
Pegasus is a zero-click software, meaning that it can be installed on mobile phones remotely and without requiring a user to click on any links. In other words, it can be installed without the user's knowledge or consent. Its name comes from the winged horse, Pegasus, in Greek mythology, with reference to the broad class of software it belongs to, Trojan horse, and the fact that it flies rather than being manually installed. As we saw in Chapter 1, today's tech leaders are keen to stress the fire-like powers of AI and portray themselves as the current-day Prometheus, gifting technology's powers to humanity. But Pegasus, not Prometheus, is what we seem to have gotten from modern digital technologies.
飞马是一种零点击软件，这意味着它可以远程安装在手机上，而无需用户点击任何链接。换句话说，它可以在用户不知情或未经同意的情况下安装。它的名字来源于希腊神话中的飞马，既指它所属的软件类别特洛伊木马，也指它像飞马一样飞行，而不是手动安装。正如我们在第1章中所见，当今的技术领导者热衷于强调人工智能的火一般的威力，并将自己描绘为现代的普罗米修斯，将技术的力量赋予人类。但现代数字技术似乎带给我们的不是普罗米修斯，而是飞马。
Pegasus can read text messages, listen to calls, determine location, remotely collect passwords, monitor online activity, and even take control of a phone's camera and microphone. It is allegedly used routinely in many countries with authoritarian rulers, including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Hungary. The journalist Jamal Khashoggi, who was later brutally murdered and dismembered, was allegedly under surveillance by Saudi Arabian agents using Pegasus. The Saudi authorities have said this was a rogue operation.
Pegasus 可以读取短信、监听通话、确定位置、远程收集密码、监控在线活动，甚至可以控制手机的摄像头和麦克风。据称，它在许多专制国家中被常规使用，包括沙特阿拉伯、阿拉伯联合酋长国和匈牙利。记者加马尔·卡舒吉后来被残忍杀害并肢解，据称他曾受到使用 Pegasus 的沙特特工的监视。沙特当局称这是越轨行动。
Investigation of the numbers obtained by Forbidden Stories reveals systematic abuse of the software by many democratically elected governments as well. In Mexico, spyware was originally acquired as a weapon against drug cartels and deployed in the operation that led to the capture of the head of the Sinaloa cartel, El Chapo. But it was subsequently turned against journalists, lawyers investigating the massacre of 43 students, and opposition parties, including one of the opposition's leaders, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who later became the country's president. In India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government uses the software even more extensively and has placed many important opposition leaders, student activists, journalists, election commissioners, and even heads of the country's Central Bureau of Investigation under surveillance.
对 Forbidden Stories 获得的号码的调查揭示，许多民主选举的政府也系统性地滥用了该软件。在墨西哥，间谍软件最初是作为对抗贩毒集团的武器而获得的，并在导致西纳罗亚贩毒集团头目矮子被捕的行动中使用。但随后，它被用来针对记者、调查43名学生被屠杀事件的律师以及反对党，包括后来成为国家总统的反对党领导人安德烈斯·曼努埃尔·洛佩斯·奥夫拉多尔。在印度，莫迪总理的政府使用该软件的范围更广，许多重要的反对党领导人、学生活动家、记者、选举委员会成员，甚至国家中央调查局的负责人均受到监视。
Abuses using Pegasus went beyond developing country governments. French President Emmanuel Macron's phone was on the list, as were the numbers of several high-ranking U.S. State Department officials.
使用 Pegasus 的滥用行为不仅限于发展中国家的政府。法国总统埃马纽尔·马克龙的电话号码在名单上，几位美国国务院高级官员的电话号码也在其中。
The United States does not need Pegasus for high-tech transgressions, although some of its security agencies did experiment with the software and also acted as an intermediary in its sale to the Djibouti government. On June 5, 2013, the world was awakened to revelations from Edward Snowden, first published in the Guardian newspaper, about illegal data collection by the National Security Agency, NSA. The NSA cooperated with Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Yahoo, various other internet service providers, and telephone companies such as AT&T and Verizon to scoop up huge amounts of data about American citizens' internet searches, online communications, and phone calls. It also tapped communication by leaders of American allies, including Germany and Brazil. It collected data from satellites and underwater fiber optic cables. Snowden described the reach of these programs by saying that when he was a contractor for the NSA, I, sitting at my desk, certainly had the authorities to wiretap anyone, from you or your accountant, to a federal judge or even the president, if I had a personal email. Though unconstitutional and taking place without the knowledge or oversight of Congress, some of these activities were sanctioned by FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court.
美国并不需要飞马软件来进行高科技侵权行为，尽管其一些安全机构确实试验过该软件，并且还充当了将其出售给吉布提政府的中间人。2013年6月5日，爱德华·斯诺登向《卫报》首次披露了美国国家安全局 NSA 非法收集数据的内幕，震惊了世界。NSA 与谷歌、微软、脸书、雅虎等互联网服务提供商以及 AT&T 和威瑞森等电话公司合作，收集了大量关于美国公民的互联网搜索、在线通信和电话通话的数据。他还监听了包括德国和巴西在内的美国盟国领导人的通信。NSA 从卫星和海底光缆中收集数据。斯诺登描述了这些项目的范围。他说，当他作为 NSA 的承包商时，我坐在办公桌前，确实有权监听任何人，从你或你的会计师到联邦法官，甚至是总统，只要我有个人电子邮件。尽管这些活动违反宪法，且未经国会知情或监督，但其中一些活动得到了外国情报监视法院 FISA 的批准。
The United States is not China, and these activities had to be hidden from the news media and even from most lawmakers. When Snowden's revelations broke out, there was a powerful reaction against the NSA and other agencies' abusive data collection strategies. But this was not enough to put a stop to most surveillance. Perhaps even worse, private companies such as Clearview AI have started collecting facial images from hundreds of millions of users and selling this information to law enforcement agencies, with essentially no oversight from civil society or other institutions. There is nothing wrong in this, according to Clearview's founder and CEO, who states, "Our belief is that this is the best use of the technology."
美国不是中国，这些活动必须对新闻媒体甚至大多数立法者保密。当斯诺登的披露曝光时，对 NSA 和其他机构滥用数据收集策略的强烈反应随之而来。但这还不足以阻止大多数监视活动。更糟糕的是，像 Clearview AI 这样的私营公司已经开始从数亿用户那里收集面部图像，并将这些信息出售给执法机构，基本上没有受到民间社会或其他机构的监督。Clearview 的创始人兼首席执行官认为这没有什么问题。他说：“我们的信念是， 这是技术的最佳用途。
Pegasus spyware, snooping by NSA, and Clearview's facial recognition technology illustrate a deeper problem. Once out there, digital tools for extensive data collection will be adopted by many, if not most, governments to suppress opposition and better monitor their citizens. They will strengthen non-democratic regimes and enable them to withstand opposition much more effectively. They could even create a slippery slope for democratic governments to become more authoritarian over time.
飞马间谍软件 NSA 的监听活动以及 Clearview 的面部识别技术揭示了一个更深层次的问题。一旦这些广泛的数字数据收集工具出现，许多，如果不是大多数政府，都会采用它们来压制反对派，并更好地监控其公民。这将加强非民主政权，使他们能够更有效地抵御反对。这些工具甚至可能使民主政府逐渐变得更加专制。
Democracy dies in darkness, but it also struggles under the light provided by modern artificial intelligence.
民主在黑暗中消亡，但在现代人工智能提供的光明下，它也挣扎求存。
Surveillance and the direction of technology.
监视与技术的方向。
From the initial euphoria about the democratizing potential of the internet and social media, some have jumped to the polar opposite conclusion. Digital tools are inherently anti-democratic. In the words of historian Yuval Noah Harari, technology favors tyranny.
从最初对互联网和社交媒体民主化潜力的乐观情绪，一些人跳到了完全相反的结论：数字工具本质上是反民主的。历史学家尤瓦尔·诺亚·哈拉里曾说：“技术偏爱暴政。”
Both of these binary perspectives are wrong. Digital technology is not pro-democratic or anti-democratic. Nor was there any necessity for AI technologies to be developed to empower governments to monitor media, censor information, and repress their citizens. All of this was a choice of direction for technology.
这两种二元观点都是错误的。数字技术既不是促进民主的，也不是反民主的，也没有任何必要性要求人工智能技术的发展是为了赋予政府监控媒体、审查信息和压制公民的权利。所有这一切都是技术方向的选择。
We saw in Chapter 9 that digital technologies, which are almost by their nature highly general purpose, could have been used to further machine usefulness, for example, by creating new worker tasks or new platforms that multiplied human capabilities. It was the vision and the business model of large tech companies that pushed toward a primary focus on worker monitoring and job destruction through automation. The same is true when it comes to the use of AI as a tool in the hands of authoritarian governments and some purportedly democratic ones.
在第9章中，我们看到数字技术几乎天生就是高度通用的，本可以被用来进一步提高机器的实用性，例如通过创造新的工作任务或新的平台来增强人类的能力。是大型科技公司的愿景和商业模式推动了对工人监控和通过自动化破坏工作的主要关注。在专制政府和一些所谓的民主政府手中使用人工智能作为工具时，情况也是如此。
The dreams of the internet and digital technologies empowering citizens against dictatorship were not completely surreal. Digital technologies can be used for encryption, making it impossible for authorities to snoop in private communications. Services such as VPNs can be used to thwart censorship. Search engines such as Tor are currently impossible for governments to decrypt, so far as we know, and hence offer greater levels of privacy and security. Nevertheless, early hopes of digital democratization have been dashed because the tech world put its effort where the money and power lie, with government censorship.
互联网和数字技术赋予公民对抗独裁的权利的梦想，并非完全不切实际。数字技术可以用于加密，使当局无法窥探私人通信。像 VPN 这样的服务可以用来 thwart 审查。像 Tor 这样的搜索引擎，目前政府无法解密，据我们所知，因此提供了更高的隐私和安全水平。然而，早期的数字民主化希望已经破灭，因为科技界将努力放在了金钱和权力所在的地方——政府审查。
It is thus a specific path, a low road, chosen by the tech community that intensifies data collection and surveillance. Although advances in large-scale processing of data using tools from machine learning have been important in these efforts, the real secret sauce in surveillance by governments and companies is massive amounts of data.
因此， 这是科技界选择的一条特定路径，一条低路，加剧了数据收集和监控。虽然使用机器学习工具进行大规模数据处理的进展在这些努力中发挥了重要作用，但政府和公司监控的真正秘诀在于大量的数据。
Once AI technologies strengthen authoritarian impulses, they create a vicious circle. As governments become more authoritarian, their demand for AI to track and control their population increases, and this pushes AI further in the direction of becoming a fully fledged monitoring technology.
一旦人工智能技术强化了专制倾向，它们就会形成一个恶性循环。随着政府变得更加专制，他们对人工智能的需求增加，以追踪和控制人口，这进一步推动了人工智能成为一种全面的监控技术。
Since 2014, there has been, for example, a huge increase in demand from local Chinese governments for AI technologies that provide facial recognition and other types of monitoring. This demand seems to be triggered, in part, by local political unrest. Politicians want to increase policing and surveillance when they see discontent or protest activity brewing in their region. In the second half of the 2010s, massive protests, especially targeted against the national government, were all but impossible, although local protests were still taking place, and for a while, as we have seen earlier in this chapter, they were even coordinated on social media.
自2014年以来，例如中国地方政府对提供面部识别和其他类型监控的人工智能技术的需求大幅增加。这种需求部分是由地方政治动荡引发的。当政者看到其地区内有不满或抗议活动酝酿时，希望加强警务和监控。在2010年代的后半段，针对中央政府的大规模抗议几乎不可能发生，尽管地方抗议仍在进行，而且正如我们在本章前面所看到的，这些抗议活动一度甚至在社交媒体上协调进行。
By this point, however, AI tools were firmly on the side of the crackdowns, not of the protesters. Once empowered by AI technologies, local authorities become better at putting down and avoiding protests. Incidentally, even though the Chinese central government and local authorities are willing to hire large numbers of police officers, the increase in AI investments appears to reduce the need for using manpower to do the surveillance and even the actual repression of protesters.
然而，到这个时候，人工智能工具已经站在了镇压者的一边，而不是抗议者的一边。一旦被人工智能技术赋能，地方政府在镇压和避免抗议方面变得更加有效。顺便说一句，尽管中国政府和地方政府愿意雇佣大量警察，但人工智能投资的增加似乎减少了使用人力进行监控甚至实际镇压抗议者的需要。
More strikingly, this demand from local governments affects the direction of innovation. Data on the universe of AI startups in China show that government demand for monitoring technologies fundamentally transforms subsequent innovation. AI firms contracting with Chinese local governments start shifting their research more and more toward facial recognition and other tracking technologies. Perhaps as a result of these incentives, China has emerged as a global leader in surveillance technologies, such as facial recognition, but lags in other areas, including natural language processing, language reasoning skills, and abstract reasoning.
更引人注目的是，地方政府的这种需求影响了创新的方向。关于中国人工智能初创企业的数据显示，政府对监控技术的需求从根本上改变了后续的创新。与中国地方政府签订合同的人工智能公司开始越来越多地将研究转向面部识别和其他追踪技术。或许由于这些激励措施，中国已成为面部识别等监控技术的全球领导者，但在自然语言处理、语言推理能力和抽象推理等其他领域仍落后。
International experts rank the quality of AI research in China to be still significantly behind that of the United States in all dimensions. There is one aspect in which China has an advantage, however, data.
国际专家认为，中国在所有方面的人工智能研究质量仍显著落后于美国。然而，中国在数据方面有一个优势。
Chinese researchers work with much larger quantities of data, and without the privacy restrictions that often limit the type of data Western researchers can access. The impact of local government contracts on the direction of AI research is particularly pronounced when local governments share vast amounts of data in their procurement contracts. With abundant data available to them without any strings and strong demand for surveillance technologies, AI startups were able to test and develop powerful applications that could track, monitor, and control citizens.
中国研究人员处理的数据量远大于西方研究人员，而且不受隐私限制的约束，这些限制往往限制了西方研究人员可以访问的数据类型。地方政府合同对人工智能研究方向的影响尤为显著，当地方政府在采购合同中共享大量数据时尤其如此。由于数据丰富且没有附加条件，加上对监控技术的强烈需求，人工智能初创公司能够测试和开发强大的应用，这些应用能够追踪、监控和控制公民。
There is a surveillance technology trap here. Powerful and cash-rich governments that are intent on suppressing dissent demand AI technologies to control their population. The more they demand them, the more researchers produce them. The more AI moves in this repressive direction, the more attractive it becomes to authoritarian, or wannabe authoritarian, governments.
这里存在一个监控技术陷阱，意图镇压意义的强大且资金充足的政府要求人工智能技术来控制其人口。他们要求的越多，研究人员生产的越多。人工智能越朝这个压制方向发展，就越吸引威权或准威权政府。
Indeed, Chinese startups are now exporting their AI products targeted at monitoring and repression to other non-democratic governments. The Chinese tech giant Huawei, one of the main beneficiaries of unrestricted access to data and financial incentives to develop snooping technologies, exported these tools to 50 other countries. In Chapter 9, we saw how AI-based automation developed in technologically advanced countries will affect the rest of the world, with significant potential downsides for most workers. The same is true for AI-based surveillance. Most citizens, wherever they are around the world, are finding it harder and harder to escape repression.
确实，中国的初创公司现在正在向其他非民主政府出口其针对监控和镇压的人工智能产品。中国科技巨头华为是不受限制的访问数据和开发监控技术的财政激励的主要受益者之一，已将这些工具出口到其他50个国家。在第9章中，我们看到了技术先进国家开发的人工智能自动化将如何影响世界其他地区，对大多数工人来说，潜在的负面影响显著。同样，基于人工智能的监控也是如此，世界各地的大多数公民发现，他们越来越难以逃脱镇压。
Social media and paperclips.
社交媒体和回形针。
Internet censorship and even high-tech spyware may say nothing about the potential of social media as a tool to improve political discourse and coordinate opposition to the worst regimes in the world. That several dictatorships have used new technologies to repress their populations should not surprise anybody. That the United States has done the same is also understandable when you think about its security services' long tradition of lawless behavior that has only been amplified with the war on terror. Perhaps the solution is to double down on social media and allow more connectivity and unencumbered messaging to shine a brighter light on abuses. Alas, AI-powered social media's current path appears almost as pernicious for democracy and human rights as top-down internet censorship.
互联网审查和高科技间谍软件可能并不能说明社交媒体作为改善政治言论和协调反对世界上最恶劣政权的工具的潜力。几个独裁政权利用新技术镇压其民众并不令人惊讶。当考虑到美国安全机构长期以来的非法行为传统，以及这些行为在反恐战争中被放大时，美国也这样做是可以理解的。或许解决办法是加倍投入社交媒体，允许更多的连接和无障碍的信息传播，以更亮的光芒照亮滥用行为。然而，目前由人工智能驱动的社交媒体的发展路径，似乎对民主和人权的威胁几乎与自上而下的互联网审查一样严重。
The paperclip parable is a favorite tool of computer scientists and philosophers for emphasizing the dangers that superintelligent AI will pose if its objectives are not perfectly aligned with those of humanity. The thought experiment presupposes an unstoppably powerful intelligent machine that gets instructions to produce more paper clips and then uses its considerable capabilities to excel in meeting this objective by coming up with new methods to transform the entire world into paper clips. When it comes to the effects of AI on politics, it may be turning our institutions into paper clips, not thanks to its superior capabilities, but because of its mediocrity.
回形针预言是计算机科学家和哲学家用来强调，如果超级智能 AI 的目标与人类不完全一致，它将带来的危险的常用工具。这个思想实验假设了一个不可阻挡的强大智能机器，它接收到生产更多回形针的指令，然后利用其强大的能力，通过想出新的方法，将整个世界转化为回形针来实现这一目标。当谈到 AI 对政治的影响时，它可能正在将我们的机构转化为回形针，这并不是因为它的能力超群，而是因为它的平庸。
By 2017, Facebook was so popular in Myanmar that it came to be identified with the internet itself. The 22 million users, out of a population of 53 million, were fertile ground for misinformation and hate speech. One of the most ethnically diverse countries in the world, Myanmar is home to 135 officially recognized distinct ethnicities. Its military, which has ruled the country with an iron fist since 1962, with a brief period of parliamentary democracy under military tutelage between 2015 and 2020, has often stoked ethnic hatred among the majority Buddhist population. No other group has been as often targeted as the Rohingya Muslims, whom the government propaganda portrays as foreigners, even though they have lived there for centuries. Hate speech against the Rohingya has been commonplace in government-controlled media.
到2017年 ，Facebook 在缅甸如此受欢迎，以至于它本身几乎等同于互联网。在5300万人口中，有2200万用户，这为虚假信息和仇恨言论的传播提供了肥沃的土壤。缅甸是世界上民族多样性最丰富的国家之一，拥有135个官方认可的民族。自1962年以来，缅甸军队一直以铁腕统治该国。2015年至2020年间，曾短暂实行过军方指导下的议会民主制。军队经常在占多数的佛教人口中煽动民族仇恨。没有哪个群体像罗兴亚穆斯林那样频繁地成为目标，尽管他们在那里生活了几个世纪，政府的宣传仍将他们描绘为外国人。针对罗兴亚人的仇恨言论在政府控制的媒体中十分普遍。
Facebook arrived into this combustible mix of ethnic tension and incendiary propaganda in 2010. From then on, it expanded rapidly. Consistent with Silicon Valley's belief in the superiority of algorithms to humans, and despite its huge user base, Facebook employed only one person who monitored Myanmar and spoke Burmese, but not most of the other 100 or so languages used in the country.
Facebook 于2010年进入这个民族紧张和煽动性宣传的混合体中。从那时起，它迅速扩展。尽管用户基数庞大，但 Facebook 在硅谷算法优于人类的信念下，仅雇佣了一名监控缅甸并会说缅甸语的员工，而不会说该国使用的其他大约100种语言。
In Myanmar, hate speech and incitement were rife on Facebook from the beginning. In June 2012, a senior official close to the country's president, Thein Sein, posted this on his Facebook page.
在缅甸，仇恨言论和煽动行为从一开始就充斥着 Facebook。2012年6月，一位接近总统登盛的高级官员在他的 Facebook 页面上发布了以下内容。
It is heard that Rohingya terrorists of the so-called Rohingya Solidarity Organization are crossing the border and getting into the country with the weapons. That is, Rohingyas from other countries are coming into the country. Since our military has got the news in advance, we will eradicate them until the end. I believe we are already doing it.
据说，所谓的罗兴加团结组织的罗兴加恐怖分子正携带武器越境进入我国。这意味着来自其他国家的罗兴加人正在进入我国。由于我们的军队事先得到了消息，我们将彻底消灭他们。我相信我们已经在这么做了。
The post continued, "We don't want to hear any humanitarian issues or human rights from others." The post was not only whipping up hatred against the Muslim minority, but also amplifying the false narrative that Rohingya were coming into the country from the outside.
帖子继续写道，我们不想听到任何关于人道主义或人权的问题。该帖子不仅煽动了对穆斯林少数群体的仇恨，还放大了罗兴加人从国外进入我国的虚假说法。
In 2013, the Buddhist monk Ashin Warathu, dubbed as the face of Buddhist terror by Time magazine that same year, was posting Facebook messages calling the Rohingya invading foreigners, murderers, and a danger to the country. He would eventually say, "I accept the term extremist with pride."
2013年，被《时代》杂志同年称为佛教恐怖主义面孔的佛教僧侣阿辛·维拉图在脸书上发布消息，称罗兴家人是入侵的外国人、杀人犯，并对国家构成威胁。他最终表示：“我自豪地接受极端主义者的称号。”
Calls from activists and international organizations to Facebook to clamp down on misleading information and incendiary posts kept growing. A Facebook executive admitted, "We agree that we can and should do more." Yet by August 2017, whatever Facebook was doing was far from enough to monitor hate speech. The platform had become the chief medium for organizing what the United States would eventually call a genocide.
活动人士和国际组织不断呼吁 Facebook 加强对误导信息和煽动性帖子的管控。一位 Facebook 高管承认：“我们同意，我们可以也应该做得更多。”然而，到2017年8月 ，Facebook 所做的一切远远不足以监控仇恨言论。该平台已成为组织美国最终称之为种族灭绝的主要媒介。
The popularity of hate speech on Facebook in Myanmar should not have been a surprise. Facebook's business model was based on maximizing user engagement and any messages that garnered strong emotions, including of course hate speech and provocative misinformation, were favored by the platform's algorithms because they triggered intense engagement from thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, of users.
Facebook 在缅甸的仇恨言论流行并不令人意外。Facebook 的商业模式基于最大化用户参与度，任何能引发强烈情感的信息，包括仇恨言论和煽动性的虚假信息，都受到平台算法的青睐，因为它们能引发成千上万，有时是数十万用户的强烈参与。
Human rights groups and activists brought up these concerns about mounting hate speech and the resulting atrocities to Facebook's leadership as early as 2014, with little success. The problem was at first ignored and activists were stonewalled, while the amount of false, incendiary information against the Rohingya continued to balloon. So did evidence that hate crimes, including murders of the Muslim minority, were being organized on the platform. Although the company was reluctant to do much on the hate crime problem, this was not because it did not care about Myanmar. When the country's government closed down Facebook, its executives immediately jumped into action, fearing that the shutdown might drive away some of its 22 million users in the country.
人权组织和活动人士早在2014年就向 Facebook 的领导层提出了关于日益增多的仇恨言论和由此引发的暴行的担忧，但收效甚微。最初，这些问题被忽视，活动人士遭到阻挠，而针对罗兴亚人的虚假、煽动性信息继续激增。同时，也有证据表明，包括对穆斯林少数群体的谋杀在内的仇恨犯罪正在平台上组织。尽管公司对仇恨犯罪问题不愿采取太多行动，但这并不是因为他不关心缅甸。当缅甸政府关闭 Facebook 时，其高管立即采取行动，担心关闭可能会导致该国2200万用户中的部分用户流失。
Facebook also accommodated the government's demands in 2019 to label 4 ethnic organizations as dangerous and ban them from the platform. These websites, though associated with ethnic separatist groups, such as the Arakan Army, the Kachin Independence Army, and the Myanmar National Democratic Alliance Army, were some of the main repositories of photos and other proofs of murders and other atrocities by the army and extremist Buddhist monks.
2019年 Facebook 还应政府的要求，将4个民族组织标记为危险，并禁止他们使用该平台。这些网站虽然与民族分离主义团体如若开军、克钦独立军和缅甸民族民主联盟军有关联，但他们是记录军队和极端佛教僧侣所犯谋杀和其他暴行的照片和其他证据的主要来源。
When Facebook finally responded to earlier pressure, its solution was to create stickers to identify potential hate speech. The stickers would allow users to post messages that included harmful or questionable content, but would warn them, think before you share, or don't be the cause of violence. However, it turned out that just like a dumb version of the paper-clip obsessed AI program, Facebook's algorithm was so intent on maximizing engagement that it registered harmful posts as being more popular because people were engaging with the content to flag it as harmful. The algorithm then recommended this content more widely in Myanmar, further exacerbating the spread of hate speech.
当 Facebook 最终对早期的压力做出回应时，它的解决方案是创建标签来识别潜在的仇恨言论。 这些标签将允许用户发布包含有害或有争议内容的信息，但会警告他们分享前请三思或不要成为暴力的导火索。然而，事实证明，就像一个愚蠢的、专注于回形针的人工智能程序一样， Facebook 的算法过于专注于最大化参与度，以至于它将有害帖子视为更受欢迎，因为人们在参与这些内容时将其标记为有害。算法随后在缅甸更广泛地推荐这些内容，进一步加剧了仇恨言论的传播。
Myanmar's lessons do not seem to have been well learned by Facebook. In 2018, similar dynamics started being played out in Sri Lanka, with posts on Facebook inciting violence against Muslims. Human rights groups reported the hate speech, but to no avail. In the assessment of a researcher and activist, there's incitements to violence against entire communities, and Facebook says it doesn't violate community standards.
缅甸的教训似乎并没有被 Facebook 好好吸取。2018年，类似的动态开始在斯里兰卡上演。Facebook 上的帖子煽动对穆斯林的暴力行为，人权组织报告了仇恨言论，但无济于事。一位研究人员和活动家评估说，有针对整个社区的暴力煽动，而 Facebook 却说这不违反社区标准。
2 years later, in 2020, it was India's turn. Facebook executives overrode calls from their employees and refused to remove Indian politician T. Raja Singh, who was calling for Rohingya Muslim immigrants to be shot and encouraging the destruction of mosques. Many were indeed destroyed in anti-Muslim riots in Delhi that year, which also killed more than 50 people.
2年后，即2020年，轮到了印度。Facebook 的高管们无视员工的呼吁，拒绝删除印度政治家 T. Raja Singh 的账号。他呼吁射杀罗兴亚穆斯林移民，并煽动摧毁清真寺。那一年，德里确实发生了反穆斯林骚乱，许多清真寺被摧毁，骚乱还导致超过50人死亡。
Misinformation machine.
误导信息机器。
The problems of hate speech and misinformation in Myanmar are paralleled by how Facebook has been used in the United States, and for the same reason. Hate speech, extremism, and misinformation generate strong emotions and increase engagement and time spent on the platform. This enables Facebook to sell more individualized digital ads.
缅甸的仇恨言论和误导信息问题与 Facebook 在美国的使用情况相似，原因相同。仇恨言论、极端主义和误导信息能够引发强烈的情感，增加用户在平台上的参与度和停留时间。这使 Facebook 能够销售更多个性化的数字广告。
During the U.S. presidential election of 2016, there was a remarkable increase in the number of posts with either misleading information or demonstrably false content. Nevertheless, by 2020, 14% of Americans viewed social media as their primary source of news, and 70% reported receiving at least some of their news from Facebook and other social media outlets.
在2016年美国总统选举期间，含有误导信息或明显虚假内容的帖子数量显著增加。然而，到2020年，14%的美国人将社交媒体视为他们的主要新闻来源。70%的人报告称，他们至少从 Facebook 和其他社交媒体平台获取了一些新闻。
These stories were not just a sideshow. A study of misinformation on the platform concluded that falsehood diffused significantly farther, faster, deeper, and more broadly than the truth in all categories of information. Many of the blatantly misleading posts went viral because they kept being shared, but it was not just users propagating falsehoods. Facebook's algorithms were elevating these sensational articles ahead of both less politically relevant posts and information from trusted media sources.
这些故事不仅仅是边缘新闻。一项关于平台上虚假信息的研究得出结论，在所有类别的信息中，虚假信息的传播范围更广，速度更快，深度更深，范围更广。许多明显误导的帖子因为不断被分享而病毒式传播。但不仅仅是用户在传播虚假信息 ，Facebook 的算法将这些耸人听闻的文章提升到了比政治相关性较低的帖子和来自可信媒体的信息更高的位置。
During the 2016 presidential election, Facebook was a major conduit for misinformation, especially for right-leaning users. Trump supporters often reached sites propagating misinformation from Facebook. There was less traffic going from social media to traditional media. Worse, Recent research documents that people tend to believe posts with misinformation because they are bad at remembering where they saw a piece of news. This may be particularly significant because users often receive unreliable and sometimes downright false information from their like-minded friends and acquaintances. They are also unlikely to be exposed to contrarian voices in these echo chamber-like environments.
在2016年总统选举期间 ，Facebook 是错误信息的主要传播渠道，尤其是对右倾用户而言。特朗普的支持者经常通过 Facebook 到达传播错误信息的网站。从社交媒体到传统媒体的流量减少了。更糟糕的是，最近的研究表明，人们倾向于相信带有错误信息的帖子，因为他们不善于记住他们是在哪里看到某条新闻的。这可能特别重要，因为用户经常从志同道合的朋友和熟人那里接收不可靠甚至完全错误的信息。在这些类似回音室的环境中，他们也不太可能接触到持不同意见的声音。
Echo chambers may be an inevitable byproduct of social media, but it has been known for more than a decade that they are exacerbated by platform algorithms. Eli Pariser, internet activist and executive director of MoveOn.org, reported in a TED Talk in 2010 that although he followed many liberal and conservative news sites, after a while he noticed he was directed more and more to liberal sites because the algorithm had noticed he was a little more likely to click on them. He coined the term filter bubble to describe how algorithm filters were creating an artificial space in which people heard only voices that were already aligned with their political views.
回音室可能是社交媒体不可避免的副产品，但10多年前就已经知道，它们因平台算法而加剧。互联网活动家 MoveOn.org 执行董事埃利·帕里泽 （Eli Pariser） 在2010年的一次TED演讲中报告说，尽管他关注了许多自由派和保守派新闻网站，但过了一段时间后，他注意到自己被越来越多地引导到自由派网站，因为算法发现他更有可能点击这些网站。他创造了过滤气泡一词，描述了算法过滤如何创建一个虚拟空间，在这个空间中，人们只能听到与他们政治观点一致的声音。
Filter bubbles have pernicious effects. Facebook's algorithm is more likely to show right-wing content to users who have a right-leaning ideology, and vice versa for left-wingers. Researchers have documented that the resulting filter bubbles exacerbate the spread of misinformation on the social media site because people are influenced by the news items they see. These filter bubble effects go beyond social media. Recent research that incentivized some regular Fox News users to watch CNN found that exposure to CNN content had a moderating effect on their beliefs and political attitudes across a range of issues. The main reason for this effect appears to be that Fox News was giving a slanted presentation of some facts and concealing others, pushing users in a more right-wing direction. There is growing evidence that these effects are even stronger on social media.
过滤气泡有恶劣的影响。Facebook 的算法更有可能向右翼意识形态的用户展示右翼内容，反之亦然。研究人员记录了由此产生的过滤气泡如何加剧社交媒体上的虚假信息传播，因为人们受到他们看到的新闻的影响。这些过滤气泡效应超出了社交媒体的范围。最近的一项研究激励了一些经常观看福克斯新闻的用户转而观看 CNN， 结果发现接触 CNN 内容对他们的信念和政治态度在一系列问题上产生了缓和作用。这种效果的主要原因是福克斯新闻对某些事实进行了歪曲报道，并隐瞒了其他事实，将用户推向了更右翼的方向。有越来越多的证据表明，这些效应在社交媒体上更为强烈。
Although there were hearings and media reaction to Facebook's role in the 2016 election, not much had changed by 2020. Misinformation multiplied on the platform, some of it propagated by President Donald Trump, who frequently claimed that mail-in ballots were fraudulent and that non-citizen immigrants were voting in droves. He repeatedly used social media to call a stop to the vote count.
尽管有关 Facebook 在2016年选举中作用的听证会和媒体报道，到2020年情况并没有多大改变。平台上的虚假信息激增，其中一些是由唐纳德·特朗普总统传播的。他经常声称邮寄选票存在欺诈行为，并且大量非公民移民参与了投票。他反复利用社交媒体呼吁停止计票。
In the run-up to the election, Facebook was also mired in controversy because of a doctored video of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, giving the impression that she was drunk or ill, slurring her words and sounding unwell in general. The fake video was promoted by Trump allies, including Rudy Giuliani, and the hashtag DrunkNancy began to trend. It soon went viral and attracted more than 2 million views. Crazy conspiracy theories, such as those that came from QAnon, circulated uninterrupted in the platform's filter bubbles as well. Documents provided to the U.S. Congress and the Securities and Exchange Commission by former Facebook employee Frances Haugen reveal that Facebook executives were often informed of these developments.
在选举前夕 ，Facebook 也因一段经过处理的众议院议长南希·佩洛西的视频而陷入争议。这段视频给人的印象是他喝醉了或生病了，说话含糊不清，总体上显得身体不适。这段假视频被特朗普的支持者，包括鲁迪·朱利安尼推广。井号 Drunk Nancy 这个标签开始流行起来，它很快病毒式传播，吸引了超过200万的观看量。来自 QAnon 等疯狂的阴谋论在平台的过滤气泡中不断传播。前 Facebook 员工弗朗西斯·豪根向美国国会和证券交易委员会提供的文件显示 ，Facebook 的高管经常被告知这些情况。
As Facebook came under increasing pressure, its vice president of global affairs and communications, former British Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg, defended the company's policies, stating that a social media platform should be viewed as a tennis court. Our job is to make sure the court is ready, the surface is flat, the lines painted, the net at the correct height. But we don't pick up a racket and start playing. How the players play the game is up to them, not us.
随着 Facebook 面临的压力越来越大，其全球事务和通信副总裁、前英国副首相尼克·克莱格为公司的政策进行了辩护，称社交媒体平台应该被视为一个网球场。我们的工作是确保球场准备就绪，地面平整，线条清晰，网的高度正确。但我们不会拿起球拍开始比赛。球员如何比赛由他们自己决定，而不是我们。
In the week following the election, Facebook introduced an emergency measure, altering its algorithms to stop the spread of right-wing conspiracy theories claiming that the election was in reality won by Trump but stolen because of illegal votes and irregularities at ballot boxes. By the end of December, however, Facebook's algorithm was back to its usual self, and the tennis court was open for a rematch of the 2016 fiasco.
在选举后的那一周 ，Facebook 引入了一项紧急措施，调整其算法，以阻止右翼阴谋论的传播。这些阴谋论声称选举实际上是特朗普赢了，但由于非法选票和投票箱中的违规行为而被窃取。然而，到12月底 ，Facebook 的算法恢复了常态，网球场再次为2016年的闹剧重演做好了准备。
Several extremist right-wing groups as well as Donald Trump continued to propagate falsehoods, and we now know that the January 6, 2021, insurrection was partly organized using Facebook and other social media sites. For example, members of the far-right militia group Oath Keepers used Facebook to discuss how and where they would meet, and several other extremist groups live-messaged each other over the platform on January 6. One of the Oath Keepers' leaders, Thomas Caldwell, is alleged to have posted updates as he entered the Capitol and to have received information over the platform on how to navigate the building as well as to incite violence toward lawmakers and police.
几个极右翼团体以及唐纳德·特朗普继续传播虚假信息。我们现在知道，2021年1月6日的暴乱部分是通过 Facebook 和其他社交媒体平台组织的。例如，极右翼民兵组织誓言守护者的成员使用 Facebook 讨论他们将在何处以及如何会面。1月6日当天，其他几个极端组织也在平台上互相发送即时消息。据称，誓言守护者之一的领导人托马斯·卡尔德威尔在进入国会大厦时发布了更新，并通过平台接收了如何在大楼内导航以及煽动对议员和警察施加暴力的信息。
Misinformation and hate speech are not confined to Facebook. Around 2016, YouTube emerged as one of the most potent recruitment grounds for the far right. In 2019, Caleb Kane, a 26-year-old college dropout, made a video about YouTube explaining how he had been radicalized on the platform. As he said, "I fell down the alt-right rabbit hole." Kane explained how he kept falling deeper and deeper into this, as he watched more and more radical content recommended by YouTube's algorithms.
误导信息和仇恨言论并不仅限于 Facebook。大约在2016年 ，YouTube 成为极右翼最有力的招募平台之一。2019年 26岁的大学辍学生凯恩制作了一段关于 YouTube 的视频，解释了他如何在该平台上被激进化。正如他所说，我掉进了另类右翼的兔子洞。凯恩解释说，随着他观看越来越多由 YouTube 算法推荐的激进内容，他越来越深地陷入了这个兔子洞。
Journalist Robert Evans studied how scores of ordinary people around the country were recruited by these groups, and he concluded that the groups themselves mentioned YouTube most often on their website. 15 out of 75 fascist activists we studied credited YouTube videos with their red pilling. Red pilling refers to the lingo that these groups used with reference to the movie The Matrix. Accepting the truths propagated by these far-right groups was the equivalent of taking the red pill in the movie.
记者罗伯特·埃文斯研究了全国各地的普通民众是如何被这些团体招募的。他得出结论，这些团体在自己的网站上最常提到的是 YouTube。我们研究的75名法西斯活动家中，有15人将 YouTube 视频视为他们觉醒的原因。觉醒是指这些团体使用的术语，源自电影《黑客帝国》。接受这些极右翼团体传播的真相，相当于电影中的服用红色药丸。
YouTube's algorithmic choices and intent to boost watch time on the platform were critical for these outcomes. To increase watch time, in 2012, the company modified its algorithm to give more weight to the time that users spend watching rather than just clicking on content. This algorithmic tweak started favoring videos that people became glued to, including some of the more incendiary extremist content, the sort that Kane became hooked on.
YouTube 的算法选择和提高平台观看时间的意图对这些结果至关重要。为了增加观看时间，公司在2012年修改了其算法，更多的考虑用户观看时间，而不仅仅是点击内容。这一算法调整开始倾向于那些让人着迷的视频，包括一些更具煽动性的极端内容。这类内容正是凯恩所沉迷的。
In 2015, YouTube engaged a research team from its parent company's AI division, Google Brain, to improve the platform's algorithm. New algorithms then led to more pathways for users to become radicalized, while, of course, spending more time on the platform. One of Google Brain's researchers, Minmin Chun, boasted in an AI conference that the new algorithm was successfully altering user behavior. We can really lead the users towards a different state versus recommending content that is familiar. This was ideal for fringe groups trying to radicalize people. It meant that users watching a video on September 11th would be quickly recommended content on September 11th conspiracies. With about 70% of all videos watched on the platform coming from algorithm recommendations, this meant plenty of room for misinformation and manipulation to pull users into the rabbit hole.
2015年 YouTube 请来了其母公司 Google Brain 的一个研究团队来改进平台的算法。新的算法导致了更多用户被激进化的途径，当然，这也意味着用户在平台上的停留时间更长。Google Brain 的一位研究员陈敏敏在一次人工智能会议上夸耀说，新算法成功改变了用户行为，我们确实可以引导用户走向不同的状态，而不是推荐他们熟悉的内容。这对试图激进化人们的边缘团体来说是理想的。这意味着观看9/11相关视频的用户很快会被推荐9/11阴谋论的内容。由于平台上约70%的视频观看量来自算法推荐，这意味着有大量空间让错误信息和操纵将用户引入歧途。
Twitter was no different. As the favorite communication medium of former President Trump, it became an important tool for communication between right-wingers, and separately among left-wingers as well. Trump's anti-Muslim tweets were widely disseminated and subsequently caused not just more anti-Muslim and xenophobic posts on the platform, but also actual hate crimes against Muslims, especially in states where the president had more followers.
Twitter 也不例外。作为前总统特朗普的首选沟通媒介，它成为右翼人士以及左翼人士之间沟通的重要工具。特朗普的反穆斯林推文被广泛传播，不仅导致平台上出现了更多的反穆斯林和种族主义帖子，还引发了针对穆斯林的实际仇恨犯罪，尤其是在总统拥有更多追随者的州。
Some of the worst language and consistent hate speech were propagated on other platforms, such as 4chan, 8chan, and Reddit, including its various subreddits such as _Donald, where conspiracy theories and misinformation related to Donald Trump originate and circulate, physical_removal, advocating the elimination of liberals, and several others with explicitly racist names that we prefer not to print here. In 2015, the Southern Poverty Law Center named Reddit as the platform hosting the most violent racist content on the internet.
一些最恶劣的语言和持续的仇恨言论在其他平台上广泛传播，例如4chan、8chan 和 Reddit， 包括其各种子板块，如 The 下划线 Download， 这里传播与唐纳德、特朗普相关的阴谋论和虚假信息 ，Physical 下划线 Removal， 鼓吹清除自由派人士，以及一些我们在此不列出的明显种族主义名称的子板块。2015年。南方贫困法律中心将 Reddit 列为互联网上最暴力种族主义内容的平台。
Was it unavoidable that social media should have become such a cesspool? Or was it some of the decisions that leading tech companies made that brought us to this sorry state? The truth is much closer to the latter, and in fact also answers the question posed in Chapter 9. Why has AI become so popular even if it is not massively increasing productivity and outperforming humans?
社交媒体变成这样一个污秽之地是不可避免的吗？还是说是一些领先的科技公司所做出的决定导致了这一令人遗憾的局面？事实更接近后者，实际上也回答了第9章提出的问题：为什么即使 AI 并没有大幅提高生产力和超越人类，它仍然变得如此流行？
The answer, and the reason for the specific path that digital technologies took, is the revenues that companies that collect vast amounts of data can generate using individually targeted digital advertising. But digital ads are only as good as the attention that people pay to them. So this business model meant that platforms strove to increase user engagement with online content. The most effective way of doing this turned out to be cultivating strong emotions such as outrage or indignation.
答案以及数字技术采取特定路径的原因，是那些收集大量数据的公司通过定向数字广告可以产生的收入。但数字广告的效果取决于人们对其的关注度，因此这种商业模式意味着平台努力增加用户对在线内容的参与度。事实证明，最有效的方法是培养强烈的情感，如愤怒或义愤。
The ad bargain.
广告交易。
To understand the roots of misinformation on social media, we must turn to Google's origin story.
要理解社交媒体上的虚假信息的根源，我们必须回到谷歌的起源故事。
The internet was flourishing before Google, but the available search engines were not helping. What makes the internet so special is its amazing size, with the number of websites estimated at 1.88 billion in 2021. Sifting through these many websites and finding the relevant information or products was bound to be a challenge.
在谷歌出现之前，互联网就已经蓬勃发展，但可用的搜索引擎并没有提供帮助。互联网之所以特别，是因为其惊人的规模。2021年估计网站数量为 18.8 亿。在如此众多的网站中筛选并找到相关信息或产品，无疑是一个挑战。
The idea of early search engines was familiar to anyone who has used a book index. Find all the occurrences of a given search word. If you wanted to find where the Neolithic age was discussed in a book, you would look at the index and see the list of pages where the word Neolithic appeared. It worked well because a given word appeared a limited number of times, making the method of exhaustive search among all of the indicated pages feasible and quite effective. But imagine that you are looking into the index of an enormously large book, such as the internet. If you get the list of the instances in which the word Neolithic is mentioned in this humongous book, it may be hundreds of thousands of times. Good luck with exhaustive search.
早期搜索引擎的概念对于任何使用过书籍索引的人来说都很熟悉，找到给定搜索词的所有出现位置。如果你想在书中找到讨论新石器时代的地方，你会查看索引，看到新石器这个词出现的所有页码。这种方法效果很好，因为一个给定的词出现的次数是有限的，使得在所有指示的页面中进行全面搜索既可行又非常有效。但想象一下，你正在查看一本巨大的书的索引，比如互联网。如果你得到新石器这个词在这本巨大的书中被提及的所有实例，可能会有成千上万次。祝你好运，进行全面搜索。
Of course, the problem is that many of these mentions are not that relevant, and only one or two websites would be the authoritative sources in which one can obtain the necessary information about the Neolithic age and how, say, humans transitioned to settled life and permanent agriculture. Only a way of prioritizing the more important mentions would enable the relevant information to be quickly retrieved. But this is not what the early search engines were capable of doing.
当然，问题在于这些提及中的许多并不那么相关，只有少数一两个网站是权威的信息来源，可以在其中获取关于新石器时代以及人类如何过渡到定居生活和永久农业的必要信息。只有通过优先考虑更重要的提及，才能快速检索相关信息。但早期的搜索引擎并不具备这种能力。
Enter two brash, smart young men, Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Page was a graduate student, working with the famous computer scientist Terry Winograd at Stanford, and Sergey Brin was his friend. Winograd, an early enthusiast for the currently dominant paradigm of AI, had by that point changed his mind and was working on problems in which human and machine knowledge could be combined, very much as Wiener, Licklider, and Engelbart had envisaged. The Internet, as we have seen, was an obvious domain for such a combination because its raw material was content and knowledge created by humans, but it needed to be navigated by algorithms.
这时，两位大胆、聪明的年轻人拉里·佩奇和谢尔盖·布林出现了。佩奇是斯坦福大学的研究生，与著名的计算机科学家特里·威诺格拉德合作，而谢尔盖·布林是他的朋友。威诺格拉德是目前主导的人工智能范式的早期支持者，但到那时他已经改变了想法，开始研究人类和机器知识可以结合的问题。这与维纳、利克莱德和恩格尔巴特的设想非常相似。正如我们所见，互联网显然是这种结合的明显领域，因为它的原材料是人类创造的内容和知识，但需要通过算法进行导航。
Page and Brin came up with a better way of achieving this combination, a true human-machine interaction in some sense. Humans were the best judge of which websites were more relevant, and search algorithms were excellent at collecting and processing link information. Why not let human choices about linkages guide how search algorithms should prioritize relevant websites?
佩奇和布林想出了一个更好的方法来实现这种结合。某种意义上说，这是一种真正的人机互动。人类是判断哪些网站更相关最好的裁判，而搜索算法在收集和处理链接信息方面非常出色。为什么不让人对链接的选择来指导搜索算法如何优先考虑相关网站呢？
This was at first a theoretical idea, the realization that this could be done. Then came the algorithmic solution of how to do it. This was the basis of their revolutionary PageRank algorithm. Page here reputedly refers both to Larry Page and the fact that pages are being ranked. Among the relevant pages, the idea was to prioritize those that received more links. So rather than using some ad hoc rules to decide which ones of the pages that have the word Neolithic should be suggested, the algorithm would rank these pages according to how many incoming links they received. The more popular pages would be more highly ranked. But why stop there? If a page received links from other highly ranked pages, that would be more informative about its relevance. To encapsulate this insight, Brin and Page developed a recursive algorithm where each page has a rank, and this rank is determined by how many other highly ranked pages were linking to it. Recursive means that each page's rank depends on the ranks of all others. With millions of websites, calculating these ranks is no trivial matter, but it was already feasible by the 1990s.
这最初是一个理论上的想法，意识到这是可以做到的。然后是算法解决方案，即如何实现这一点。这是他们革命性的 PageRank 算法的基础。这里的 Page 据说既指拉里·佩奇，也指页面的排名。在相关页面中，想法是优先考虑那些收到更多链接的页面。因此，不是使用一些临时规则来决定哪些包含新石器时代这个词的页面应该被推荐，算法将根据这些页面收到的入链数量对它们进行排名。更受欢迎的页面将获得更高的排名。但为什么不就此止步呢？如果一个页面从其他高排名的页面收到了链接，这将更有助于判断其相关性。为了概括这一见解，布林和佩奇开发了一种递归算法，每个页面都有一个排名，这个排名由链接到它的其他高排名页面的数量决定。递归意味着每个页面的排名取决于所有其他页面的排名。在数百万个网站中，计算这些排名并非易事，但在20世纪90年代已经可行。
Ultimately, how the algorithm computes the results is secondary. The important breakthrough here was that Page and Brin had come up with a way of using human insights and knowledge, as encapsulated in their subjective evaluations of which other pages were relevant, to improve a key machine task. Ranking search outcomes. Brin and Page's 1998 paper, titled The Anatomy of a Large-Scale Hypertextual Web Search Engine, starts with this sentence. In this paper, we present Google, a prototype of a large-scale search engine which makes heavy use of the structure present in hypertext. Google is designed to crawl and index the web efficiently and produce much more satisfying search results than existing systems.
最终，算法如何计算结果是次要的。这里的重要突破是，佩奇和布林找到了一种方法，利用人类的见解和知识，及他们对哪些其他页面相关性的主观评价，来改进一个关键的机器任务——排名搜索结果。布林和佩奇1998年的论文《大型超文本网络搜索引擎的解剖》以这句话开头。在本文中，我们介绍了 Google， 这是一种大规模搜索引擎的原型，它大量利用了超文本中存在的结构。Google 旨在高效地抓取和索引网络，并产生比现有系统更令人满意的搜索结果。
Page and Brin understood that this was a major breakthrough, but did not have a clear plan for commercializing it. Larry Page is quoted as saying that, amazingly, I had no thought of building a search engine. The idea wasn't even on the radar. But by the end of the project, it was clear that they had a winner on their hands. If they could build this search engine, it would tremendously improve how the World Wide Web functioned.
佩奇和布林意识到这是一个重大突破，但没有明确的商业化计划。拉里·佩奇曾说过，令人惊讶的是，我根本没有想过要建立一个搜索引擎。这个想法甚至没有在我的雷达上出现。但到了项目结束时，很明显他们手中有一个胜利者。如果他们能够建立这个搜索引擎，它将极大地改善万维网的运作方式。
Thus arrived Google, as a company. Page and Brin's first idea was to sell or license their software to others. But their initial attempts did not gain traction, partly because other major tech companies were already locked into their own approaches or were prioritizing other areas. At that point, search was not seen as a major moneymaker. Yahoo, the leading platform at that time, showed no interest in Page and Brin's algorithm.
于是，谷歌作为一家公司诞生了。佩奇和布林的第一个想法是将他们的软件出售或授权给其他人，但他们的初步尝试没有取得成功。部分原因是其他大型科技公司已经坚持自己的方法，或优先考虑其他领域。当时，搜索并不被视为主要的盈利来源。当时的领先平台雅虎对佩奇和布林的算法没有表现出兴趣。
This changed in 1998, when a tech investor, Andy Bechtolsheim, entered the scene. Bechtolsheim met with Page and Brin and immediately got the promise of the new technology, if they had the right way of monetizing it. Bechtolsheim knew what that would be: ads.
这种情况在1998年发生了改变，当时一位科技投资者安迪·贝克托尔西姆介入。贝克托尔西姆与佩奇和布林会面，立即看到了新技术的潜力，前提是他们能找到正确的盈利方式。贝克托尔西姆知道那会是什么广告。
Selling ads was not what Page and Brin were planning or even considering. But right away, Bechtolsheim changed the game with a check for $100,000 to Google Incorporated, even though Google was not yet incorporated. Soon the company was incorporated, the ad potential of the new technology became clear, and a lot more money poured in. A new business model was born.
出售广告并不是佩奇和布林计划或考虑的事情，但贝托尔斯海姆立即改变了游戏规则。他给尚未注册成立的谷歌公司开了一张10万美元的支票。不久，公司注册成立了，新技术的广告潜力变得清晰，大量资金随之涌入，一种新的商业模式诞生了。
The company introduced AdWords in 2000, a platform that sold advertising to be displayed to users searching for websites using Google. The platform was based on an extension of well-known auction models used in economics, and it rapidly auctioned off the most valuable, highly visible places on the search screen. Prices depended on how much potential advertisers bid and how many clicks their ads received.
2000年，公司推出了 AdWords 平台，该平台向使用谷歌搜索网站的用户展示广告。该平台基于经济学中广为人知的拍卖模型的扩展， 迅速拍卖了搜索页面上最有价值、高度可见的位置。价格取决于潜在广告商的出价以及他们的广告获得的点击次数。
In 1998 or even in 2000, almost nobody was thinking about big data and AI. However, AI tools applied to large amounts of data would soon mean a lot of information for companies to target ads to users according to what they were interested in. AI quickly revolutionized Google's already successful monetization model. This meant, in particular, that Google could track which websites were visited from the user's unique IP address, and thus direct individualized ads for this specific user. Hence, users looking at Caribbean beaches would receive ads from airlines, travel agencies, and hotels, and those browsing clothes or shoes would be bombarded with ads from relevant retailers.
1998年甚至2000年，几乎没有人考虑大数据和人工智能。然而，将人工智能工具应用于大量数据，很快意味着公司可以根据用户的兴趣定向投放广告。人工智能迅速革新了谷歌已经成功的盈利模式，特别是谷歌可以跟踪从用户的唯一 IP 地址访问的网站，从而为特定用户定向个性化广告。因此，浏览加勒比海滩的用户会收到航空公司、旅行社和酒店的广告，而浏览服装或鞋子的用户则会收到相关零售商的广告。
The value of targeting and advertising cannot be overstated. The perennial problem of the ad industry is encapsulated in a saying that dates to the late 1800s. I know half of my advertising is wasted, but I just don't know which half. Early internet advertising was afflicted by this problem. Ads from a menswear retailer would be shown to all users on a particular platform, say the Pandora music program, but half of the users would be women, and even most men would have no interest in buying clothes online at that point. With targeting, ads could be sent only to those who have demonstrated interest in making a purchase, for example, having visited a clothing store website or browsed some fashion items elsewhere. Targeting revolutionized digital advertising, but as with many revolutions, there would be plenty of collateral damage.
广告定位的价值不容小觑。广告业的长期问题可以追溯到19世纪末的一句名言：“我知道我的一半广告是浪费的，但我不知道是哪一半。”早期的互联网广告也受到了这个问题的困扰。例如，在 Pandora 音乐程序上，一家男装零售商的广告会显示给所有用户，但其中一半是女性，甚至大多数男性在那时也没有兴趣在线购买衣服。通过定位，广告可以只发送给那些表现出购买兴趣的人，例如访问过服装店网站或在其他地方浏览过时尚商品的人。定位彻底改变了数字广告，但正如许多革命一样，也会带来大量的附带损害。
Google soon accelerated its data collection by offering a range of sophisticated free products, such as Gmail and Google Maps, which enabled the company to learn much more about users' preferences beyond the items they were searching for and their exact location. It also acquired YouTube. Now ads could be catered much more specifically for each user depending on their entire profile of purchases, activities, and location, boosting profitability. The results were striking, and in 2021 the vast majority of Google's, or its parent company Alphabet's, $65.1 billion revenue came from ads.
谷歌很快通过提供一系列复杂的免费产品，如 Gmail 和 Google 地图，加速了数据收集。这些产品使公司能够了解用户除了搜索内容和确切位置之外的更多偏好。谷歌还收购了 YouTube。现在，广告可以根据用户的整个购买活动和位置档案进行更具体的定制，从而提高盈利能力。结果显著，2021年，谷歌或其母公司 Alphabet 的651亿美元收入中，绝大部分来自广告。
Google and other companies figured out how to make a lot of money from ads, and this not only explains the emergence of a new business model, it also answers a fundamental question we posed in Chapter 9. If it often leads to SOSO automation, why is there so much enthusiasm about AI? The answer is largely about massive data collection and targeted ads, and there was much more of both to come.
谷歌和其他公司找到了从广告中赚取大量利润的方法，这不仅解释了一种新商业模式的出现，它还回答了我们在第9章提出的一个基本问题：如果它经常导致平庸的自动化，为什么人们对 AI 有如此大的热情？答案主要在于大规模的数据收集和定向广告， 而且这两者都将有更大的发展。
The socially bankrupt web.
社交破产的网络。
What Google can learn about its users from the metadata of their email activity and location pales in comparison with what some people are willing to share with their friends and acquaintances about their activities, intentions, desires, and views. Social media was bound to put the targeted ad business model into a higher gear.
谷歌从用户电子邮件活动和位置的元数据中获取的信息，与一些人愿意与朋友和熟人分享的活动、意图、愿望和观点相比，显得微不足道。社交媒体注定会将定向广告商业模式推向更高的水平。
Mark Zuckerberg saw from the very beginning that key to Facebook's success would be its ability to be a vehicle, or in fact even a manufacturer of a social web, in which people would engage in a range of social activities. To accomplish this, he prioritized the growth of the platform above all else.
马克·扎克伯格从一开始就看到了 Facebook 成功的关键在于它能够成为一个社交网络的载体，甚至可以说是制造者，让人们参与各种社交活动。为了实现这一目标，他将平台的增长置于一切之上。
But monetizing this information was always going to be a challenge, even with Google's successful business model out there to be emulated. Facebook's first few forays into data collection as a means of improving its ability to target ads were failures. In 2007, the company introduced a program called Beacon as a way of scooping up information about Facebook users' purchases on other sites and then sharing it with their friends on their newsfeed. The initiative was immediately seen to be a colossal violation of user privacy and was discontinued. The company needed to forge an approach that combined a massive amount of data collection for digital advertisements and at least some amount of user control.
但是，即使有谷歌成功的商业模式可以效仿，将这些信息货币化始终是一个挑战。Facebook 在利用数据收集来提高其广告定位能力的最初几次尝试都失败了。2007年，公司推出了一项名为 Beacon 的计划，旨在收集 Facebook 用户在其他网站上的购买信息，并与他们在新闻动态中分享。这一举措立即被视为严重侵犯用户隐私，随后被取消。公司需要找到一种方法，既能大规模收集数据用于数字广告，又能给予用户一定程度的控制权。
The person who made this a reality was Sheryl Sandberg, who had been in charge of Google's AdWords and had been instrumental in the transformation of that company into a targeted ad machine. In 2008, she was hired at Facebook as Chief Operating Officer. Sandberg understood how to make this combination work and also the potential that Facebook had in this space. The company could create new demand for products, and thus for advertising, by leveraging its knowledge about users' social circles and preferences. Already in November 2008, Sandberg summarized this combination as foundational to the company's growth, stating that, "What we believe we've done is we've taken the power of real trust, real user privacy controls, and made it possible for people to be their authentic selves online. If people were their authentic selves, then they would reveal more about themselves, and there would be more information to be used for generating ad revenue."
将这一愿景变为现实的人是雪莉·桑德伯格，他曾负责谷歌的 AdWords， 并在将该公司转变为定向广告机器的过程中发挥了关键作用。2008年，他被聘为 Facebook 的首席运营官。桑德伯格明白如何使这种组合发挥作用，同时也看到了 Facebook 在这一领域的潜力。公司可以通过利用其对用户社交圈和偏好的了解，创造对产品和广告的新需求。早在2008年11月，桑德伯格就总结了这一组合对公司的增长至关重要。他表示，我们认为我们所做的是，我们利用了真实的信任和真实的用户隐私控制，使人们能够在网上展现真实的自我。如果人们能够展现真实的自我，他们就会透露更多关于自己的信息，从而为广告收入的生成提供更多数据。
The first important innovation in this effort was the like button, which not only revealed much more about user preferences, but also would act as an emotional cue to encourage greater engagement. Several other architectural changes, for example, concerning how the news feed works and how users can give feedback, were also introduced. Most importantly, AI algorithms started organizing each user's news feed to attract and retain their attention and, of course, place ads in the most profitable manner.
在这一努力中的第一个重要创新是赞按钮。 它不仅揭示了更多关于用户偏好的信息，还作为一种情感提示，鼓励更多的参与。此外，还引入了其他几项架构变化，例如新闻动态的工作方式和用户如何提供反馈。最重要的是，人工智能算法开始组织每个用户的新闻动态，以吸引和保持他们的注意力，并当然以最有利可图的方式放置广告。
Facebook also began offering new tools to advertisers, again based on basic AI technologies. These included the ability to build custom audiences so that ads could be sent to users with certain specific demographics, and capabilities to form lookalike audiences, which Facebook itself describes as a way your ads can reach new people who are likely to be interested in your business because they share similar characteristics to your existing customers.
Facebook 还开始向广告商提供基于基本人工智能技术的新工具。这些工具包括构建自定义受众的能力，以便将广告发送给具有特定人口统计特征的用户，以及形成类似受众的能力。Facebook 自己将其描述为一种让您的广告能够触及新用户的方式。这些新用户可能对您的业务感兴趣，因为他们与您现有的客户具有相似的特征。
Social media's great advantage over search engines when it came to ads was intense engagement. People sometimes pay attention to ads when they search for a product or shop using an engine such as Google, but this is a short engagement, and the amount that the company can make by selling ads is correspondingly limited. If people were to spend more time watching what pops up on their screens, that would mean greater ad revenues. Working to increase likes for posts from friends and acquaintances proved a great way of boosting such engagement.
在广告方面，社交媒体相比搜索引擎的一大优势是高度的用户参与度。人们在使用谷歌等搜索引擎搜索产品或购物时，有时会注意广告，但这是一种短暂的参与。公司通过出售广告所能赚取的金额也因此受到限制。如果人们花更多时间观看屏幕上弹出的内容，就意味着更高的广告收入。努力增加来自朋友和熟人的帖子的点赞数被证明是提高这种参与度的有效方法。
From its early days, Facebook played with people's psychology for achieving these objectives, and in fact engaged in systematic testing and experiments with its users to determine which types of posts and which ways of presenting them would generate more emotion and reaction.
从早期开始， Facebook 就利用人们的心理来实现这些目标，并且实际上对其用户进行了系统性的测试和实验，以确定哪些类型的帖子以及哪些展示方式能够引发更多的情感和反应。
Social relations, especially within groups, are always fraught with feelings of disapproval, rejection, and envy. There is now abundant evidence that Facebook triggers not just outrage at political content, but also strong negative emotions in other social contexts. It then exploits all these emotions to encourage people to spend more time on the platform. Sensational content makes people spend more time on the platform, as does anxiety. Several social psychology studies show that social media use is intertwined with feelings of envy and inadequacy, and often leads to concerns about self-esteem.
社会关系，尤其是在群体内部，总是充满了不赞成、排斥和嫉妒的情绪。现在有大量证据表明， Facebook 不仅会因政治内容引发愤怒，还会在其他社交环境中引发强烈负面情绪。它利用所有这些情绪来鼓励人们在平台上花费更多时间。耸人听闻的内容和焦虑都会使人们在平台上花费更多时间。几项社会心理学研究表明，社交媒体的使用与嫉妒和自卑感交织在一起，经常导致自尊心问题。
The expansion of Facebook across U.S. college campuses, for example, had a powerful negative impact on mental health, often leading to feelings of depression. Students whose campus gained access to the platform also started reporting significantly worse academic performance, indicating that the effects are not confined to emotions but affect offline behavior as well. Facebook powerfully monetizes these feelings because both anxieties and efforts to gain greater approval increase the time that people spend on the platform.
例如 Facebook 在美国大学校园中的扩展对心理健康产生了强大的负面影响，经常导致抑郁情绪。获得平台访问权限的校园的学生也开始报告显著更差的学术表现，这表明影响不仅限于情绪，还影响到线下行为。Facebook 强大地将这些情绪货币化，因为无论是焦虑还是努力获得更多的认可，都会增加人们在平台上的时间。
An ambitious research project is revealing about this issue. Researchers incentivize some people on Facebook to, temporarily, give up using the platform and then compared their time use and emotional states to members of a control group who were given no such inducement and continued to use Facebook intensively. Those who were encouraged to stop using Facebook spent more time doing other social activities and were significantly happier. But, reflecting the social pressure that they might have felt from peers and from the platform trying to re-engage them, when the study was over, they went back to Facebook, worse mental state and all.
一项雄心勃勃的研究项目正在揭示这个问题。研究人员激励一些 Facebook 用户暂时放弃使用该平台，然后将他们的时间使用和情绪状态与对照组成员进行比较。对照组成员没有受到任何激励，继续大量使用 Facebook。那些被鼓励停止使用 Facebook 的人花更多时间进行其他社交活动，并且明显更快乐。但是，反映出他们可能从同龄人和平台试图重新吸引他们所感受到的社会压力。当研究结束时，他们又回到了 Facebook， 尽管心理健康状况更差。
In the service of increasing user engagement, many new features and algorithms at Facebook were introduced rapidly and without much study of how they would affect user psychology and misinformation on the platform. The general approach of the company and its engineers toward introducing new features aimed at increasing user engagement is summarized by "fuck it, ship it," an expression used frequently by its employees.
为了提高用户参与度， Facebook 快速引入了许多新功能和算法，而没有太多研究这些变化将如何影响用户心理和平台上的虚假信息。公司及其工程师在推出新功能以增加用户参与度的总体方法可以概括为随便了，先上线再说，这是其员工经常使用的一句表达。
But it was not just a case of unintentional damages on the way to achieve greater engagement. Facebook leadership was intent on maximizing user engagement and did not want other considerations to stand in the way. Sandberg repeatedly insisted that there should be more ads on Instagram, which had been acquired by Facebook in 2012 with promises that the app would remain independent from Facebook and make its own business decisions, including about the design of the app and about advertisements.
但这不仅仅是无意中造成的损害。Facebook 的领导层决心最大化用户参与度，不希望其他考虑因素成为障碍。桑德伯格多次坚持认为 Instagram 应该增加更多广告，而 Instagram 是 Facebook 在2012年收购的。当时承诺该应用将保持独立，并自行做出业务决策，包括应用设计和广告方面的决策。
When Facebook had decided to change its algorithm so that it would not promote misleading stories and untrustworthy websites after the 2020 U.S. presidential election, the results were striking. Hateful content and misinformation stopped going viral. But a short while later, the changes were reversed, and the platform was back to business as usual, largely because when the company tested the effect of the change on engagement, it found that when people were getting less enraged and triggered, they were spending less time there.
当 Facebook 决定在2020年美国总统选举后更改其算法，不再推广误导性故事和不可靠网站时，结果令人瞩目。仇恨内容和虚假信息不再病毒式传播。但不久之后，这些改变被撤销，平台恢复了常态。主要是因为公司在测试这些改变对参与度的影响时发现，当人们不再那么愤怒和激动时，他们在平台上的停留时间减少了。
Throughout, Zuckerberg and Sandberg, later joined by Clegg, defended these decisions on the basis that the platform should not limit anyone's free speech. In response, the British comedian Sacha Baron Cohen summarized what many thought was the problem. This is about giving people, including some of the most reprehensible people on Earth, the biggest platform in history to reach a third of the planet.
贯穿始终，扎克伯格和桑德伯格，后来还有克莱格，都以平台不应限制任何人的言论自由为由，为这些决定辩护。对此，英国喜剧演员萨莎·巴伦科恩总结了许多人认为的问题，这关乎给予人们，包括地球上一些最可恶的人，历史上最大的平台，以接触地球1/3的人口。
The anti-democratic turn.
反民主的转变。
We cannot understand the political mess that social media has created without recognizing the profit motive based on targeted ads, which makes these companies prioritize maximizing user engagement and sometimes rage. Targeted advertisements, in turn, would not have been possible without the collection and processing of massive amounts of data.
如果不认识到基于定向广告的盈利动机，这些公司优先考虑最大化用户参与度，有时甚至是愤怒，我们就无法理解社交媒体所制造的政治混乱。反过来，如果没有收集和处理大量数据，定向广告也是不可能实现的。
The profit motive is not the only factor that has pushed the tech industry in this anti-democratic direction. These companies' founding vision, which we dub the AI illusion, has played an equally important role.
获利动机并不是推动科技行业走向反民主方向的唯一因素。这些公司的创始愿景，我们称之为人工智能幻想，也发挥了同样重要的作用。
As we discussed in Chapter 1, democracy, above all else, is about a multitude of voices, critically including those of ordinary people, being heard and becoming significant in public policy directions. The notion of the public sphere, proposed by the German philosopher Jürgen Habermas, captures some of the essential features of healthy democratic discourse. Habermas argued that the public sphere, defined as forums where individuals form new associations and discuss social issues and policy, is pivotal for democratic politics. Using British coffeehouses or French salons of the 19th century as the model, Habermas suggested that the critical ingredient of the public sphere is the ability that it offers to people to freely participate in debates on issues of general interest without a strict hierarchy based on pre-existing status. In this way, the public sphere generates both a forum for diverse opinions to be heard and a springboard for these opinions to influence policy. It can be particularly effective when it allows people to interact with others on a range of cross-cutting issues.
正如我们在第一章中讨论的，民主最重要的就是让众多的声音，尤其是普通人的声音，被听到并成为公共政策方向的重要组成部分。德国哲学家尤尔根·哈贝马斯提出的公共领域概念，捕捉到了健康民主话语的一些基本特征。哈贝马斯认为，公共领域是指个人形成新团体并讨论社会问题和政策的论坛，对于民主政治至关重要。以19世纪的英国咖啡馆或法国沙龙为模型，哈贝马斯指出，公共领域的关键在于它为人们提供了一种能力，使他们能够自由地参与关于普遍利益问题的辩论，而不受基于既定地位的严格等级制度的限制。通过这种方式，公共领域不仅为各种意见的表达提供了一个论坛，还为这些意见影响政策提供了一个跳板。当它允许人们在一系列交叉问题上与他人互动时，尤其有效。
Early on, there was even a hope that online communications could generate a new public sphere, one where people from even more diverse backgrounds than in local politics could freely interact and exchange opinions.
早期，甚至有人希望在线交流能够产生一个新的公共领域，在这个领域中，来自比地方政治更广泛背景的人们可以自由互动和交流意见。
Unfortunately, online democracy is not in line with the business models of leading tech companies and the AI illusion. In fact, it is diametrically opposed to a technocratic approach, which maintains that many important decisions are too complex for regular people. The vibe in the corridors of most tech companies is that men, and sometimes, but not that often women, of genius are at work, striving for the common good. It is only natural that they should be the ones making the important decisions. When approached this way, the political discourse of the masses becomes something to be manipulated and harvested, not something to be encouraged and protected.
不幸的是，在线民主与领先科技公司和人工智能幻觉的商业模式并不相符。事实上，它与技术官僚主义的方法背道而驰，后者认为许多重要决策对于普通民众来说过于复杂。大多数科技公司的走廊里弥漫着一种氛围，即天才们偶尔也有女性，但并不常见，正在为公共利益而努力。很自然的，他们应该是做出重要决策的人。当以这种方式看待时，大众的政治言论变成了需要被操纵和收割的东西，而不是需要被鼓励和保护的东西。
The AI illusion thus favors an anti-democratic impulse, even as many of its executives view themselves to be on the center-left and supporters of democratic institutions, and even the Democratic Party. Their support is often rooted in cultural issues and conveniently bypasses the vital building block of democracy: people's active participation in politics. Such participation is especially discouraged when it comes to AI because most entrepreneurs and venture capitalists believe that people do not understand the technology and unnecessarily worry about its intrusive effects. As one venture capitalist put it, most of the fears of artificial intelligence are overblown if not altogether unfounded. The solution is to ignore these concerns, forge ahead, and integrate AI into every aspect of our lives because perhaps it's only when a technology is fully integrated into daily life and recedes into the background of our imagination that people stop fearing it. This was essentially the same approach advocated by Mark Zuckerberg when he told Time magazine, "Whenever any technology or innovation comes along and it changes the nature of something, there are always people who lament the change and wish to go back to the previous time. But, I think that it's so clearly positive for people in terms of their ability to stay connected to folks."
因此，人工智能幻觉倾向于支持反民主的冲动，尽管其许多高管认为自己处于中左立场，并支持民主制度甚至民主党。他们的支持通常植根于文化问题，而巧妙地绕过了民主的重要基石——人民在政治中的积极参与。特别是在涉及人工智能时，这种参与尤其受到抑制，因为大多数企业家和风险投资家认为人们不理解这项技术对它的侵入性影响过度担忧。正如一位风险投资家所说，对人工智能的大多数恐惧要么被夸大了，要么根本就是无稽之谈。解决办法是忽略这些担忧，继续前进，将人工智能整合到我们生活的方方面面，因为也许只有当一项技术完全融入日常生活，并从我们的想象中退居幕后时，人们才会停止害怕它。这基本上是马克·扎克伯格在接受《时代》杂志采访时所倡导的方法。他说，每当任何技术或创新出现并改变某事物的本质时，总有人哀叹变化，希望回到过去。但是，我认为这在人们保持联系的能力方面显然是积极的。
Another aspect of the AI illusion, the elevation of disruption as a virtue encapsulated by move fast and break things, has accelerated this anti-democratic turn. Disruption came to mean any negative effects on others, including workers, civil society organizations, traditional media, or even democracy. It was all fair game, in fact encouraged, so long as it was a consequence of exciting new technologies and consistent with bigger market share and money-making.
人工智能幻觉的另一个方面是将快速行动、打破常规作为美德的提升，这加速了这种反民主的转变。破坏开始意味着对他人，包括工人、民间社会组织、传统媒体甚至民主的任何负面影响。只要这是令人兴奋的新技术的结果，并且与更大的市场份额和盈利一致，这一切都是公平的游戏，事实上是被鼓励的。
A reflection of this anti-democratic impulse can be seen in Facebook's own research on how users respond to negative and positive emotions from friends in their newsfeed. In 2014, the company undertook a massive internal study, manipulating the newsfeed of nearly 700,000 users by reducing their exposure to either positive or negative expressions for a week. Unsurprisingly, greater exposure to negative emotions and lower exposure to positive emotions impacted users, with lasting adverse effects.
这种反民主冲动的反应可以在 Facebook 对其用户如何回应新闻推送中朋友的负面和正面情绪的研究中看到。2014年，该公司进行了一项大规模的内部研究，通过减少近70万用户对正面或负面情绪的接触来操纵他们的新闻推送一周。不出所料，更多的负面情绪暴露和更少的正面情绪暴露对用户产生了影响，并产生了持久的负面影响。
The company did not ask for any permission for this massive study from the users or even attempt to adhere to commonly accepted standards in scientific research, where informed consent from subjects is necessary. After some of the results of the study were published by Facebook researchers and others in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, the editor-in-chief published an editorial expression of concern because the study was done without informed consent and did not meet accepted standards of academic research. Google followed the same playbook in its efforts to expand the amount of information that it collected with Google Books and Google Maps. The company ignored privacy concerns and acted first, without permission or consultation, hoping that things would get sorted out or, at the very least, its fait accompli would be accepted. That worked out, at least for Google.
该公司在进行这项大规模研究时，没有征求用户的任何许可，甚至没有尝试遵守科学研究中常见的标准，即需要受试者的知情同意。在 Facebook 的研究人员和其他人在国家科学院院刊上发表了一些研究结果后，主编发表了一篇关注声明，因为该研究是在没有知情同意的情况下进行的，不符合学术研究的公认标准。谷歌在努力扩大通过 Google Books 和 Google Maps 收集的信息量时，也采取了同样的策略。该公司忽视了隐私问题，未经许可或咨询就采取行动，希望事情能够得到解决，或者至少其既成事实会被接受。至少对谷歌来说，这奏效了。
Facebook and Google are not exceptional in the industry. It is now routine for tech companies to collect vast amounts of data without any consent from the people whose information or photos are being harnessed. In the area of image recognition, for example, many AI algorithms are trained and sometimes take part in competitions on the ImageNet dataset, initiated by the computer scientist and later chief scientist of Google Cloud, Fei Li. The dataset, which contains more than 15 million images sorted into more than 22,000 categories, was built by collecting private photos uploaded to various applications on the internet, with no permission from the people who took or appear in these pictures. This was generally viewed as acceptable in the tech industry. In Li's assessment, in the age of the internet, we are suddenly faced with an explosion in terms of imagery data.
Facebook 和谷歌在行业中并非特例。现在，科技公司例行公事般地收集大量数据，而无需获得信息或照片被利用的人的任何同意。例如，在图像识别领域，许多 AI 算法都是在 ImageNet 数据集上进行训练，有时还会参加比赛。该数据集由计算机科学家，后来的谷歌云首席科学家李飞飞发起。该数据集包含超过1500万张图像，分为22000多个类别，是通过从互联网上的各种应用程序收集私人照片而建立的，没有得到拍摄或出现在这些照片中的人的许可。这在科技行业中通常被视为是可以接受的。在李飞飞的评估中，在互联网时代，我们突然面临图像数据的爆炸性增长。
According to reporting in the New York Times, Clearview has systematically collected facial images without consent, aiming to build predictive tools that identify illegal immigrants and people likely to commit crimes. Such strategies are justified by arguing that large-scale data collection is necessary for technological advancement. As an investor in a facial recognition startup summed up, the defense for massive data collection is that laws have to determine what's legal, but you can't ban technology. Sure, that might lead to a dystopian future or something, but you can't ban it.
据《纽约时报》报道 ，Clearview 系统地收集了未经同意的面部图像，旨在建立能够识别非法移民和可能犯罪人员的预测工具。这些策略的合理性在于，大规模数据收集对于技术进步是必要的。正如一位面部识别初创公司的投资者总结的那样，大规模数据收集的辩护理由是，法律需要确定什么是合法的，但你不能禁止技术。当然，这可能会导致某种反乌托邦的未来，但你不能禁止它。
The truth is more nuanced. Imposing massive surveillance and data collection is not the only path of technological advance, and limiting it does not mean banning technology. What we are experiencing instead is an anti-democratic trajectory charted by the profit motive and the AI illusion, which involves authoritarian governments and tech companies foisting their vision on everybody else.
事实更加复杂。实施大规模监控和数据收集并不是技术进步的唯一途径，限制它并不意味着禁止技术。相反，我们正在经历的是一条由利润动机和人工智能幻象绘制的反民主轨迹，这涉及威权政府和技术公司将其愿景强加于所有人。
Radio days.
无线电时代。
Perhaps all of these issues are not specific to digital technologies and AI. Every great new communication technology contains the potential for abuse.
也许所有这些问题并不特定于数字技术和人工智能。每一种伟大的新型通信技术都包含被滥用的潜力。
Consider another one of the transformative communication technologies of the 20th century, radio. Radio is also a general-purpose technology and, in its way, was as revolutionary as social media, allowing for the first time in history different forms of entertainment, mass broadcasting of information, and, of course, propaganda. The technology was developed soon after the German physicist Heinrich Hertz proved the existence of radio waves in 1886, and the first radio transmitters were built by the Italian physicist Guglielmo Marconi a decade later. By the early 1900s, there were radio broadcasts, and during the 1920s commercial radio became widespread in many Western nations. Propaganda and misinformation started almost immediately. President Franklin D. Roosevelt understood the importance of the technology and made his fireside chats on live radio a key part of the efforts to explain his New Deal policies to the American public.
考虑一下20世纪的另一种变革性通信技术——无线电。无线电也是一种通用技术，以它自己的方式，与社交媒体一样具有革命性，首次在历史上实现了不同形式的娱乐、信息的大规模广播，当然还有宣传。这项技术是在德国物理学家海因里希·赫兹于1886年证明无线电波的存在后不久开发的。意大利物理学家古列尔莫·马可尼在10年后建造了第一台无线电发射机。到20世纪初，已经有无线电广播。20世纪20年代，商业无线电在许多西方国家广泛传播，宣传和虚假信息几乎立即开始。富兰克林·德拉诺·罗斯福总统理解这项技术的重要性，将他在现场广播的炉边谈话作为向美国公众解释新政策的关键部分。
An early supporter of FDR came to be identified with radio propaganda in the United States. Father Charles Coughlin, a Roman Catholic priest with great oratory skills. By the mid-1930s, however, Father Coughlin had turned against New Deal policies and founded the National Union for Social Justice. His radio speeches, initially broadcast on the CBS network, focused as much on anti-Semitic propaganda as on his policy ideas. Father Coughlin was soon supporting Benito Mussolini and Adolf Hitler on the airways.
罗斯福总统的一位早期支持者，后来在美国与无线电宣传联系在一起。查尔斯·考格林神父，一位具有出色演讲技巧的罗马天主教神父。然而，到20世纪30年代中期，考格林神父转而反对新政策，并成立了全国社会正义联盟。他的无线电演讲最初在 CBS 网络上播出，既关注反犹太主义宣传，也关注他的政策理念。不久，考格林神父开始在广播中支持贝尼托·墨索里尼和阿道夫·希特勒。
Coughlin's blend of anti-FDR, fascist, and anti-Semitic broadcasts had major effects on U.S. politics in the 1930s. Recent research used differences across U.S. counties in the strength of radio signals, determined by geographic and topological obstacles to transmission, to investigate this issue. It finds that Father Coughlin's radio propaganda reduced support for New Deal policies and depressed FDR's vote in the 1936 presidential election by several percentage points, even if it could not prevent his landslide victory. It was not just presidential votes that Coughlin influenced. Counties receiving his broadcasts uninterrupted were more likely to open a local branch of the pro-Nazi German-American Bund and to lend less support to America's World War II effort. Several decades later, they still exhibited more anti-Jewish feelings.
科格林的反罗斯福、法西斯和反犹太广播对20世纪30年代的美国政治产生了重大影响。最近的研究利用了美国各县无线电信号强度的差异，这些差异由地理和地形障碍决定，来调查这一问题。研究发现，科格林神父的广播宣传减少了对新政策的支持，并在1936年总统选举中使罗斯福的得票率下降了几个百分点，尽管这未能阻止他的压倒性胜利。科格林影响的不仅仅是总统选票，那些不间断接收他广播的县更有可能成立亲纳粹的德美联盟地方分支机构，并对美国的二战努力提供较少的支持。几十年后，这些地方仍然表现出更多的反犹太情绪。
What Father Coughlin effectively exploited in the United States was perfected in Germany at the same time. The Nazis, once in power, heavily relied on radio propaganda. Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, became an expert at using the airways to whip up support for Nazi policies and hatred against Jewish people and Bolsheviks. Goebbels himself said that our way of taking power and using it would have been inconceivable without the radio and the airplane.
科格林神父在美国有效利用的手段，在同一时间在德国得到了完善。纳粹党上台后， 大量依赖无线电宣传。希特勒的宣传部长约瑟夫·戈培尔成为了利用广播煽动对纳粹政策的支持和对犹太人及布尔什维克的仇恨的专家。戈培尔本人曾说，没有无线电和飞机，我们夺取和使用权力的方式是不可想象的。
Nazis were indeed quite effective at manipulating sentiments with radio broadcasts. Exploring once again variations in the strength of radio signals across different parts of Germany, as well as changes in radio broadcast content over time, a team of researchers found powerful effects from Nazi propaganda. These radio broadcasts increased anti-Semitic activities and denunciations of Jews to authorities.
纳粹确实非常擅长利用广播操纵情绪。研究人员再次探讨了德国不同地区无线电信号强度的变化以及广播内容随时间的变化，发现纳粹宣传产生了强大的效果。这些广播增加了反犹太活动和向当局举报犹太人的行为。
Radio propaganda by extremists was ultimately brought under control in the United States and Germany, and how this was done is revealing about the differences between social media and radio. It also suggests some lessons for how new communication technologies can be best used.
极端分子的广播宣传最终在美国和德国得到了控制，这一过程揭示了社交媒体和广播之间的差异。这也为如何最好地利用新的通信技术提供了一些教训。
The problem in the 1930s was that Father Coughlin had a national platform to reach millions with inflammatory rhetoric. The problem today is that misinformation is propagated by Facebook and other social media sites' algorithms to reach potentially billions of people.
20世纪30年代的问题在于，考夫林神父有一个全国性的平台，可以向数百万人传播煽动性言论。今天的问题在于，虚假信息通过 Facebook 和其他社交媒体平台的算法传播，可能触及数十亿人。
Coughlin's pernicious effects were neutralized when FDR's administration decided that the First Amendment protected free speech, but not the right to broadcast. It argued that radio spectrum was a publicly owned commons that must be regulated. With new regulations requiring broadcasting permits, Father Coughlin's programs were forced off the air. Coughlin continued to write and soon started broadcasting again, though with more limited access and only through individual stations. His anti-war, pro-German propaganda was further curtailed after the outbreak of World War II.
当罗斯福政府决定第一修正案保护言论自由，但不保护广播权时，考夫林的恶劣影响被中和了。政府认为无线电频谱是公共财产，必须受到监管。随着新的规定要求广播许可证，考夫林神父的节目被迫停播。考夫林继续写作，并很快再次开始广播，但访问范围更加有限，仅通过个别电台播出。二战爆发后，他的反战、亲德宣传进一步受到限制。
Today, there is plenty of misinformation and hate speech on AM talk shows, but they do not have the reach that Father Coughlin's national broadcast achieved or the kind of platform that Facebook's algorithms provide for online misinformation.
如今 AM 电台节目中充斥着大量错误信息和仇恨言论，但他们的影响力远不及科格林神父的全国广播，也不及 Facebook 算法为在线错误信息提供的平台。
The post-war German reaction to radio propaganda was even more comprehensive. The German constitution bans speech classified as Volksverhetzung, meaning incitement to hatred, as well as incitement to violence or acts denying the dignity of certain segments of the population. Under this law, denying the Holocaust and spreading incendiary anti-Jewish propaganda are outlawed.
战后，德国对无线电宣传的反应更为全面。德国宪法禁止被归类为 Volksverhetzung 及煽动仇恨的言论，以及煽动暴力或否认某些人群尊严的行为。根据这项法律，否认大屠杀和传播煽动性的反犹太宣传都是违法的。
Digital choices.
数字选择。
AI technologies did not have to focus on automating work and monitoring employees in workplaces, nor did they have to be developed to empower government censorship. There is also nothing inherently anti-democratic in digital technologies, and social media certainly does not have to focus on maximizing outrage, extremism, and indignation. It was a matter of choice by tech companies, AI researchers, and governments, that got us into our current predicament.
AI 技术不必专注于自动化工作和监控职场员工。 它们也不必被开发来加强政府的审查。数字技术本身并没有什么反民主的成分，社交媒体也不必专注于最大化愤怒、极端主义和义愤。这是一系列选择的结果。科技公司、AI 研究人员和政府的选择使我们陷入了当前的困境。
As we mentioned earlier in this chapter, YouTube and Reddit were initially as much afflicted by far-right extremism, misinformation, and hate speech as Facebook was. But over the last 5 years, these two platforms took some steps to lessen the problem.
如我们在本章前面提到的 YouTube 和 Reddit 一开始与 Facebook 一样，深受极右翼极端主义、虚假信息和仇恨言论的困扰。但在过去的5年里，这两个平台采取了一些措施来减轻这些问题。
As public pressure mounted on YouTube and its parent company, Google, after insider accounts such as Caleb Cain's and exposés in the New York Times and the New Yorker came out, the platform started modifying its algorithms to reduce the spread of the most malicious content. Google now claims that it promotes videos from authoritative sources, which are less likely to be used for radicalization or contain misinformation. It also states that these algorithmic adjustments have reduced the viewing of borderline content by 70%. Borderline here refers to the fact that the company maintains that hate speech is already vetted out.
随着公众对 YouTube 及其母公司谷歌的压力不断增加，尤其是在内部人士如 Caleb Cain 的爆料以及《纽约时报》和《纽约客》的揭露之后，该平台开始修改其算法，以减少最恶意内容的传播。谷歌现在声称，它推广来自权威来源的视频，这些视频不太可能被用于激进化或包含虚假信息。谷歌还表示，这些算法调整已将边缘内容的观看量减少了 70%。这里的边缘指的是公司认为仇恨言论已经经过审查。
The story of Reddit is similar. Home to some of the worst extremist and incendiary material, initially defended by one of its founders, Steve Huffman, as being completely consistent with the open and honest discussion philosophy of the site. The platform has since responded to public pressure and tightened its moderation standards. After the 2017 white supremacist Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, fueled and organized on the platform, turned violent and killed a counter-protester and injured dozens of others, Reddit's founders and the platform had an about-face. The platform started removing scores of subreddits advocating hate speech, racist language, and blatant misinformation. In 2019, it removed the understandard.
Reddit 的故事也类似。作为一些最恶劣的极端主义和煽动性材料的发源地， Reddit 的一位创始人 Steve Huffman 最初为其辩护，称这些内容完全符合网站开放和诚实讨论的理念。然而，在2017年，弗吉尼亚州夏洛茨维尔的白人至上主义右翼团结集会，该集会由平台上的用户组织并煽动，最终导致暴力事件，1名反示威者死亡，数十人受伤。之后 ，Reddit 的创始人和平台改变了立场，平台开始删除大量宣传仇恨言论、种族主义语言和明显虚假信息的子板块。2019年 ，Reddit 删除了的下划线 download。
Improvements resulting from self-regulation by the platforms should not be exaggerated. There is still plenty of misinformation and manipulation, often aided by algorithms on YouTube, and plenty of hateful content on Reddit. Neither platform has changed its business model, and for the most part, both platforms continue to rely on maximizing engagement and targeted ad revenues. Platforms that have different business models, such as Uber and Airbnb, have been much more proactive in banning hate speech from their websites.
平台自我监管带来的改进不应被夸大。YouTube 上仍然存在大量虚假信息和操纵行为，这些行为往往得到算法的助力，而 Reddit 上也仍然存在大量仇恨内容。这两个平台的商业模式没有改变，大多数情况下，它们仍然依赖于最大化用户参与度和定向广告收入。相比之下，拥有不同商业模式的平台，如 Uber 和 Airbnb， 在禁止其网站上的仇恨言论方面要积极得多。
But the best demonstration of the viability of alternative models comes from Wikipedia. The platform is one of the most visited services on the web, having received more than 5.5 billion unique annual visitors over the last few years. Wikipedia does not try to monopolize user attention because it does not finance itself by advertisements.
但替代模式可行性的最佳证明来自维基百科。 该平台是网络上访问量最大的服务之一，过去几年每年的独立访客超过55亿。维基百科不试图垄断用户注意力，因为它不通过广告来融资。
This has allowed the platform to develop a very different approach to misinformation. Entries in this online encyclopedia are written by anonymous volunteers, and any volunteer editor can start a new entry or modify an existing one. The platform has several layers of administrators, promoted from frequent users with good track records. Among the volunteer contributors, there are experienced editors with additional privileges and responsibilities, such as maintenance or dispute resolution. At a higher level, stewards have greater authority to deal with disagreements. According to the platform itself, stewards are tasked with technical implementation of community consensus, dealing with emergencies, intervening against cross-wiki vandalism. Above stewards is the arbitration committee, consisting of volunteer editors who act in concert or in subgroups imposing binding solutions on conduct disputes the community has been unable to resolve. Administrators have the ability to protect and delete pages and block editing in case of disputed content or past occurrence of vandalism or misinformation. Administrators themselves are overseen and promoted by bureaucrats.
这使得该平台能够采取一种非常不同的方法来应对虚假信息。这个在线百科全书的条目由匿名志愿者编写，任何志愿编辑都可以创建新条目或修改现有条目。平台有几层管理员，这些管理员是从有良好记录的频繁用户中提拔的。在志愿贡献者中，有经验丰富的编辑拥有额外的权限和责任，例如维护或解决争议。在更高层次上，管理员拥有更大的权利来处理分歧。根据平台自身的说法，管理员负责技术实现社区共识，处理紧急情况，干预跨维基破坏。在管理员之上是仲裁委员会，由志愿编辑组成，他们单独或以小组形式对社区无法解决的行为争议施加具有约束力的解决方案。管理员有权保护和删除页面，并在内容存在争议或过去发生过破坏或虚假信息的情况下阻止编辑。管理员本身由官僚监督和提拔。
This administrative structure is instrumental in the site's ability to prevent the propagation of misinformation and the type of polarization that has been all too common on other sites. Wikipedia's experience suggests that the wisdom of the crowd, so dearly admired by early techno-optimists of social media, can work, but only when underpinned and monitored by the right organizational structure and when appropriate choices are made on the use and direction of technology.
这种行政结构对于网站防止虚假信息的传播和在其他网站上常见的极化现象至关重要。维基百科的经验表明，早期社交媒体技术乐观主义者所珍视的群体智慧可以发挥作用，但前提是必须有适当的组织结构来支持和监督，并在技术和方向的选择上做出适当的决策。
Alternatives to the targeted ad business model are not confined to nonprofits such as Wikipedia. Netflix, based on a subscription model, also collects information about users and invests heavily in AI in order to make individual-specific recommendations. But there is little misinformation or political outrage on the platform, for its goal is to improve user experience to encourage subscriptions, not to ensure maximal engagement.
针对广告业务模式的替代方案不仅限于像维基百科这样的非营利组织。基于订阅模式的 Netflix 也收集用户信息，并在个性化推荐方面进行了大量的人工智能投资。但该平台上几乎没有虚假信息或政治愤怒，因为其目标是改善用户体验以鼓励订阅，而不是确保最大化的参与度。
Social media platforms can work with and make money from a subscription model as well. Such a model will not remedy all of the problems of social media. People can create their own echo chambers in a subscription-based platform, and new ways of monetizing misinformation and insecurities may arise. Nevertheless, alternative business models can move away from seeking intense user engagement, which has proved to be conducive to the worst type of social interaction, damaging both to mental health and democratic discourse.
社交媒体平台也可以通过订阅模式运作并从中获利。然而，这种模式并不能解决社交媒体的所有问题。人们可以在基于订阅的平台上创建自己的回音室，新的方式可能会出现，以利用错误信息和不安全感获利。尽管如此，替代商业模式可以减少对用户高度参与的追求， 这种追求已被证明会促进最糟糕的社交互动，对心理健康和民主讨论都有害。
A social web can have myriad positive effects if its pernicious impact on misinformation, polarization, and mental health can be contained. Recent research tracks the start of Facebook service in new languages and shows that small businesses in the affected countries get access to information from foreign markets and expand their sales as a result. There is no reason to believe that a company could not make money on the basis of these types of services rather than on its ability to manipulate users. Social media and digital tools can also provide greater protection to individuals against surveillance and can even play a pro-democratic role, as we will discuss in Chapter 11. Pushing buttons for emotional reactions and targeting ads to users when they are thus triggered were never the only options for social media.
如果能够控制社交媒体对错误信息、两极分化和心理健康的影响，社交网络可以产生许多积极效果。最近的研究追踪了 Facebook 在新语言中的服务启动情况，显示受影响国家的小企业能够获得来自外国市场的信息，并因此扩大销售。没有理由相信公司不能通过这些类型的服务，而不是通过操纵用户来赚钱。社交媒体和数字工具还可以为个人提供更大的保护，防止监控，甚至可以发挥促进民主的作用。我们将在第11章中讨论。通过按钮触发情感反应，并在此时向用户投放广告，这从来不是社交媒体的唯一选择。
Democracy undermined when we most need it.
在我们最需要民主的时候，它却被削弱了。
The tragedy is that AI is further undermining democracy when we need it most. Unless the direction of digital technologies is altered fundamentally, they will continue to fuel inequality and marginalize large segments of the labor force, both in the West and increasingly around the world. AI technologies are also being used to more intensively monitor workers and, through this channel, create even more downward pressure on wages.
悲剧在于，当民主最为关键时，人工智能却在进一步削弱它。除非数字技术的发展方向得到根本性的改变，否则它们将继续加剧不平等，并使劳动力市场的大量群体边缘化。这不仅发生在西方，而且在全球范围内日益严重。人工智能技术还被用于更密集的监控工人，通过这一渠道进一步压低工资。
You can pin your hopes on the productivity bandwagon if you like, but there is no indication that shared productivity gains will be forthcoming soon. As we have seen, managers and entrepreneurs often have a bias to use new technologies to automate work and disempower people, unless reined in by countervailing powers. Massive data collection has exacerbated this bias.
你可以寄希望于生产力的提升，但没有迹象表明共享的生产力增长会很快到来。正如我们所见，管理者和企业家往往倾向于使用新技术来自动化工作和削弱人们的权利，除非受到制衡力量的约束。大规模数据收集加剧了这种倾向。
Countervailing powers are hard to come by without democracy, however. When an elite completely controls politics and can use tools of repression and propaganda effectively, it is hard to build any meaningful, well-organized opposition. So robust dissent will not rise in China anytime soon, especially under the increasingly effective system of censorship and AI-based surveillance that the Communist Party has established. But it is also becoming increasingly difficult to hope for the resurgence of countervailing powers in the United States and much of the rest of the Western world. AI is choking democracy while also providing the tools for repression and manipulation to both authoritarian and democratically elected governments.
然而，没有民主，制衡力量很难获得。当精英完全控制政治，并能有效使用镇压和宣传工具时，很难建立任何有意义的、有组织的反对力量。因此，中国短期内不会出现强有力的意义，尤其是在共产党建立的日益有效的审查和基于人工智能的监控系统下。但在美国和西方世界的大部分地区，希望制衡力量重新崛起也变得越来越困难。人工智能正在扼杀民主，同时为专制政府和民主选举的政府提供镇压和操纵的工具。
As George Orwell asked in 1984, after all, how do we know that 2 and 2 make 4? Or that the force of gravity works? Or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? This question is even more relevant today because, as philosopher Hannah Arendt anticipated, when bombarded with falsehoods and propaganda, people both in democratic and non-democratic countries stop believing any news. It may be even worse than that. Glued to their social media and frequently outraged and very often absorbed by strong emotions, people may become divorced from their community and democratic discourse because an alternative, segregated reality has been created online, where extremist voices are loudest, artificial echo chambers abound, all information is suspect or partisan, and compromise has been forgotten or even condemned.
正如乔治·奥威尔在1984中所问：“毕竟，我们怎么知道2+2等于4？或者重力在起作用？或者过去是不可改变的？如果过去和外部世界都只存在于心中，而心灵本身是可以被控制的，那又会怎样？”这个问题在今天更加相关，因为正如哲学家汉娜·阿伦特所预见的那样，当人们受到谎言和宣传的轰炸时，无论是民主国家还是非民主国家的人民都会停止相信任何新闻。这可能更糟。人们站在社交媒体上，经常感到愤怒，经常被强烈的情绪所吸引，可能会与他们的社区和民主讨论脱节，因为在线上已经创造了一个替代的、隔离的现实，在那里极端的声音最响亮，人工回音是比比皆是，所有信息都可疑或有偏见，妥协已被遗忘，甚至遭到谴责。
Some are optimistic that new technologies, such as Web 3.0 or the metaverse, can provide different dynamics. But as long as the current business model of tech companies and the surveillance obsession of governments prevail, they are more likely to further exacerbate these trends, creating even more powerful filter bubbles and a wider wedge with reality.
有些人乐观地认为，诸如 Web 3.0或元宇宙等新技术可以提供不同的动态。但只要科技公司的现有商业模式和政府的监控痴迷继续存在，这些技术更有可能进一步加剧这些趋势，创造更强大的过滤气泡，与现实的隔阂也会更大。
It is late, but perhaps not too late. Chapter 11 outlines how the tide can be turned and which specific policy proposals hold promise for such a transformation.
为时已晚，但或许还不算太晚。第11章概述了如何扭转这一趋势，以及哪些具体的政策建议有望实现这种转变。
11. Redirecting technology.
技术的转向。
Computers are mostly
计算机大多
used against people instead of for people,
被用来对付人，而不是帮助人；
used to control people instead of to free them.
用来控制人，而不是解放人。
Time to change all that.
是时候改变这一切了。
We need a
我们需要一个
People's Computer Company.
人民计算机公司。
First newsletter of the People's Computer Company, October 1972, italics in original.
人民计算机公司第一期通讯，1972年10月，原文为斜体。
Most of the things worth doing in the world had been declared impossible before they were done.
世界上大多数值得做的事情，在完成之前都被宣布为不可能。
Attorney Louis Brandeis, Arbitration Proceedings, New York Cloak Industry, October 13, 1913.
律师路易斯·布兰代斯，纽约斗篷行业仲裁程序，1913年10月13日。
The Gilded Age of the late 19th century was a period of rapid technological change and alarming inequalities in America, like today. The first people and companies to invest in new technologies and grab opportunities, especially in the most dynamic sectors of the economy, such as railways, steel, machinery, oil, and banking, prospered and made phenomenal profits.
19世纪末的镀金时代是美国技术快速变革和令人震惊的不平等时期，与今天类似。最早投资新技术和抓住机遇的人和公司，尤其是在经济最动态的部门，如铁路、钢铁、机械、石油和银行业，繁荣发展并获得了惊人的利润。
Businesses of unprecedented size emerged during this era. Some companies employed more than 100,000 people, significantly more than did the U.S. military at the time. Although real wages rose as the economy expanded, inequality skyrocketed, and working conditions were abysmal for millions who had no protection against their economically and politically powerful bosses. The robber barons, as the most famous and unscrupulous of these tycoons were known, made vast fortunes not only because of ingenuity in introducing new technologies, but also from consolidation with rival businesses. Political connections were also important in the quest to dominate their sectors.
在这个时代，出现了前所未有的大型企业，一些公司雇佣了超过10万人，远超当时美国军队的人数。尽管随着经济的扩张，实际工资有所上升，但不平等现象急剧加剧，数百万没有保护的工人面临着恶劣的工作条件。这些大亨中最著名和最不择手段的被称为强盗大亨，他们不仅因为引入新技术的创新而积累了巨额财富，还通过与竞争对手合并而获利。在争取主导其行业地位的过程中，政治关系也非常重要。
Emblematic of the age were the massive trusts these men built, such as Standard Oil, which controlled key inputs and eliminated rivals. In 1850, British chemist James Young discovered how petroleum could be refined. Within a few years, scores of oil refineries were operating around the world. In 1859, oil reserves were discovered in Titusville, Pennsylvania, and oil became the engine of industrialization in the United States. The sector was soon defined by Standard Oil, founded and run by John D. Rockefeller, who symbolizes both the opportunities of the age and their abuse. Born into poverty, Rockefeller understood the importance of oil and of becoming the dominant player in a sector, and rapidly turned his company into a monopoly. By the early 1890s, Standard Oil controlled around 90% of oil refining facilities and pipelines in the country, and it developed a reputation for predatory pricing, questionable side deals, for example, with railways that barred its competitors from shipping their oil, and the intimidation of rivals and workers.
这个时代的象征是这些巨头建立的庞大的托拉斯，如控制关键投入并消灭竞争对手的标准石油公司。1850年，英国化学家詹姆斯·杨发现了石油可以被精炼的方法。几年内，世界各地出现了许多石油炼油厂。1859年，宾夕法尼亚州的泰特斯维尔发现了石油储备，石油成为美国工业化的引擎。该行业很快由约翰 ·D· 洛克菲勒创立并经营的标准石油公司定义。洛克菲勒既代表了时代的机遇，也代表了对这些机遇的滥用。出身贫寒的洛克菲勒理解石油的重要性以及成为行业主导者的重要性，迅速将公司转变为垄断企业。到19世纪90年代初，标准石油公司控制了美国约90%的炼油设施和管道，并因掠夺性定价与铁路公司等的可疑交易，例如禁止竞争对手运输石油，以及对竞争对手和工人的恐吓而声名狼藉。
The track record of other dominant firms, such as Andrew Carnegie's Steel Company, Cornelius Vanderbilt's railway conglomerate, DuPont in chemicals, International Harvester in farm machinery, and J.P. Morgan in banking, was similar.
其他主导企业的记录也类似，如安德鲁·卡内基的钢铁公司、康奈尔·范德比尔特的铁路集团、杜邦的化工公司、国际收割机公司的农业机械和 J.P. 摩根的银行。
There was a clear sense that the institutional fabric of the United States was ill-suited to contain the heft of these companies. They wielded growing political power, both because several U.S. presidents sided with them, and even more because they had great sway over the U.S. Senate, whose members in that era were not directly elected but selected by state legislatures. The general feeling, and indeed the reality, was that senatorial positions were bought and sold, and the robber barons were heavily involved in the buying. It was not just the Senate. President William McKinley's campaigns in 1896 and 1900 were generously funded by businesses, organized in part by Senator Mark Hanna, who summed up the system this way: "There are two things that are important in politics. The first is money, and I can't remember what the second one is." There were few effective laws to prevent the companies owned by robber barons from controlling their sector and thwarting competition by using the power conferred on them by their size.
人们普遍认为，美国的制度结构不适合遏制这些公司的实力。他们的政治影响力日益增强，部分原因是几位美国总统支持他们，但更重要的是，他们对美国参议院有巨大影响。当时参议员不是直接选举产生的，而是由州立法机构选定的。普遍的感觉实际上是事实，是参议员的职位是可以买卖的，而强盗大亨们在购买中扮演了重要角色。不仅仅是参议院，1896年和1900年的威廉·麦金莱总统竞选活动得到了企业的慷慨资助，部分由参议员马克·汉纳组织。 他这样总结这个体系：政治中有2件重要的事情。第一是金钱，我记不得第2件是什么了。几乎没有有效的法律可以阻止强盗大亨拥有的公司控制其行业，并通过其规模赋予的权力阻碍竞争。
When workers organized to ask for higher wages or better working conditions, they were often harshly suppressed, including in the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Great Southwest Railroad Strike of 1886, the Carnegie Steel Strike of 1892, the 1894 Pullman Strike, and the Coal Strike of 1902. In the 1913-1914 United Mine Workers strike at the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, controlled by Rockefeller, the altercations between strikers and mine guards, troops, and strikebreakers hired by the company escalated and led to the deaths of 21 people, including women and children.
当工人组织起来要求更高的工资或更好的工作条件时，他们经常受到严厉的镇压，包括1877年的大铁路罢工、1886年的大西南铁路罢工、1892年的卡内基钢铁罢工、1894年的普尔曼罢工和1902年的煤矿罢工。在1913至1914年由洛克菲勒控制的科罗拉多燃料和钢铁公司矿工工会罢工中，罢工者与矿场警卫、军队和公司雇佣的罢工破坏者之间的冲突升级，导致21人死亡，其中包括妇女和儿童。
The United States today would be a very different place if the economic and social conditions of the Gilded Age had endured. But a broad progressive movement formed to oppose the trust's power and demand institutional change. Although the movement had its roots in earlier rural organizations, such as the National Grange of the Order of Patrons of Husbandry and later the Populist Party, progressives built a much broader coalition around urban middle classes and had a momentous impact on the history of the United States.
如果镀金时代的经济和社会条件持续至今，美国今天将会是一个截然不同的地方。但一个广泛的进步运动形成，以反对托拉斯的权利，并要求制度变革。尽管这一运动的根源可以追溯到早期的农村组织，如全国农业促进会和后来的平民党，进步主义者围绕城市中产阶级建立了一个更广泛的联盟，并对美国历史产生了深远的影响。
Central to their success was a change in the views and norms of the American public, especially the middle classes. The transformation was in large part the result of the work of a group of journalists who came to be known as the muckrakers, as well as the writings of other reformers, such as the lawyer and later Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis. Upton Sinclair's The Jungle revealed horrible working conditions in the meatpacking industry, and Lincoln Steffens reported on political corruption in many major cities.
他们成功的关键在于美国公众，尤其是中产阶级的观点和规范的改变。这一转变在很大程度上是由于一群被称为街头记者的工作，以及其他改革者的著作，如律师兼后来的最高法院大法官路易斯·布兰代斯。厄普顿、辛克莱的《丛林》揭示了肉类包装行业的恶劣工作条件，而林肯·斯蒂芬斯则报道了许多主要城市的政府腐败。
Perhaps most influential was the work of another muckraker, Ida Tarbell, on Standard Oil. In a series of articles in McClure's magazine starting in 1902, she exposed the company's and Rockefeller's alleged intimidation, price fixing, illegal practices, and political shenanigans. Tarbell had personal knowledge of Rockefeller's business practices. Her father had been an oil producer in western Pennsylvania and was driven out of business by Standard Oil when Rockefeller made a secret deal with local railroads to raise the prices they charged on the oil shipments of the company's rivals. Tarbell's articles, collected in her 1904 book, The History of the Standard Oil Company, did as much as any other to transform the American public's perception of the trusts and robber barons' pernicious effects on society.
影响最大的或许是另一位揭黑记者伊达·塔贝尔关于标准石油公司的报道。从1902年开始，他在麦克罗尔杂志上发表了一系列文章，揭露了该公司及其创始人洛克菲勒的所谓恐吓、价格操纵、非法行为和政治阴谋。塔贝尔对洛克菲勒的商业行为有个人了解。他的父亲是宾夕法尼亚州西部的一名石油生产商，因洛克菲勒与当地铁路公司秘密达成协议，提高对竞争对手的石油运输费用，而被迫退出业务。塔贝尔的文章后来被收录在1904年出版的《标准石油公司史》一书中， 对改变美国公众对托拉斯和强盗大亨对社会的负面影响的看法起到了重要作用。
Where Tarbell led, other muckrakers followed. In a series of articles titled The Treason of the Senate in Cosmopolitan magazine in 1906, David Graham Phillips shone the light on shady deals and corruption in the Senate. Brandeis's other people's money and how bankers use it did the same for the banking industry, and especially for J.P. Morgan.
在塔贝尔的带领下，其他揭黑记者也纷纷效仿。1906年，大卫·格雷厄姆·菲利普斯在时尚杂志上发表了一系列名为《参议院的背叛》的文章，揭露了参议院中的不正当交易和腐败。布兰代斯的他人的钱及其使用，则对银行业，尤其是 J.P. 摩根进行了同样的揭露。
Also important was the work of community activists such as Mary Harris Jones, known as Mother Jones, who played a leading role in the organization of the United Mine Workers and the more radical Knights of Labor. Mother Jones was the key instigator of the 1903 Children's Crusade, a march of children working in mines and mills. They carried banners such as, "We want to go to school and not to the mines," to President Teddy Roosevelt's summer home in order to protest the lack of enforcement of laws banning child labor.
社区活动家的工作也同样重要，例如玛丽·哈里斯·琼斯，人称母亲琼斯，她在组织矿工联合会和更为激进的劳工骑士团中发挥了领导作用。1903年，母亲琼斯是儿童十字军东征的主要发起人，这是一场由在矿山和工厂工作的儿童参加的游行。他们举着"我们要上学，不要去矿山"的标语，前往总统西奥多·罗斯福的夏季住所，抗议禁止童工法律的执行不力。
Progressives did not just change the public's mind, they also organized politically. The populists had already provided a template of how a protest movement could coalesce into a nationally influential party. In the 1892 election, the Progressive Party won 8.5% of the total votes. Urban middle classes built on this early success, and a wide variety of politicians such as William Jennings Bryan, Teddy Roosevelt, Robert La Follette, William Taft, and then Woodrow Wilson brought progressive politics into mainstream parties, winning elections and paving the way to reform.
进步主义者不仅改变了公众的思想，还组织了政治活动。民粹主义者已经提供了一个抗议运动如何凝聚成一个全国性有影响力的政党的模板。在1892年的选举中，进步党赢得了 8.5% 的总票数。城市中产阶级在此早期成功的基础上继续发展，各种政治人物如威廉·詹宁斯、布莱恩·西奥多、罗斯福、罗伯特·拉弗莱特、威廉·塔夫托以及伍德罗·威尔逊将进步主义政治带入主流政党，赢得选举，并为改革铺平了道路。
Progressives had an ambitious reform agenda, including the regulation and breakup of trusts, new financial regulations, political reform directed at cleaning up corruption in the cities and the Senate, and tax reform. Their policy proposals were not just slogans. Progressives deeply believed in the role of expertise in policy making and were instrumental in triggering new professional associations and systematic inquiries of many of the key social issues of the age.
进步主义者有一个雄心勃勃的改革议程，包括对托拉斯的监管和解散、新的金融监管、旨在清理城市和参议院腐败的政治改革以及税收改革。他们的政策建议不仅仅是口号。进步主义者深信专业知识在政策制定中的作用，并在触发新的专业协会和对许多时代关键社会问题的系统调查方面发挥了重要作用。
Key policy reforms of the age were the outgrowth of the ideas that muckrakers, activists, and reformers had popularized. For example, Sinclair's exposé directly led to the Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act. Ida Tarbell's research and writings inspired the application of the 1890 Sherman Antitrust Act to industrial and railway conglomerates. This was reinforced by passage of the Clayton Act in 1914 and the creation of the Federal Trade Commission for further regulation of monopoly and antitrust action. Progressive pressure was also instrumental in the formation of the Pujo Committee, which investigated misdeeds in the financial industry.
时代的重大政策改革是揭发者、活动家和改革者普及的思想的产物。例如，辛克莱的揭露直接导致了纯净食品和药品法和肉类检查法的出台。伊达·塔贝尔的研究和著作激发了1890年 谢尔曼反托拉斯法在工业和铁路集团中的应用。这一举措得到了1914年克莱顿法的通过和联邦贸易委员会的成立的支持，以进一步监管垄断和反托拉斯行动。进步主义者的压力也是促成普乔委员会成立的关键因素。该委员会调查了金融行业的不当行为。
Even more consequential institutional changes included the Tillman Act of 1907, banning corporate contributions to federal political candidates, the 16th Amendment, ratified in 1913, which introduced the federal income tax, the 17th Amendment of 1913, which required the direct election of all U.S. senators by popular vote, and the 19th Amendment of 1920, giving women the right to vote.
更具影响力的制度变革包括1907年的蒂尔曼法案，禁止公司向联邦政治候选人捐款；1913年通过的第16条修正案引入了联邦所得税；1913年的第17条修正案要求所有美国参议员由普选产生，以及1920年的第19条修正案赋予女性投票权。
Progressive reforms did not change American political economy in one fell swoop. Large corporations remained powerful, and inequality stayed high. Nevertheless, as we saw in Chapter 7, the progressives laid the foundations for the New Deal reforms and for post-World War II shared prosperity.
进步主义改革并没有一蹴而就地改变美国的政治经济，大公司仍然拥有强大的影响力，不平等现象依然严重。然而，正如我们在第7章所看到的，进步主义者为新政改革和二战后的共同繁荣奠定了基础。
Progressivism was a bottom-up movement, full of a diverse set of voices, which was critical for its success in building its populist coalition and generating new policy ideas. But this also led to some of its unappealing elements, including the overt or covert racism of some of its leading lights, including Woodrow Wilson, ideas of eugenics that gained prominence among some progressives, and prohibition, established by the 18th Amendment in 1919. All of these failings notwithstanding, the progressive movement completely remade American institutions.
进步主义是一场自下而上的运动，充满了各种不同的声音，这对于其成功建立民粹主义联盟和产生新的政策理念至关重要。但这也导致了其一些不受欢迎的元素，包括一些领导人物，包括伍德罗·威尔逊的公开或隐秘的种族主义，一些进步主义者中流行的优生学思想，以及1919年通过第18条修正案建立的禁酒令。尽管存在这些缺陷，进步主义运动彻底重塑了美国的制度。
The progressive movement provides a historical perspective on the three prongs of a critical formula necessary for escaping our current predicament.
进步运动从历史的角度提供了逃离当前困境所需的3个关键要素的视角。
The first is altering the narrative and changing norms. The progressives enabled individual Americans to have an informed view about troubles in the economy and society, rather than just accepting the line coming from lawmakers, business tycoons, and the yellow journalists allied with them. For example, Tarbell never presented herself as a political candidate or even committed to one cause. Instead, she honed her craft of investigative journalism to expose the main facts about Standard Oil and its boss, Rockefeller. Critically, progressives transformed what was viewed as acceptable for companies to do and what ordinary citizens thought they could do about injustices.
第一是改变叙事和改变规范。进步主义者使美国个人能够对经济和社会中的问题有知情的观点，而不仅仅是接受来自立法者、企业巨头和与他们结盟的黄色记者的说法。例如，塔贝尔从未将自己定位为政治候选人，甚至没有致力于某一个事业。相反，他磨练了自己的调查新闻技巧，揭露了标准石油公司及其老板洛克菲勒的主要事实。关键在于，进步主义者改变了公司可接受的行为，以及普通公民认为他们可以对不公正行为采取的行动。
The second is cultivating countervailing powers. Building on the change in the narrative and social norms, progressives helped organize people into a broad movement that could oppose robber barons and push politicians to reform, including via labor unions.
第二是培养制衡力量。在叙事和社交规范变化的基础上，进步主义者帮助人们组织成一个广泛的运动，可以反对强盗大亨，并推动政治家进行改革，包括通过工会。
The third prong is policy solutions. which progressives articulated based on the new narrative, research, and expertise.
第三个支柱是政策解决方案，进步派根据新的叙事、研究和专业知识提出了这些方案。
Redirecting technological change.
重新引导技术变革。
Although the challenges facing us today are digital and global, the lessons of the progressive era are still relevant. The contemporary environmental movement confronting the existential threat of climate change demonstrates that the formula's three prongs can work to redirect technological change today. Despite the continued reliance of most large energy companies on fossil fuels and the failure of most policymakers to act, there have been remarkable advances in renewable energy technologies.
尽管我们今天面临的挑战是数字化和全球性的，但进步时代的教训仍然相关。当代环保运动面对气候变化这一生存威胁，证明了这一公式的三个支柱可以用来重新引导今天的技术变革。尽管大多数大型能源公司继续依赖化石燃料，大多数政策制定者未能采取行动，但在可再生能源技术方面已经取得了显著进展。
Fossil fuel emissions are first and foremost a technology problem. Industrialization was built on fossil fuel energy, and technological investments since the middle of the 18th century have focused on improving and expanding these conventional energy sources. As early as the 1980s, it was clear that fossil fuel emissions could not be reduced to levels that would prevent continuous warming of the climate by just relying on small tweaks to coal and oil production and consumption. New sources of energy were needed, which meant a major redirection of technology. Little of this happened for several decades. As late as the mid-2000s, solar energy was more than 20 times as expensive as energy from fossil fuels. For wind, the factor was about 10. Although hydroelectric energy was already cheaper in the 1990s, capacity was limited.
化石燃料排放首先是一个技术问题。工业化是建立在化石燃料能源的基础上的，自18世纪中叶以来，技术投资一直集中在改进和扩大这些传统能源。早在20世纪80年代就已经清楚地认识到，仅靠对煤炭和石油的生产和消费进行小规模调整，无法将化石燃料排放减少到足以防止气候持续变暖的水平。需要新的能源，这意味着技术的重大转向。这种情况在几十年里几乎没有发生。直到21世纪中期，太阳能的成本仍比化石燃料高出20多倍。对于风能，这一比例约为10倍。尽管水力发电在20世纪90年代已经更便宜，但其容量有限。
Today, solar, wind, and hydro energy are cheaper to operate than fossil fuel power stations. For example, the International Renewable Energy Agency estimates that fossil fuels cost between $50 and $150 per 100 kilowatt-hours. Photovoltaic solar power costs between $40 and $54, and onshore wind power comes in at less than $40. Although there are some activities for which renewables cannot be used effectively, such as jet fuel, and there are important storage challenges, most of the electric grid of the world could be powered by renewables when policymakers decide to move in that direction.
如今，太阳能、风能和水能的运营成本低于化石燃料发电站。例如，国际可再生能源署估计，化石燃料每100千瓦小时的成本在50到150美元之间，光伏太阳能电力的成本在40到54美元之间，陆上风力发电的成本低于40美元。尽管有些活动无法有效使用可再生能源，如喷气燃料，并且存在重要的存储挑战，但当政策制定者决定朝这个方向发展时，世界大部分电网可以由可再生能源供电。
How did this impressive achievement take place? First came the change in narrative on climate. Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, published in 1962, was one of the first steps. Several organizations, most prominently Greenpeace, were campaigning strongly to protect the environment by the 1970s. Greenpeace initiated a program on global warming in the early 1990s, attempting to be a counterweight against the tactics used by big oil companies to hide the environmental damages that fossil fuels were causing.
这一令人印象深刻的成就是如何实现的。首先，气候变化的叙事发生了变化。1962年出版的雷切尔·卡森的《寂静的春天》是第一部。到20世纪70年代，最著名的绿色和平组织等几个组织强烈倡导保护环境， 绿色和平组织在20世纪90年代初启动了一个关于全球变暖的项目，试图对抗大型石油公司为掩盖化石燃料造成的环境损害所使用的策略。
The 2006 documentary film An Inconvenient Truth, focusing on former Vice President and presidential candidate Al Gore's efforts to inform the public about global warming, played a major role. The movie was watched by millions all over the world. Around the same time, new organizations focused on climate change, such as 350.org, were launched. As 350.org's founder, Bill McKibben, put it, the environment was the main issue, and all else paled in comparison. In 50 years, no one will care about the fiscal cliff or the euro crisis. They'll just ask, so the Arctic melted, and then what did you do?
2006年的纪录片《难以忽视的真相》An Inconvenient Truth 聚焦前副总统兼总统候选人戈尔 Al Gore 为公众普及全球变暖所做的努力发挥了重要作用。这部电影被全世界数百万人观看。与此同时，新的关注气候变化的组织如350.org 也应运而生。350.org 的创始人比尔·麦基本 Bill McKibben 表示，环境问题是主要问题，其他问题相比之下都显得微不足道。50年后，没有人会关心财政悬崖或欧元危机，他们只会问：所以北极融化了，你们做了什么？
The change in narrative coalesced into a more organized political movement with Green parties, which made global warming the centerpiece of their agenda. The German Green Party became a powerful electoral force and entered the government a number of times. Environmentalists played a similar role in other Western European nations as well. A show of force by the environmental movement came during a series of climate strikes in September 2019, with protests and walkouts in schools and workplaces across 4,500 cities around the globe.
叙事的转变汇聚成一个更加有组织的政治运动，绿色政党将全球变暖作为其议程的核心。德国绿党成为一股强大的选举力量，并多次进入政府。环保主义者在其他西欧国家也扮演了类似的角色。环保运动的一次力量展示是在2019年9月的一系列气候罢工中，全球4500个城市的学生和工人举行了抗议和罢工。
Two major consequences followed from the second prong. These movements put pressure on the corporate sector. As the population in many Western nations became informed about the dangers of climate change, they demanded cleaner products, such as electric cars and renewable energy, and employees at many large corporations insisted on reductions in their company's carbon footprint. Equally, they pushed some policymakers into taking global warming seriously.
第二个方面带来了两个主要后果。这些运动对商界施加了压力。随着许多西方国家的民众了解到气候变化的危险，他们要求更清洁的产品，如电动汽车和可再生能源。许多大公司的员工坚持要求减少公司的碳足迹。同样，他们也促使一些政策制定者认真对待全球变暖问题。
These developments activated the third prong, technical and policy solutions. Economic and environmental analyses identified three critical levers for combating climate change: a carbon tax to reduce fossil fuel emissions, support for innovation and research in renewable energy and other clean technologies, and regulation against the worst polluting technologies.
这些发展激活了第三个支柱，即技术和政策解决方案。经济和环境分析确定了应对气候变化的三个关键杠杆：减少化石燃料排放的碳税，支持可再生能源和其他清洁技术的创新和研究，以及对最严重污染技术的监管。
Although carbon taxes face stiff opposition in many countries, not least in the United States, Britain, and Australia, they have been introduced in several European countries. The levels of carbon tax adopted around the world are still inadequate given global warming trends, but some nations are gradually increasing this tax. The Swedish rate now stands above $120 per metric ton of carbon dioxide, amounting to a significant increase in the price of coal-powered energy.
尽管碳税在许多国家，尤其是在美国、英国和澳大利亚面临强烈反对，但已在几个欧洲国家实施。鉴于全球变暖趋势，世界各地采用的碳税水平仍然不足，但一些国家正在逐步提高这一税率。瑞典的碳税现在已超过每公吨二氧化碳120美元，这使得燃煤能源的价格显著提高。
A carbon tax is a powerful tool to curb carbon emissions. Because it reduces the profitability of fossil fuel production, it can spur investment in alternative energy sources. But at the current levels, it makes only a small dent in the profits of fossil fuel companies and would not lead to a major redirection of technology. Much more potent are schemes that directly incentivize innovations and investment in clean energy. The U.S. government recently provided annual tax credits of more than $10 billion for renewables and almost $3 billion for improving energy efficiency. Some funds are also directly targeted at new technologies, for example, under the auspices of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, NASA, and the Department of Defense. Subsidies to renewables research have been even more generous in Germany and the Nordic countries.
碳税是减少碳排放的强大工具。由于它降低了化石燃料生产的盈利能力，可以刺激对替代能源的投资。但在目前的水平下，它对化石燃料公司的利润影响甚微，不会导致技术的重大转向。更有利的是直接激励创新和投资清洁能源的计划。美国政府最近为可再生能源提供了超过100亿美元的年度税收抵免，以及近30亿美元用于提高能源效率。一些资金还直接针对新技术，例如在国家可再生能源实验室、美国宇航局和国防部的指导下，德国和北欧国家对可再生能源研究的补贴甚至更为慷慨。
Regulations, such as emission standards by the state of California, first adopted in 2002, played a role in directly discouraging the most inefficient uses of fossil fuel, for instance, by forcing older models of vehicles that have much higher gas consumption off the road. These regulations have also encouraged further research in electric cars.
像加利福尼亚州在2002年首次采用的排放标准这样的法规，在直接遏制化石燃料最无效的使用方面发挥了作用。例如，通过强制那些油耗更高的旧车型退出市场。这些法规还鼓励了电动汽车的进一步研究。
The three policy levers, carbon taxes, research subsidies, and regulations, together with pressure from consumers and civil society, led to a boost both in innovations in renewables and much larger levels of production of solar panels and wind energy. The basic technology that generates energy through the photovoltaic effect, by using the sun's photons, has been known since the late 19th century, and viable solar panels were first produced in the 1950s in the Bell Labs. Important breakthroughs followed, starting in the 2000s, as the number of patents related to clean energy increased dramatically in the United States, France, Germany, and Britain. As production expanded, the costs of solar panels plummeted. As a result of these rapid improvements, renewables already make up over 20% of total energy consumption in Europe, although the United States is lagging behind.
3个政策杠杆：碳税、研究补贴和法规，加上消费者和民间社会的压力，推动了可再生能源创新和太阳能板及风能生产规模的大幅增长。通过光生福特效应，利用太阳光子发电的基本技术，自19世纪末以来就已经为人所知。而可行的太阳能板最早是在20世纪50年代由贝尔实验室生产的。从2000年代开始，随着与清洁能源相关的专利数量在美国、法国、德国和英国大幅增加，重要的突破随之而来。随着生产的扩大，太阳能板的成本大幅下降。由于这些快速的改进，可再生能源在欧洲的总能源消费中已经占到了20%以上，尽管美国仍落后于这一水平。
Remarkably, China followed the European and American redirection of this technology. The country began producing solar panels in response to growing demand in Europe, especially Germany, in the late 1990s, following European climate mitigation policies. Motivated by a desire to play a leading role in this sector and also to deal with the country's own severe pollution problem, the Chinese government provided generous subsidies and loans to producers, rapidly boosting productive capacity. Costs of photovoltaic panels and other solar equipment started declining thanks to learning by doing, meaning that as volumes rose, firms became better and better at producing cost-effective and energy-efficient solar panels. Chinese producers introduced new machinery and improved techniques for cutting polysilicon wafers more thinly, enabling them to produce more solar cells from the same amount of material, reducing costs and increasing production. The country is now the largest producer of solar panels and polysilicon in the world, even if many of the solar panel factories are powered by electricity generated from coal. According to the Chinese government statistics, renewable energy accounted for about 29% of electricity consumption in 2020.
值得注意的是，中国紧随欧洲和美国的技术转向。该国从20世纪90年代末开始生产太阳能板，以应对欧洲，尤其是德国不断增长的需求，这得益于欧洲的气候缓解政策。出于希望在这一领域发挥领导作用以及解决本国严重的污染问题，中国政府为生产商提供了慷慨的补贴和贷款，迅速提升了生产能力。随着干中学效应的显现及随着产量的增加，企业越来越擅长生产成本效益高且能效高的太阳能板、光伏板和其他太阳能设备的成本开始下降。中国生产商引入了新的机械，改进了切割多晶硅片的技术，使其更薄，从而能够从相同数量的材料中生产更多的太阳能电池，降低成本并增加产量。中国现在是世界上最大的太阳能板和多晶硅生产国，尽管许多太阳能板工厂的电力来自燃煤发电。根据中国政府的统计数据，2020年可再生能源占电力消费的比重约为29%。
Of course, success to date should not be exaggerated. There are still many areas, such as cost-effective energy storage, in which breakthroughs are needed, and several sectors, such as air transport and agriculture, have not reduced their carbon emissions. Emissions in the developing world, including in China and India, are still growing, despite advances in renewable technology. There is little prospect for a global carbon tax that can powerfully reduce consumption in the immediate future.
当然，迄今为止的成功不应被夸大。在许多领域，如成本效益的能源存储，仍需要取得突破，而且在航空运输和农业等几个部门，碳排放尚未减少。尽管可再生能源技术取得了进展，发展中国家，包括中国和印度的排放量仍在增长。短期内，全球碳税大幅减少消费的可能性很小。
Nevertheless, from the point of view of the challenge of digital technologies, there is much we can learn from how technology is being redirected in the energy sector. The same combination, altering the narrative, building countervailing powers, and developing and implementing specific policies to deal with the most important issues, can work in redirecting digital technology.
然而，从应对数字技术挑战的角度来看，我们有很多可以学习的地方，了解技术在能源部门是如何被重新定向的。同样的组合，改变叙事，建立制衡力量，制定和实施解决最重要问题的具体政策，也可以用于重新定向数字技术。
Remaking digital technologies.
重塑数字技术。
Our current problems are rooted in the enormous economic, political, and social power of corporations, especially in the tech industry. The concentrated power of business undercuts shared prosperity because it limits the sharing of gains from technological change. But its most pernicious impact is via the direction of technology, which is moving excessively toward automation, surveillance, data collection, and advertising. To regain shared prosperity, we must redirect technology, and this means activating a version of the same approach that worked more than a century ago for the progressives.
我们当前的问题根源于企业，尤其是科技行业中的企业所拥有的巨大经济、政治和社会权力。企业权力的集中削弱了共享繁荣，因为它限制了技术变革收益的分享。但其最恶劣的影响是通过技术的方向，这正过度地朝着自动化、监控、数据收集和广告发展。为了恢复共享繁荣，我们必须重新引导技术，这意味着激活1个多世纪前进步主义者所采用的相同方法。
This can start only by altering the narrative and the norms. The necessary steps are truly fundamental. Society and its powerful gatekeepers need to stop being mesmerized by tech billionaires and their agenda. Debates on new technology ought to center not just on the brilliance of new products and algorithms, but also on whether they are working for the people or against the people. Whether digital technologies should be used for automating work and empowering large companies and non-democratic governments must not be the sole decision of a handful of entrepreneurs and engineers. One does not need to be an AI expert to have a say about the direction of progress and the future of our society forged by these technologies. One does not need to be a tech investor or venture capitalist to hold tech entrepreneurs and engineers accountable for what their inventions do.
这只能通过改变叙事和规范来开始。 必要的步骤是真正根本性的。社会极其强大的守门人需要停止被科技亿万富翁及其议程所迷惑。关于新技术的辩论不仅应集中在新产品和算法的卓越性上，还应集中在他们是否在为人民工作或反对人民。数字技术是否应用于自动化工作和增强大公司及非民主政府的权利，不应仅由少数企业家和工程师决定。一个人不需要是人工智能专家，就能对这些技术的发展方向和塑造我们社会的未来发表意见。一个人也不需要是科技投资者或风险投资家，就能对科技企业家和工程师的发明负责。
Choices over the direction of technology should be part of the criteria that investors use for evaluating companies and their effects. Large investors can demand transparency on whether new technologies will automate work or create new tasks, whether they will monitor or empower workers, and how they will affect political discourse and other social outcomes. These are not decisions investors should care about only because of the profits they generate. A two-tiered society with a small elite and a dwindling middle class is not a foundation for prosperity or democracy. Nevertheless, it is possible to make digital technologies useful to humans and boost productivity, so that investing in technologies that help humans can also be good business.
技术方向的选择应该是投资者评估公司及其影响的标准之一。大型投资者可以要求透明度，了解新技术是否会自动化工作或创造新任务，是否会监控或赋权工人，以及他们将如何影响政治言论和其他社会结果。这些决策不应